first.
Hello and welcome everyone to the first round of Club 100 action that we are going to be able to broadcast for you this season. It is great to be back on your screens, folks. It is a bit of a new era, isn't it? We've got a new logo, we've got a lovely new set of fresh stickers on the carts, we've got some fresh faces in the paddock here at a new venue as well. It is great to be back. I am Reeve Taylor, alongside me is Mr. Jacob Harris as he inspects his new commentary headshot there. How are you doing, Jacob?
I'm alright. There's a few technical issues. You might have heard my voice at the start of this stream and wondered why I suddenly lived perfectly. I think I'm more sorted now, and yes, there I am in the flesh in front of you on your screens. Noticeably bigger than you are there, Reeve.
That is true in real life.
Taller in real life. I wouldn't say I'm that much more of a presence.
But we are here at this new track anyway. 1,300 metres, 18 turns. It's a big one, is the new Silverstone kart facility. But one of the few anti-clockwise tracks that we visit here in the UK. In fact, for Club 100, it's pretty much the only one as far as we can make out. Certainly the first time that we have. So there's a new little tidbit for you as well. Drivers are currently out in practice on this rather grey and gloomy day, as you can see there. Going to be overcast all day, maybe a few smatterings of rain here or there. Not too much in the way of wind and pretty cold temperatures as well, so perhaps not ideal conditions, but as we'll get onto, I am sure, during qualifying, there's no real wet line or dry line at the moment, is there? Because there's not much rubber on this track at all. Brand new facility, really pleased to be here. Some great facilities here so far, and it's always a good day here at Silverstone, isn't it?
Yes, this shot you can see here, you've got the Brooklands building bang in the middle of your picture, the main grandstand over to the left-hand side as well. We are right in the middle of the main Silverstone track. Indeed, you can see right at the top of your picture. It's kind of around the middle of your picture there, but at the top of the track, you can see a car going around the main Silverstone circuit, around that right-hander by there behind these junior lightweights who are out for the last practice session of the day. We will shortly be bringing you qualifying. And after a short lunch break, during which Reeve and I will take you around the paddock in a pre-filmed jaunt, we will have some racing for you. And what kind of racing do we have today, Reeve?
Well, it's our cadets and juniors out on track today, so it's a mix of our lightweight and our super lightweights for both divisions here. So this is going to be our younger drivers. Some of those are newcomers, some of those are returning drivers as well. And we will see drivers who have also actually progressed their way up from cadets to the junior running too. So really excited to see what we're going to have in terms of the actual racing action. It's a fairly wide circuit, so it should mean that drivers should have the room at least to be fair, be kind to each other, but also go for those overtakes. And there's plenty of corners to go for. We've mentioned a couple of them already, but a lot of this track does take inspiration from its big brother, the well-known Grand Prix course here, of course, and we've got sections such as Magnus Beckett's Turn 5 and Turn 6, which echo the layout of the main circuit. The main circuit appears to only be used today for some classic car running, which for a petrol headline myself is great news, because every now and again you hear the odd GT40 or E-Type just blasting its way down into Brooklands. So yeah, it's a very energetic paddock, it seems, so far this morning, which is good considering it's such a grey and gloomy day. We're coming towards the end of our junior super lightweight B practice, as Jacob mentioned earlier on. Times so far looking to be about low 130s for the fastest junior runners in this super lightweight division. That's George Reed. In practice, not that matters all that much. Not a competitive session, of course. We will head into qualifying and we'll see that change in, I imagine, we'll pick up a little bit of pace as we head into those sessions. But we only see 129. Definitely on the longer side is this track, isn't it?
I tell you what, we'll have to keep an eye on, Reeve. It's the lap record.
Yeah, absolutely. It's up for grabs, folks.
Every fastest lap of the day we see today will be the lap record around here. This is the first official race meeting on this circuit, so nothing has had a go at setting that just yet. So by the end of the day, whoever's got the fast lap will have the lap record around Silverstone, Reeve.
They will.
Title.
Yeah,
could be anyone as well. We're not necessarily going to be looking at our A-Final winner. In fact, question for you, Reeve, would you rather win the A-Final today, or would you rather have the lap record in Silverstone?
Oh, now that is a tough one. I think, given that we're at the first part of the season, you've got to go for the A-Final win, haven't you? You want to hit the ground running with some good results very early on in the season. It would be cool, obviously, to have the accolade of having a lap record, but I think, as you mentioned, a few drivers are going to have that today because at various points we're going to get the fastest lap. So I think all it needs to be is parents and supporters, everything's hot on the social media. As soon as you see a fastest lap come in for your driver, get it up on there, say that they're the lap record holder, and then quietly take it down if it gets replaced as we head through the sessions.
Exactly. I'm thinking longevity here in terms of titles, and former A-Final winner is like, yeah, it's okay, but former lap record holder, somewhat prestigious. Let us know in the comments which one you would prefer, an A-Final win or a lap record. And yes, there probably will be a few people today who will be able to say former lap record holder at Silverstone. It'll be one of the juniors. The juniors will go faster than the cadets, I'd imagine. That's not a mathematical impossibility that the cadets can go faster, but our junior karts are slightly bigger, quicker, and more experienced drivers as well in most instances. So we're expecting quite a few juniors to be able to say that they are the lap record holder or have been a lap record holder at Silverstone by the end of today. We've already got a couple to name from practice, actually. There was a practice session yesterday, which we'll be able to double check. And there's been a couple of practice sessions this morning. So in theory, we've already got some lap record holders to bring you. But Reeve, you're having a little dabble in the comments. Look busy already.
I am indeed. I was just going to say a big thank you to everyone for tuning into the broadcast so far. 280 folks watching already as we head through practice. So a big thank you for being so active in the comments. I do also want to give a quick shout out to all of you Slipstream pass holders. Big thank you for showing your support. All of the broadcasting for the weekend is going to be available to everyone for free, but a thank you to those who have chosen to give that extra bit of support. We're going to dive away from practice now as we get ready for our first qualifying session of the day.
First up qualifying today then are our super lightweight cadets. They are making their way out on track in front of you. They'll be first to set some lap times. Funnily enough, Reeve, our cadet super lightweights include the current Silverstone lap record holder. Senna K. Panna is the Silverstone lap record holder at the minute. In the very first test session we had yesterday, he set a 1 minute 23.541, which was not bettered for the rest of the session. I said it's not a mathematical impossibility for cadets to go faster than juniors, and I think in this instance it started raining as the test session began, and in the favourable conditions Senna has set himself the lap record around this track, and as of right now it hasn't been beaten. So 1:23.5 is the benchmark that we're looking for. I think if it dries up we can go even quicker on that, so we've got a couple of lap records holder titles up for grabs over the course of the weekend, and we got our seniors here tomorrow, so it's one to keep an eye on over the course of the next 2 days. But yes, Senna K. Panna is the current lap record holder around this track in these very machines as well, so we'll keep an eye out for Senna. He will be back out today, I'm sure, an established name in CLUB100 Cadets.
Absolutely, as we are now on the way for our first qualifying session on Cadet Super Lightweights, just under 10 minutes to go, and so far drivers are just out there just trying to find their feet, just get a feel for things in the car that they're in, get a feel for how the conditions are currently looking. They have done some practice running obviously already, but the rain was spitting and smattering down every now and again, so the track is still going to be a little bit of an unknown to them, purely as well from a familiarity standpoint. So interested to see what our youngest drivers, super lightweights tend to have even younger drivers, perhaps even the lightweight cadets, because of the maximum permitted weight, or minimum permitted weight, sorry. So it'll be interesting to see what these young drivers do make of it here. 8 minutes left on the clock. We haven't had any blistering times flying in just yet, but we'll see as we head further into the session. A couple of waved yellows there, but looks like I imagine that was just for that spinning Carter there, who has now been able to get back Oh no, there we go. If I looked a bit further, I would have been able to have seen there is a kart who's just having a little bit of a moment to get back out on track.
Yeah, so just a word on the format then. We are currently watching the Cadet Super Lightweight Group A. There'll be a Cadet Super Lightweight Group B as well, but we'll alternate between cadets and juniors. So next up will be the junior lightweights, then we'll go back to Cadet Super Lightweights, then to the junior lightweights before changing weight categories, and then session 5 of this qualifying will be your Cadet Lightweights. Your junior Super Lightweights will be out on track after those, so if you're looking for a driver in one of those categories, you're not too far away. So first lap times are going in. These are sort of their second lap, but you don't cross the timing as you come out of the pits, so they've had their out lap, and then the first lap's coming in with Jack Thompson taking the top spot, Jess Kirby in second, and Jack Mills in third. Probably got time for 6 or 7 more of those before we move on, and these sessions, Reeve will determine who goes into the pre-B and pre-A final. The top 10 from each session, I believe, will go into either. I'll have to double check actually, because there's a bit of replicage going on as well.
There is indeed some replicage, so drivers who finish in the top 2 positions in each session have the opportunity to work their way up on through to the next final. So I really like this format. We've seen it work wonders, particularly towards the end of last season at Bookmore. We actually had some great drives from the drivers, and it just means that maybe if qualifying didn't quite go their way, what they can do is they can keep their head down, have a good race in the pre-C final, for example, do well enough, you'll work your way up into the pre-B final. And obviously that's already a very tall order, but what we have seen drivers do is work their way up from the pre-C, work their way up to the top of the pre-B, and then actually get into the pre-A. Now, it'd be very difficult indeed to then work your way up from the back of the pre-A to carry on further on up, but it just means that your day is not over if qualifying doesn't quite go your way. It's a really nice format to run, as we do have a new fastest time in this session. That's Jack Thompson with a 1:32.146. So we found a couple of seconds out there already as the drivers are still getting up to speed. I do actually want to give a quick mention to a few of our rookie drivers that we've got in this season as well. So Elijah William, Will Sword, Oscar Tiley, Logan Staunton. Then we have Noah Howe, Ellis Harrison, Elliot Bates and Alicia Waterhouse, all joining us in the Cadet Super Lightweight Group A qualifiers. So hope you all have a great day at this new venue as well. 5 minutes left on the clock, and still no advance on Jack. Oh no, sorry, do it. Jack Thompson now. That's that fastest lap. And Isaiah Nwosu up into second with a nice progression. Alicia Waterhouse gets their first fast lap in 1:33.952. That's 15 places made up over the previous lap. So nice progression going on throughout the field here.
Yeah, just a reminder, we do only have the B finals, the pre-B and pre-A finals today, so that's the only issue where the replicage will come into effect. But I want to say anecdotally, Reeve, and this is based on no data whatsoever, purely what I've seen with my own eyes over the last couple of years. We tend to get more storming through the grids in cadets and juniors than we do in seniors. It's not unheard of in seniors to go from a C final to an A final. It's a rarity, but I tend to find every cadet junior day I commentate on at least one, if not one per cadet junior, who has not the best day qualifying. Perhaps it's an issue that we're not aware of in the commentary, but then they storm their way through and really impress us at the Performance Box. So looking forward to seeing if we can keep that streak going today. What I think we should probably try and do, Reeve, through the course of these qualifying sessions, is articulate just where people are on the track. Because conscious that at other karting tracks, some people may have been there, raced themselves, seen a lot of live streaming there, but this, as the first one, is completely new to absolutely everyone in the country, including ourselves. So once we come back around to the start-finish straight, perhaps we'll try and follow a driver for a lap, and you and I can talk through the corner names and the challenges that face the drivers.
Sounds like a very good plan indeed as we try and catch a roll.
It's number 11. That's our leader at the moment, Jack Thompson.
They're just heading around turn 17 at the moment, in through past the museum there, aptly named, which brings you to the end of the lap, of course. Farm curve, and then we get ready to start our lap. So we're going to move over to Kart 18, just behind actually. Also heading down the start-finish straight. There's number 18 of Jack Dowding heading into Wellington, and that's your first corner. See a little bit of wet there, and a little bit of avoiding action as well. Through the second corner he goes, and that stage that we're now looking at. Turn 3 is called Jimmy's Curve, but as I noted before, it doesn't seem to be on this layout much of a corner now. It is worth noting there are more layouts, and this brings us up to turn 4. Brooklands is the tight left-hander here, obviously named for its proximity to the Brooklands corner on the main circuit, and then you head through Maggots and Beckett. Turn 5, turn 6, and turn 7. Another infamous corner complex there being replicated on this karting circuit. I'll bring you down towards Bridge in just a moment.
Yeah, Bridge is turn 8, and then you come down this long straight thing, which has a curve on it, the express curve, turn 9. Right the way down to turn 10, where I think our static camera was just then. We're heading now down onto 11, which is Club, Priory was 10. 12 is Ireland, and 13 is Tower, that's the right-hand curve, and then this big right-hander is 14, which is Seagrave. Takes you to the left-hander, which is Seaman, and then you've got a 16, which is the curve, the left-handed curve. You can see these two cars transpiring across now, which is Wing Curve, and then back to Museum where we started. That's that curve on the inside, and all that's left is to take the palm curve around onto the pit straight and ready for another lap. These guys, Jack Mills and Jess Kirby, decent times from both of them. Jess, I think, benefited a little bit from the slipstream there, and ducks at the inside of Jack, picks 3rd place as they cross the line as well. So good showing from Jess. Jack Thompson still out in the lead there in that number 11. He's set a blistering lap time for this session of a 1:31.2, and that really is the time to beat for now. As I said, lap record from yesterday in these karts. Seneca Banner 1:23. We need to see things dry up just a little bit more before we get close to that. As I said, when the test session went out yesterday, it started raining as they blew the whistle. So a few dry-ish laps in to get Senna that lap record. I wonder if it's next week. I wonder if I certainly hope so. I'd certainly be, if I finished a test day at CLUB100 with the quickest lap time, I'd certainly know about it myself. And if it was a brand new track, I think on Twig, but we shall see.
We shall indeed, and as we bring an end to this first qualifying session of the day, just give a quick welcome and a thank you to any supporters who are watching along, who might be the first time tuning in to the 100 quick rundown today. We have our qualifying sessions that we're watching now. We'll then take a quick lunch break at the circuit, which is when anyone who's asking when their interviews are going to be displayed, that is that time. The Paddock show will be broadcast during the lunch break here at the track after qualifying, and then we'll head into the afternoon racing. But the checkered flag is now waved on this session. Jack Thompson is still heading around, but leads us with a 1:31.244. Manzin Nwosu at 32.2. Jess Kirby at 32.5. No major advances or changes in the top 5 towards the end of this one. There with Jack Mills, Jensen Goodall, Jack Dowding, Alicia Waterhouse, Hugo McMillan, Freddie Thompson and Edward Sybrey being your top 10 at the end of this qualifying session. Still waiting for a few more drivers to come across the line, but it's looking good for Jack Thompson at the moment, it must be said. 1 second advantage to the next driver. An absolute blinder earlier. That was on lap 5 that Jack didn't manage to get that lap in. And if you want to check along with the timing for yourself, you can head to results.alphatiming.co.uk/club100, and then you can navigate through to the live session and jump in on all the data and action that we can see here as well. I nearly gave HTTPS that was in the 90s. You need to get the full URL, but no need for that. And we wait for our last couple of cars to bring an end to this Cadet Super Lightweight Group A qualifying session. As we get ready for some more qualifying running.
Junior lightweights.
Yep. Thank you.
Here we go then for junior lightweights, the first session in anger, if you will, on this brand new Silverstone karting circuit. The lap record for juniors is a 1:25.3 set yesterday by Jack Brommer. Not quite as fast as the cadets lap record and the overall lap record, which is something of a logical puzzle for anyone who doesn't know that it rains very often in the UK. Slower karts having a faster lap time in that instance because it's drier. This championship was won last year by Jamie Gooden. I don't think we're going to see Jamie today because I'm pretty sure he's moved up into seniors. I think he'll be back tomorrow. Even someone Wilson Don Balasitis as well, I want to say, have moved up. So we're going to see some fresh blood at the head of this junior lightweight North championship. And this first lap here, Reeve, as we mentioned in the previous session, won't count as we've not gone over the timing loop yet. So we'll see these guys come round now to start their first lap in theory, and then in about a minute and a half's time we'll see who's setting the early pace. But another great opportunity to talk you through the track. These guys are coming towards the end of it now. The museum, which is the last proper turn on here, they come round farm curve and onto the start finish straight. You see here into turn 1, which is Wellington. That's the left-hander. See them coming through there. The right-hand key is then stage, and then it's across Jimmy's curve, a slight left hand, down to this corner here, which is turn 4. Brooklands, you might recognise the name. After Brooklands, you might recognise these as well. We got Maggots and Beckett's, turn 5, 6 and 7, a really fast chicane, just as it is on the main circuit. Turn 8 then is Bridge, a big long left-hander. You can see these guys navigating around now. We've got a bit of a straight there. There's a express curve in the middle of it, just a little left-hand kink that takes you down to this turn number 10, which is Priory. Priory is a short run down then to 11, which is Club, and then 12 will be Ireland, which is going through here now. You then switch immediately to Tower, and then you're heading on down to turn 14. Expertly shown by the drivers there. 14 is Seagrave, 15, the left-hander again, is Seaman, and then around wing curve you come, just a slight left hand, back into Museum, which, as I said, is pretty much the last corner of the track. You've got a curve, which we call Farm Curve, brings you back out onto the start, finish straight, and that is your lap. And some lap times I'll be impressive with.
They are indeed. Callum Boot currently leads us, a 1:28.679. That is about a second clear of anyone else so far. Obviously, his drivers are still trying to find a bit of track space to occupy and set some quick laps in, but there we've got an indicator already of we're looking at a couple of seconds between the cadet and junior karts, which is to be expected. The junior karts, as you can well see, are a larger fleet, but they do have more power as well. 7.5 minutes left on the clock then, and this track should be one of those where it's a pretty long lap, so in terms of formation laps, in terms of getting your space out in qualifying, should be easier than perhaps some other venues, because nice wide spaces throughout various corners here, and as I say, 1,300 metres of track to try and find a bit of clean air to run in and set some qualifying time. 7 minutes left on the clock. Still watching as Callum Boot heads towards the very end of the lap, now just running through into the wing curve complex just behind Seagrave.
1,300 metres of anti-clockwise action as well, Reeve. Do let us know in the comments if you can think of any other kart tracks that are anti-clockwise.
Absolutely.
Not after your obscure team sport ones, keep those to yourselves, but any international kart circuits I'm very interested in. People other than me who perhaps get a bit more sun than I do might be able to give us a clue on that front, but certainly in the UK I can't think of any.
Yeah,
I can't think of any outdoor anti-clockwise circuits. Could this be the first?
Yeah, we've been racking our brains far too much on that one little tidbit so far this morning, but that's the type of stuff that interests us, which is an insight into our lives, really, isn't it? But
we've got not much else going on.
we were asking a couple of drivers, they weren't too sure, so we checked the Formula 1 calendar just out of boredom, just to kind of see, oh well look, here's
There's a few on there.
Yeah, there's a few of anti-clockwise stuff, mainly the street circuits, mainly the new stuff, and a new track here which is anti-clockwise as well. So in the broadcast chat, do let us know if you can think of anything that is a karting venue that is anti-clockwise as well, and I don't know, we'll incentivise you with you'll be in
There's a prize. There is a prize.
Okay. Jacob will get you a prize.
Speaking of prizes, Callum Boot is after the pole position prize in this one. He's set the fastest lap time of the session so far, a 1:28.679. He's a whole second ahead of Jensen Davis and Dan Griffin, his closest challengers. Here he is with number 9, Callum Boot, in a nice green and white suit. Getting his head down on the straight for maximum aero efficiency. Straight line mode, I believe they call it now in Formula 1, rather than the DRS, and handily labelled suit as well, so you know exactly who he is. Callum's doing a fantastic job out there. You can really see him shifting his weight around the kart as well. All the, what I would like to call professional karting moves, but yeah, you can see the way he shifts his weight through the corners. The idea is to get as much weight on the tyre that's doing the most work, so the front inside there, trying to get that pinned to the floor so it grips as much as possible. As you mentioned earlier, Reeve, there's not going to be a lot of grip on this brand new circuit, especially not in wet conditions. So being able to shift your weight like that really will come in handy for the likes of Callum, as he's demonstrating with the lap times that he's posting at 1:27.85 is what he managed last time round. He's gone quicker every single lap so far, and as we head towards the end of this one, can he go even faster?
Well, he's certainly got the momentum behind him. I'd just be curious to see if some of his rivals can also try and close up that gap. They're still in the 29s, but might be able to find a few more times. We saw in the previous session it was around about lap 4, 5, 6 is when the fastest times were being posted. We're on lap 3 at the moment, starting the next one. But you mentioned, yeah, transferring the weight onto the tyres, transferring that energy in will help get those tyre temperatures up, will help that slick tyre compound adhere to that surface just a little bit more. So there's a lot to think about, especially in greasy conditions like these. But we don't have 3.5 minutes left on the clock. We're watching along as Callum Boot heads on through Wellington here and up through the stage. It feels like a bit of a... I did have obviously a glance at all corner names, etc. beforehand, or at least the general kind of layout of the circuit. So I knew roughly where everything is, but just now just trying to, in practice, put everything to the name. You're all learning with us, folks.
Yeah, might get some back. It's all the recognisable ones there, and heading on down to Priory, and that's probably the most recognisable part of the track for anyone. Callum, at the front, I will say, ninth in last year's junior lightweight Northern Championship. Best result of third, that was back in the pre-A-Final of round 2. So it'll be interesting to see if Callum can make a step up to consistent podiuming this year. We've got a couple of drivers actually who picked up a podium here or there last year, or we're in the conversation. Certainly Sam Chilton, who's currently in 4th in this one, finished 21st last year. I think his best result was a 5th, a 6th and a 7th were his best ones. So looking to rise in the last couple of places this morning. As you see, 61 off Dan Griffin there, one of our newer drivers, to this category. He's coming around the first corner now. 2 minutes left of this one. They're going to have to set a decent time in this lap or the next, I believe, to improve their positions, get themselves into that pre-A final. Let's have a look and see if any of our drivers can make an impression on Callum Boot. Not as quick last time round. Callum, I did say he's improved every lap so far, but not on that one, 5th. Hopefully the 6th will fare a bit better. Jonathan Fuchsel has pushed up into 2nd place and is within a second now, so keep an eye on the 38 kart. Could be shaking things up in the order here, as is Thomas Welsford, who's just outside of a second of that fastest lap time in the 31. gaining 3 places in the last lap, you said.
I've had an advance on a few of our broadcast viewers on some anti-clockwise circuits.
Okay, what we got?
So we have Wanwell in South Yorkshire, so up in the north with myself is one that I believe the road tax action does take place at. So there's an anti-clockwise track, and then also we've got Campillos Karting in Andalusia, which
Oh wow,
is somewhere I'd rather be right now. Not that I'm happy to not be at Silverstone, I'm just more on about the weather.
Yes.
Yeah.
Campillos, yes, famous.
Yeah.
24-hour circuit venue. I did think that that's where like gaps might be compared. Someone said something like that. Great shout. The other one, though, the Lincolnshire one. Lincolnshire, Yorkshire. I've only been to Cash Shop in that part of the world, and that's what was. Wait. I can't remember. You look at Cash Shop.
I will do it a moment.
I will focus on the results. Callum Boots still leads this one. As the checkered flag comes out, they will get a chance to finish the laps that they are on, and we'll keep an eye on that order as they do. Will Taylor and Harvey Sales have finished for this session. Most of our top 15 are bang in the middle of their laps. So, in fact, most of the field are in the middle of their laps. It seems to be the top 15, 16, 17 or so are able to squeeze out one more time lap. This one, currently Callum Boot, Jonathan Fuchsel, Tom Welford, Dan Griffin and Milo Stewart, your top 5, as I think Callum Boot will be the first to come round and finish qualifying of those. Tatchell is in Lincolnshire. Yeah, we've got that much covered.
Yep.
Which way does it go, Reeve? Let's figure it out. Callum Boot has crossed the line. He is still in first place as it stands. Dan Griffin improves up to second place, displaces Jonathan Fuchsel. Max Miller and Sam Chilton improve, as well as does Jensen Davis, pushing Milo Stewart right down the order. They're all coming around to finish now. Fuchsel holds on to second place with a decent lap time that time around for 1:28.6. Not much change elsewhere in the top. Milo Stewart has finished. I think they will finish now. It's just frozen to update on my timing screen. I'm going to assume that Milo has, because it's very satisfying to see the 88 in position number 8. So your order then for junior lightweight Group A qualifying. Callum Boot in first, Jonathan Fuchsel second, Dan Griffin third, Max Miller fourth, fifth Thomas Wells, Sam Chilton, Jensen Davis, Milo Stewart, Caden Graham and Ivan Lyons, top 10. We move on now to another cadet session. Here we go then, for our next session. It is a cadet session, and it's super lightweight Group B. All of them are out at the back end of the circuit. So the junior, cadet super lightweight last year was won by a driver today in this category. So Jacob Underhill, who we'll be speaking to in the Paddock show shortly, won cadet super lightweight last year with smashing 5 race victories, or final victories I should say. Jacob will be competing in the cadet lightweight this year, so he moved up a weight category. So we will see a new cadet super lightweight North champion this year. Of course, the cadet super lightweights currently hold the lap record around here, and I believe we're going to see our lap record holder in this session, given he won in session A. Senna K. Hanna should be out there, the Silverstone lap record holder.
He should be indeed. Already a title that bears some impressive weight behind it, doesn't it? It's a big one. It's what the drivers are going to be fighting for today as well, as obviously starting the season off with a good round 1. Now the cadet super lightweights in Group A, their best time from Jack Thompson 131.244, so we're at least looking to match that, if not improve upon it. A quick reminder that in qualifying groups there is no kind of previous results or time-based application of who gets put into which order. It's all just done based on random allocation before they will set their times and head out into the racing after the lunch break this afternoon. So we are still waiting for our quick times to come in. I am noticing the cadets seem to be bunching up together a little bit more, seem to be keeping each other company out on track. They have got plenty of track. They might want to think about spreading out into it, but even with that, so much room to play with here at Silverstone, and then even more so that looks like it's at turn 10 there actually. That drivers should be able to get some decent lap times in regardless. There will be some wave yellows there while that driver is assisted in getting back out on track. Just having a little bit of a skirmish off at the Priory, and that's what you expect heading into these early qualifying sessions. These are going to be some of the fastest laps of the day, weather not permitting. So drivers are going to be trying to find their limit, the kart's limit, and the limit of grip in these conditions as well. But we do have our drivers now heading around to set our first times in just a moment. And I'm just going to give another quick shout out to everyone watching. Over 300 of you watching along so far live. So really impressive numbers. Thank you very much, folks. If you've got anyone else you think might be interested in the world of CLUB 100 karting or just British karting in general, as we do enter an important and exciting new era here in Silverstone for international karting and British karting plenty, then do get your friends, family, anyone who might be interested to tune in and show the support for the drivers. 7 minutes left on the clock in this one. Let's see what we are looking like in terms of results so far. I have the right screen up on my laptop, and here we go. We have Senna Rapana on the current provisional pole time with a 1:32.8, and that is perhaps to be expected given their time and impressive status as lap record holder here at Silverstone so far. Freya Lally is just behind overall. We did see 1:31 to 1:32s in the previous Cadet Super Lightweight running, so I imagine we're going to see something broadly similar here as well. In terms of rookies in this session then, let's have a look at who we have got. Joshua Adams, Harrison Freeman, Oscar Watson, then we have Mason McKenzie, Alfie Elson, Leo Smith, Archie Peswick and Jin Ying as well. So a big hello to all of you for getting involved in the CLUB 100 action. We've got a couple of cone warnings pouring in. We haven't talked to, but we don't want to immediately always delve into penalty chat, but we haven't needed to so far. So well done to everyone so far. We'll try to hopefully keep it this way.
Yes, there's a couple to mention. So receiving a penalty in qualifying will mean that you drop down some positions in the overall order. Notably, our, former top of the timing sheets, Senna Kozrapana, otherwise known as Senna K-Pana, for those of you who watched this series last year, and for those of you who heard us talking about the lap record holder, Senna has a ABC takeout penalty, which is ABC stands for advantage by contact. So you have an ABC takeout, ABC BAP, which is a bump and pass, BAP. And Senna has one of those already, as does Nathan Gretsch, a BAP Nathan Gretsch takeout for Senna. But Sam Fleming has jumped to the top of the timings here with a 1:31.58, which is an astonishing time from Sam. So well done to Sam. Mohamed Issa Subada is doing pretty well as well. Third, another returnee to this championship from last year, as is Freya Lally, who is currently fourth in the number 7 plate. Freya last year, I want to say, did indeed finish 7th. That's Freya has been that number. Mohamed Issa Subada finished 12th, but somehow Senna has got the number 12 plate. But yeah, Freya has kept the 7. I think probably up to 10. I think the way you did it, seniors in CLUB 100 was the top 10 get off the plates, and the rest are around there. Might be the reason why we don't see, for example, the number 1 plate, because that belongs to James Underhill, who has moved up a weight class.
Has indeed, and this is looking like we could be on for the closest competition we've had so far in qualifying. Still a little bit of a time delta, but within 0.4 of a second. Sam Fleming leads the charge just behind a couple of other drivers, and it actually is slightly further up the road, heading through a bridge at the moment, is Senna K. Panna. We've got a bit of overtaking action going on here in qualifying.
Side by side, at the very least. So let's run through should we run through the corners again, Reeve, just so that ourselves and the viewers get a decent idea of what's going on. That's turn 10, looking at their Priory. So that shot is going to hopefully become familiar to everyone. And then this, I believe, is 11 of Club. Slight left-hander then is Ireland, and then you head into Tower. This is 14 of Seagrave, a right-hander, a left-hander then Siemens, and I want to say that's the final corner, Reeve. It is indeed. That's 17 of Museum, and then Farm Curve takes you around onto the pit straight.
It does indeed. You can see the start of that final corner there, which brings you onto the start-finish straight. Pointed out quite nicely by the tram lines heading down grid. Drivers, as we head into the racing this afternoon, will need to form up in two distinct files where they'll need to stay within those tram lines on race start before they get underway racing. If they break formation there, they will be noted by the stewards and have potentially, not immediately a bit of re-education, but we'll just be, we'll be informed of a slight mishap with the regulations there. So drivers need to make sure that they start the races by heading down those tram lines before we head into turn 1 and go racing. That's just to make sure that we all get a nice, fair and equal start to the racing. But not long to go left in this one now, just 2 minutes left on the clock. Sam Fleming still leads us, but it is getting closer. Senna K. Panna at 1:31.3. These two are notably clear of anyone else out on track. Senna just heading through the Seagrave right-hander at the moment. Up in front is the number 25 of, that is going to be the number 25, I know you said of Freya Lally then, so I've got that completely wrong. That is the number 25 of Mohamed Issa Subadar, and then also Freya Lally is the driver up in front. But Mohamed Issa Subadar, speaking of, up into third, and Senna K. Panna takes the new fastest lap of the session so far to 1:30.869. Found half a second on Sam Fleming in the end. We could be in for a bit of a progression in terms of times here, folks, as maybe the rain's been holding off for a little while now, so the track could be getting ever so slightly faster. Sam Fleming, there we go, 1:30.6, finds 2/10 on Senna this time around. We're going to have a little bit of a breather while our front runners head round towards the end of the track again, but don't think for a second that means that a few more drivers aren't going to start challenging for that pole position.
It's great stuff from Sam Fleming, a rookie last year, only did 2 rounds of the Northern Championship, and certainly wasn't mixing it at the front. Yeah, I'm sure he won't mind me saying the best result was a 7th overall, followed by a 12th. So to be at the top of the timings is going to be really pleasing for Sam. We see him now. Is that coming around the final corner? No, that's number 10, isn't it? That's Priory, I think. Still trying to get used to what we're seeing on screen. They could do with labelling them, couldn't they? A little white paint on the exit. That'd be excellent. But no, Sam doing an excellent job so far, and really building on those first couple of rounds where he was learning the karts last year. So excellent work from Sam.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what it looks like now as the time is about to hit 0. The checkered flag has been waved on this session. These are going to be the last 2 attempts coming to a close for these drivers now. We've got improvements from Shane Ritan, and then we have Gillian Townsend as well improving. But it looks like no major change at the top end of the order so far. Sam Fleming does cross the line to 1:31 that time around. Doesn't need to improve upon what else he has done though, because it's looking good so far. Senna K. Panna, next driver to come across the line. Hamadisa Subadar not too far behind as well. Senna completes the lap there, and that is a no improvement for Senna this time around. We have just a couple more drivers to bring an end to this qualifying session, but it's looking pretty good if you're Sam Fleming.
Just Mohamed Issa Subadar and Freya Lally from the top 10 to come around. Can either of them improve on their times? I think They are just coming through the middle complex now. Yeah, if I look at the window, I can see actually a couple of them coming around the final section. Let's have a look if there's any major movement in that top 10. In fact, yeah, just the two of them now to go. They are rounding the last corner, if my timing screen is correct. There's Freya Lally, doesn't manage to improve on 6th, and Mohammed Isa Subadar stays 3rd. So that's Sam Fleming, Senna Koshrapana, Mohammed Isa Subadar, Jalen Srikatan, Gillian Townsend, Freya Lally, Nathan Gretsch, Brian Hamlet, Chloe Van Beneden, and Joe Fleming, the top 10.
With that, then, we bring an end to the Cadet Super Lightweight Group B qualifiers. We're going to be heading out on track in just a moment with some more junior action. Here we go then, it's our junior lightweight B qualifying group heading out on track in just a moment. The time that these drivers are looking to beat is going to be a 1:27.853, hosted by Callum Boot in pole for his qualifying session. So let's see what our junior drivers can do this time out. I wonder if we're starting to see just a little bit of very slight track improvements, potentially, just as the rain's been holding off for a little while. The karts have been navigating around, a little bit of heat from them, a little bit of energy from the tyres as well. We might just be starting to see a slight improvement, potentially. Fingers crossed that we do get dry conditions throughout the rest of the day. It's not looking ideal, as I say, but who knows what we'll get. So it'll be good to see these drivers getting close towards that 123 or low 120s region that we saw from some running yesterday.
You keep an eye on that lap record, Reeve.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Don't you worry about it, Jacob. It's I mean, forget championships, you know. This is what it's all about, folks. It's to say that you are the king.
Did we have anyone express a preference in the comments? Now that we've discussed the anti-clockwise circuits of the world, certainly the karting ones anyway.
An anti-clockwise driver.
What would you prefer? Let us know in the comments. Would you prefer to be a lap record holder at Silverstone for any given amount of time, as Senna is currently, or would you rather win the A-Final today? Which would you prefer, to come away and say, I'm a lap record holder at Silverstone, or that you've won the A-Final? Let us know in the comments. I'm certainly veering towards the lap record. I think Reeve, you are more of an A-Final person. So, yeah, settle this for us, if you will, viewers.
Definitely. I say that I'm more of an A-Final person. If I was driving out on track and it was my driving skills, I'd just be hoping to complete a lap. I think that would be enough.
You do well to do that.
That would be enough of a reward for my driving, at least. But our drivers are now getting ready to post their first fast lap times here at Silverstone, and I do like, because we are at the main big venue, plenty else is going on around the motoring hub that is Silverstone. We discussed it a little bit in the Paddock show, which we'll see coming up later on, but yeah, it's the heart of motorsport here. You've got facilities like of Cadillac Formula 1, Aston Martin F1. Just down the road there's Brackley, where some very nice, very fast Mercedes F1 engines are probably all being tinkered and screwed together before they head out to Australia. There's plenty of things going on here, one of which you can see in background every now and again. There's some classic car running, some lovely Jaguar E-Types and GT40s, which are dashing it around, I think in a bit of a testing session, just trying to get a feel for some reliability there, which, as I mentioned earlier on, as a petrol head's just great to hear. But back to the karting. 8 minutes left on the clock in this one. We got our first couple of drivers coming in with some times. Just wait for my system to update. Here we go. So far, it's Nikolai Eisgaard, a 129.484. So I think definitely the track is beginning to pick up just a little bit now. So we are going to see a bit of an improvement, hopefully, as we head further through the sessions. Nikolai Eisgaard into the 29 region. Jonas Klimas in 1:30.1. And while we wait for some more times to pour in, as Jacob Marples goes 1:28.1, some really fast times coming in, and now plenty of 1:28.1s, and we're into the 27s. All of a sudden, this track seems to be lighting up, folks. Frederick Burden leads the charge with that 127.9. A couple of rookie drivers in this one, Max Hayes, Zach McKieran. There we have Dana Tillotson, Seth Dodds, Daniel Larkin, Lewis Watson, Jordan Bennett Dowd, as well as Sebastian Ken. So hello to all of you, and thank you very much for jumping in on the Club 100 action, and hopefully see plenty more to come throughout the season. But that 127.9 is a very impressive run from Frederick Burden, and is notably quicker than the other run we've seen so far. Now, in the Club 100, there are some mechanisms for balancing things out based on improvements in terms of track conditions, in terms of overall session times. Obviously, we amalgamate all of the qualifying times at the end of the qualifying runs into the respective groups. So we'll wait to hear from the stewards to see what the grids will end up looking like for the racing this afternoon. But so far it's looking good at the top end of this session with some really quick times.
Yeah, so the benchmark we're looking at is Callum Boot set a 1 minute 27.8 in the first of our junior lightweight qualifying groups. So Nikolai Eisgaard, or now Jacob Marples, will find themselves on the front row. Indeed, Jacob Marples goes faster than Callum managed to, so the fastest junior lightweight of the day, and just 3 seconds off that elusive lap record. The times at the front of this are, broadly speaking, quicker than we saw earlier as well. Aside from Callum Boot in the first session, the next best we saw was a 28.6 from Jonathan Fuchsel, and we've got, what is that, seven drivers who've beaten that so far. So slight benefit to those who are out in this second session. But yes, the way the qualifying works, given the fact that conditions can change this much in between sessions, is that first will have their times compared, and that'll be the front row. Second and second will be the second row, so as not to give too much of an advantage to people. It can happen the other way around as well. It can start to rain after the first session, in which case these guys will be massively disadvantaged, and that's the reason why we do it that way. It makes sense, especially when you see over the course of the season it's likely to balance out, and these are random groups as well, so it's not as if anyone was able to get a peek at the weather forecast and get some sort of advantage.
I mean, just look at the country and you can never predict what the weather's going to look like. But big hello to Sir Duco, who asks what track layout is this. This is the Grand Prix layout here at the Silverstone Kart facility, or Kart Silverstone. There's plenty of layouts on offer. There's also International and Village circuits. International points more down towards Bridge and includes the end of Maggots and Beckett, and also the start of the start-finish straight. Village starts at Wellington and loops round as you head through, cuts through immediately from Brooklyn straight back into Priory at turn 10. Then there's also the Indy National, and the Village circuit is mentioned again, but there's also the Indian National there. But we're on the Grand Prix today, and got a few advances on our question regarding what's better, lap times or trophies, and so far it seems to be race wins are what you want, really. As Ben Robertson says, you can lose a lap record, you can never lose a trophy. That's it's quite a nice way of putting it, I think. Well, I suppose you can physically lose it, but don't do that. Make sure you put them in your cabinet. And then also, HM Motorsport says a win always feels better than a timing sheet.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to win an A-Final, but maybe I spend too much time on LinkedIn. I feel like your tagline on LinkedIn is former lap record holder at Silverstone maybe hits a bit harder than former race winner at Silverstone.
You just put race winner. You're always a race winner.
Yeah, but you could come for a stag do or a birthday party and win a race. You can't. Well, you could, in theory, come for a stag do or a birthday party and set a lap record, but be very difficult to do so, given that you're likely not in as quick machinery as we see here today, or indeed as we'll be racing around here over the course of the next year. That's where I'm coming from in that regard, but perhaps I am in the minority in preferring.
I want to give a quick mention to Jacob Marples, new leader of this session, 126.3. That's a really nice time. I think the track is beginning to light up just a little bit now. The rain holding off for some time, as we have seen it in the past. I believe it was at it wasn't Ella Park. It escapes me where we were, but it was myself and Andrew Mather, and we left qualifying with a gradually improving track conditions. Oh, it's going to be great. We're going to get into some really nice dry running for the race this afternoon. We had the Paddock show, which was, again, dry while we recorded it. Jumped straight back into the racing, and it was torrential downpour. So you never know what's going to happen, but for now, the track does seem to be improving. 26.3, Jonas Klimas not too far behind as well. Also in the 26s, Eisgaard, Frederick Burden, and Zach Hassan fighting over the 27s, as Nikolai Eisgaard says, never mind, Reeve, you're completely wrong there. I've just gone a 26.2 new provisional pole with 2 minutes left to go in this session.
He doesn't like you. He told me earlier. That's why he did that. We've got a couple of penalties. Restart on grass is what you might see as an ROG. That's Sebastian Ken who's done that. These karts don't like being started on the ground, slippery glass. There's no favours for the clutches. And Frederick Burden has gone FDW. FDW stands for forcing a driver wide, not giving enough racing room, likely on the exit of a corner. So a couple of penalties there. Keep a mention of the penalties, as we mentioned earlier, mean that you drop down positions in your qualifying order. With just a minute left, I'd like to talk you through some of the track again in case you're just tuning in. What we are currently looking at, Reeve, I've switched over, so I've got no point of reference. Where are we looking at here, Reeve?
I've just stopped looking at my timing system.
That's all right, we're at 14. This is Seagrave, and then 15 of C. Man, I thought I'd put you on the spot.
We're all under control here, folks, don't worry.
Yeah, and then around the final wing curve and museum section, that's museum there you're looking at. Farm curve is this little kink here you can see that takes you back onto the start finish straight, and we'll follow these drivers for what will be their last lap. Indeed, Mr. Eisgaard there leading us into turn 1 Wellington and 2 of stage. There's then a 3 which is Jimmy's curve, which takes you up to this corner here, which is Brooklands, famous name of course next to the Brooklands building. 5, 6 and 7 are famous names as well, Maggots and Beckett's, 6 and 7, before taking you to number 8 of Bridge, this big long left-hander here people have been taking a very wide entry into so far today. From Bridge you go past the Express curve into Priory, which is a right-hander you're about to see flashing up on your screens now. There she is. And after Priory you head on down past that big white patch to Club, another right-hander. There's a left-hander then of Ireland, that's the one, the curve that they've just risen over there, and then the 13 is Tower. This one then, back to where we started, is, oh, I'm gone. Sorry, lost me there. Seagrave and Seaman are the last two restarted, following Mr. Eisgaard there, and we will see if Nikolai can improve on that second place with the very last lap of this qualifying session. Over the line now, and there is no improvement, so it's going to have to be someone else to displace Jacob Marples, if anyone. Nikolai Eisgaard finishing with a 126.27 that should get him third in the Pre-A final.
Watch out.
Sorry, Reeve.
I was going to say, watch out for Marples coming across the line in just a moment. Can he improve again? Doesn't this time around, but not too far off, all things considered. James Wall will be leading the next pack to head across the line here. Sorry, no, John Wall, apologies. John Wall and James Wall, we got both. There we go, they come across the line. Marples still leading the charge in this one. No major changes going on at the top end of the order at the end of this session. There we go, that's it settled. It's going to be Jacob Marples who takes pole in this junior lightweight Group B qualifying running. Nikolai Eisgaard and Jonathan Klimas completing your top 3. That brings an end for a moment for our junior qualifiers. Up next though, it's going to be our cadet lightweight Group A running.
Alright then, back at it with the cadets. This time it's the lightweights. So cadets lightweight A is the first of our 2 cadet lightweight groups to go out on track. You can see them getting themselves out of the pit lane here. A couple of staff making sure that they're all getting going. And someone getting B-roll footage there as well by the looks of things. Is that Dan down there?
Very nice.
Good stuff. All right, and there's your juniors from the previous session on the left-hand side. So this will be the first of our cadet lightweight groups. Last year's champion in this category was Ethan Guest, who didn't have that strong a start to the season, but really picked up towards the end. 3 race wins for him, just to beat out Felix Sheldon Haywood and Zane Perry to that title. We've got a graduate from the super lightweights coming through. We mentioned Jacob Underhill earlier, who won the cadet super lightweight. He's stepped up a weight class. He's no longer super light, he's just light. And I think I can see his helmet out there on track now, so keep an eye out for Jacob, as well as Ethan, Felix and Zane. Not quite sure what their plans are this year, but we will let you know as and when we see them. So Will Moore is the first to round Silverstone in this class. That's him there going into turn 1. And then we pick up the rest of the pack here coming through. Seagrave and Seaman, and into the final corner. As mentioned in previous sessions, your first lap out of the pits will not be timed, given that the timing loop is over the start finish line that we've just seen. And then the second lap will be your first foray onto the timing sheets for these cadets. 8 to 12 years old, these cadets. And our juniors are 12 to 16. So all drivers you see today are within those age brackets, as we see one of them finding their way out onto the grass. This shot here is express curve. They kind of curve around to the left hand side, just to the right of this camera shot. They're coming out of 8, which is bridge. And then this is coming on down to 11 of club. Left-hand kink of Ireland, and then a right-hand kink of Tower, which brings you into this final complex here. Seagrave, Seaman, one curve, Museum and Farm curve. The main corners there, Seagrave and Seaman, the right and left-hander. And I think Museum will be just a dab of the brakes, I'd imagine, to bring you out onto the start-finish straight. So yes, Will Moore sets the first lap time in this session, a 1:31.3. To the top of the times goes Jackson Burge and Jacob Underhill. Jackson Burge with a 1:30.1. We've got a couple of rookies in this one, Reeve. Oliver Connor is a new driver to Club 100. Henry Dodds as well. Jacob Cox is a new driver. Oliver, did I say Oliver Connor? I think I said Oliver Connor. They're all changing in order, so I'm trying to read them out. We've got Drew Taylor, Hayden Macy, Michael Gardner as well, rookies. Welcome to Club 100 to those drivers. We hope to see you do brilliantly over the course of the season. But yes, early pace set by Jackson and Jacob. Zachary Smith up there as well in third.
Just under 7 minutes to go in this session then. Currently it's Burge and Underhill, as you say. Jacob leading the charge here. They're in a good spot on track at the moment. They haven't got too much in front of them, and well, they're pretty clear of everyone else. This is a 20 kart session for our Cadet Lightweight Group A, so plenty of space in 1300 metres for these smaller cadet karts to start posting some fast laps. And obviously still no rain, so the track should be slowly but surely continuing to improve. So we'll see if that is the case. Heading back out onto the start finish straight, of course, because we have 2 separate fleets of karts here for both divisions. It does mean that over the course of the day, the karts are given brief moments to kind of cool down, and they need to be brought back up into temperature before we head out on track once again. Jackson Bird still leads us with a 30.1. We're in the 32s and 33s at the moment. William Moore's an improver over that last lap, though. He goes 1:30.316. That's a nice bit of progression there. Likewise, David Kadar jumps up to 1:31.7. Rian Roy Chowdhury as well, 1:34.4. So made up quite a number of places based on the previous run there William Moore has been served the old meatball, the mechanical flag, which just means that our ever-observant marshals have seen something that they're not quite happy with on the cart. Usually it's something to do with the way a transponder or a number plate is fitted, that sort of thing. So it just means that he's going to have to drop back into the pits and should have a moment to just have a quick check over and jump back out with 5 minutes left to go in the session. But currently running in third is William Moore.
Yeah, so we're following our top two at the moment. That's Jackson Burge there in the black and orange getup. Just ahead of him is Jacob Underhill. It'll be interesting to see if Jacob sets a better lap time now that he's dived ahead of Jackson and seems to be pulling away ever so slightly, and that's them coming through the last part of the lap. Now you've got a good view there of Seaman, Seagrave and Museum. So yeah, round to start another lap. Zach Smith actually jumps to the top of the time. Jacob Underhill does jump ahead of Jackson Burge. That's the two we're looking at by here as they come down into turn 1 Wellington. That's the big long left-hander. The right-hander then is Stage. Jimmy's curve is a slight turn up towards this one, which is Brooklands. Brooklands building will be behind the camera at this shot. They then approach the fast sweeping chicane, which we all know the name of, or the names of, I should say, because the first one's Maggots and the second and third, sixth and seventh are Beckett's. Back on the start finish straight, we are looking to see who else is setting a good time as Jacob Underhill picks up a cone warning. He's made a little bit of contact with some of the track furniture, as we like to call it, and has had a warning for doing so.
Think of the cones, folks. It's a tough job being a cone at a karting venue, I find. They're usually, it's a brave job as well. You know, you've got drivers pushing on as much as they can, and sometimes you get hit in the face as a result of it. But think of the cones, drivers, the poor cones. 3 minutes left on the clock. 1 minute 29.1 is Zach Smith's best time. Luke Collins just behind in the 29s as well. Likewise Underhill. And very nearly William Moore is back out on track. He's got the kart back up and running once again, but it's a 1:30.157, so still improving there as Zach Smith, new fastest time, 1:28.637. That is a bit of a blinder for the Cadet lightweight driver there. So just remember, folks, the conditions not ideal. We're not going to be at full dry pace yet, as we saw. That's usually about 1:23s as it transpires, but Zach Smith, that's a really nice time there. And we have David Kart joining that group of drivers in the sub 1 minute 30 region. 1 minute 29.9 for David Kart there, who started off this session on a little bit on the back foot, but has very quickly brought himself right up to speed. So well done to all those drivers out there. They seem to have spread out fairly well out on track as well. So the last 2.5 minutes, we should see those final quick attempts pouring in.
Yes, so Zach Smith is the driver we're following around here in shot, the 13 kart. Finished third in the championship last year with a very impressive final round, winning the pre-A final and coming second in the A final. A really strong finish, and he started the year well as well with a third and second in the first round. Looks to be starting this year equally strongly. So Zach Smith, I should say that's a graduate from the super lightweight, as with Jacob Underhill. So those results were super lightweight. This is lightweight, that slightly higher weight category. He's coming round to set another lap time. This is Farm Curve on the final straights. No improvement from that one by the looks of things. Into Wellington he comes, around the left-hander, and then it's the right-hander off stage. He navigates Jimmy's curve next, coming up to this corner here, which is Brooklands. And through the shot he goes. Maggots, Beckett's are next, 5, 6 and 7. As here are the main two challengers. I say main two challengers. Jacob Underhill is still second. Jackson Burge has dropped down to fourth now. He's got ahead of Jacob Underhill though, so seems to have a little bit of pace as Jacob Underhill gets a curb warning, more interaction with parts of the track that he shouldn't necessarily be interacting with. But I always like to say in sessions like these, if you're not getting warnings, you're not pushing the limits. So like-minded Jacobs, I see in CLUB100 karting, Zachary Smith picks off another overtake. That's in the middle section of the track, and I think he's now heading down to, he is indeed, the right-hander of Seagrave. and then the left-hander of Seaman will point him towards the final main corner on this track of Museum and ready to set another lap time.
Is there a bit of Jacob telepathy going on potentially? Are you able to know what
Sometimes there is.
Yeah,
Not right now, he's busy. But yeah, certainly, you know, when we're just having lunch or something, I know what lunch he's having. And he knows what lunch I'm having, as any other Jacob. Jacob Lordy has very interesting lunches.
See, this is the thing that I don't get to enjoy. Is obviously I have a name that not many other people have, so I don't often get this. Maybe it's just a thing that I miss out on
with
everyone else.
Nothing.
No other Reeves that I'm aware of. Although we were looking at this. Anyway, there are some. Either way, the checkered flag, thankfully, has been waved before I start digressing even further. And it is Zach Smith who currently leads the charge in this one at the moment. Still a few more drivers to head across the line, though. Luke Collins has completed their run, so it's a 128.7 is the best that Luke can hope for in this one. Still, it's a very good position to be in. Only 2 drivers in the 28-second region for the time being. David Cadar, nice progression in the end. It was a 129.355. Brings an end to the session with that. The number 28 plated kart comes across the line next. Sorry, 38 plated kart comes across the line next, and then it's number 15 of Sebastian Hill as well, 132.1. Up next, number 47 of Henry Doze, who does improve and finds a few more tenths to jump up to 19th place in the session. 42 plated kart will be coming home next as well. That's going to be Hayden Macy crossing the line there. No improvement found that time around. And then we've got a few of our front runners also bringing it home over the coming seconds. So let's see, it's the number 26 of William Moore. William Moore was in the mix every now and again and finished with the 129.483. So a nice progression at the end. And Zach Smith does improve with that final run. That's what I was kind of waiting for, folks. A 128.2. Jacob Underhill jumps ahead of Jackson Burge and Luke Collins to go 128.576 and second place overall in this session. So Zach Smith cementing their pole position. Jacob Underhill leapfrogging at the very last moment in this cadet lightweight group qualifying.
Yeah, great finish, and we'll be moving on to our junior super lightweight group A next. Here we go then for the first of our junior super lightweights, making their way out on track now. So we've seen our junior lightweights. In theory, Reeve, these guys are the top contenders for that lap record that we've been talking about so much today. The lightest drivers in the quickest, most powerful karts that we have today.
Yeah.
Reminder the benchmark set by one of our cadet super lightweights, Senna Panna, is a 123.5. I think we'll be getting close to that in this session. Our junior benchmark at the minute, set by the junior lightweights, is a 26.2. We can expect to see these super lightweights go a little bit quicker than that, not only because they carry less weight, but also because it's drying up. It's quite, I don't want to say a bright day, but it's certainly less gloomy than it was in previous sessions. And we've had no rain whatsoever. The wind has been coming. Karts have been running around the track, drying it up. I think we're going to get close, if not in this session, then in the junior super lightweight B qualifying, to that lap record.
Absolutely, Jacob. I'm going to look out at the left-hand side of our comms box window, which is a fabulously placed comms box, I must say. We can see so much of the track. Yeah, outside the left-hand side of the window, I can see a brief flash of blue skies. Now, commentator's curse, as we know, is a thing. So
there it is. I can see it myself.
That might be all that we get, but it's possible that the sun is there. British people watching along, I promise you, the sun still exists, as it turns out.
Been known to, yeah.
Yeah. So who knows? We might be lucky. We might get some properly sunny, dry running today. And as you mentioned, Jacob, the track at least is improving. So we should see some good times coming up in this session.
Just a note, Jack Bromham is in this one. He finished 4th in this championship last year. Junior super lightweight order was Logan McAllister, Ellis McKenzie, Tom Welsford, and Jack Bromham. I want to say we've seen Tom Welsford already today. I think he might have moved up into junior lightweight. Tom Justice and Sam Morse were in there as well. But I think Jack Bromham is our only carryover from last year. We've got Sam Burnell as well, who was a rookie last year, and he's back for a second season this year. He's in this session 2, so keep an eye out for those guys. I think we might have 1 or 2 graduates from cadets in this one as well. We'll keep an eye out for those. I'm sure we spoke to 1 or 2 of them in the paddock walk earlier, so could be some quite experienced drivers in that regard racing around, as Sam Burnell sets at 1:25.1. So yes, we are getting close to that lap record, and Sam Burnell sits at the top of the timings, having finished 8th in last year's Junior Super Lightweight standings. Junior Super Lightweight North, that is, as well. I feel like we only need to make that distinction once or twice a day, the North one. But it is important to remember that Club 100 now runs as a South and a North. There are 2 main championships for every weight category. This is round 1 of the North.
It is indeed, and it's a really nice distinction to be able to make, because we've seen the growth of the Club 100 Championship as a whole, which means that we've got enough drivers to be able to say it's time for a completely separate championship, which primarily focuses on those from my end of the woods, from some of those more northern tracks as well. I believe this will be the most southern track that the North Championship visits. Correct me if I'm wrong, but even then, it's not actually all that much of a drive. Just pop down the M6, pop down the M40, and you're here. Sorry, M42, and you're here. But yeah, great to be able to need to make that distinction as the Club 100 continues to go from strength to strength. We've got some really exciting stuff coming up, obviously, as I said in the Paddock show, but I'll mention it now. Tomorrow, when we have our senior running, also for the first time, SP40s going to be broadcast as well in the morning, which is very exciting stuff. And plenty else going on this year. Obviously, perhaps the big one being the Road Tax Racing Club International Finals, which there has been obviously changes with that recently, so looking forward to seeing what we can get from that this season as well. 6 minutes left on the clock. Sam Burnell currently leads us in this session, as you mentioned, Jacob. The times should be improving. 1 minute 24.7 now is Sam Burnell. He's getting close to dry running pace, still a few seconds off, but 124.7 is the fastest that we've seen. Joshua Robinson 124.9, those two leading the charge in this session. Jack Bromham does improve, is currently on a bit of a charge at the moment, so I suspect we're going to see him dip below the 125s, as Lewis Tracy also finds a nice amount of time in this session so far. Bit of a more packed grid in the juniors, as is usually the case, and it's 27 Kart out on track at the moment. Ellis McKenzie flies in with a 123.7, so finds 1 second over Sam Burnell, and has a massive amount of clear space out on track at the moment.
Yeah, I mentioned Ellis McKenzie, second last year's championship. I missed him as I was running through the order earlier in terms of drivers who were returning from last year. Ellis, his best result was a second place in the Pre-A final round 4 last year. He had a third as well in the Pre-A round 5. But he'll be looking to make that top step onto the podium today, I'd imagine. And he's a very, very strong driver. One thing I did want to mention as well is to keep your comments coming in the chat. We've got support for Alfie Kells, up the Alfie Kells, says Toby Reader. Joy Mallet saying go Oscar Mallet, and Anders Ladden Dad says come on Joshua Robinson. Keep your support coming in the chat. There's over 300 of you watching currently right now, so yeah, any support that you have for these drivers, we will do our best to keep up with you in the comments.
We will indeed. We'll be monitoring them throughout the day while we look at these sessions taking place, and it's still being led by Ellis McKenzie. I do want to mention, I just need to double check that it's all out there and it is all confirmed. Obviously, Road Tax Racing Club International Finals, hosted by ourselves at Club 100, which we knew already. Very exciting stuff, but also taking place here at Kart Silverstone. So very exciting to be.
We've got it, Reeve. We've got a new lap record.
Oh.
Ellis McKenzie is the lap record holder around Silverstone karting track. He's just set a 123.512, which beats out the previous lap record of a 541. So just 3 thousandths of a second. But Ellis McKenzie is the lap record holder at Silverstone.
There we go then. Already it has been beaten. That's impressive to say that. I mean, the track's physically looking notably more raceable now, but it's still definitely a little bit greasy. It's still definitely, I mean, we might be being led into a false sense there, because the tarmac is going to be looking very fresh and very kind of, because it is new tarmac. Yeah. But still sometimes we found out there. So Alex McKenzie impressing with that run. Sam Burnell also improving last time out with a 123.8. Joshie Wood jumps up in to 12th place on the road, 125.9. Jack Bromham also improving as well. So this is going to be another one of those sessions, just as we saw with our first bit of junior running, where I think the times are going to start to pour in late on into the session.
Yeah, track limit warning for Alex McKenzie, who's reinforcing what I said earlier with regards to Jacob Underhill of finding the limits. JV's not going to be very happy with me saying that on the live stream, but absolutely, if you want to find the limits in your qualifying session to go as fast as possible, you're going to pick up a warning or two, as exemplified there by someone who set another lap record, Reeve, with a 123.0. He is by far the fastest driver ever officially around this track now. Alex McKenzie really doing a great job here today, and looks good for that first super lightweight junior win this weekend. Can he get there? We will find out this afternoon. Jack Bromham, the other driver I mentioned who had a very, very strong championship last year, has just moved up into second with a 23.7, but it's still 6/10 to Alex McKenzie. That really is a great showing from him. Sam Burnell's doing well down in third place. Joshua Robinson's fourth. Finley Strang is fifth. Jensen Barnard is in sixth, and Alex Ratton's improved massively with his last lap, up 12 places into seventh. Kai Jackson's eighth. Jaden Streatham is ninth, and then Ella Rowe is in 10th place. Jaden Streatham is the first of our rookies in this session, so doing really well.
Yeah.
For a first session for him, as we see Alex McKenzie there, the distinctive red and green helmet comes around to set another lap time. Is this another lap record? It is indeed, Reeve. We're into the 22s, a 122.7. He really looks comfortable out there in these conditions as he rounds the first corner. That's Wellington. He's done stage as well. We'll follow him now into Brooklands after having navigated Jimmy's curve, I should say. Maggots there, Beckett's these two, and then headed on down to big left-hander off bridge. Nice wide entry coming towards the apex and the latter part of the corner, and then drifting out wide as we head down the straight. It's got express curve between here and turn number 10, which is Priory. There's a yellow flag out in Priory for that driver that spun round, so Alice makes his way around very safely. Down then to 11, this is Club Corner, right-hander. You can see Alice working the kart really hard there. That left-hander is 12, it's Ireland, and then Tower is the right-hander there. He's heading now into Seagrave, really shifting his weight around the kart to maximise the levels of grip he's getting. Through the left-hander then, that's Seaman, turn 15. And then around a slight curve, wind curve, before turn 17, the last big corner on the track. That's Museum. And then this little curve is Farm Curve. He's coming around to set another lap time. The session has finished, and indeed he has put himself in the best possible position. That last lap, bit hampered by the yellow flag, but Ellis McKenzie currently sits at the top of these timings quite comfortably by 8/10 of a second from Sam Burnell.
He does indeed. Sam Burnell was improving in the background during that time, just not quite enough, unfortunately, so we're going to wait for a few more drivers to bring it home. There we go, Burnell crossed the line, Finley Strang crossed the line as well. Jaden Stratham improves there, so again, really impressive running for a rookie driver. I want to give a quick shout out and a hello to one of our other rookie drivers, Jensen Varden, who's, I assume, family or supporters are showing some support in the comments. Hello to Jensen Varden. It says, first of many years. And we have actually had a chat with him in the Paddock show, which will be coming up after our qualifying session, so do stay tuned for that. For a brief moment, I thought JV's YouTube channel was our own John Vigo, just supporting himself, which is, you know, he's more than welcome to. Big thank you to all the work he's put in the background, but I put the pieces together and probably assumed that it meant Jensen Varden, who's driving in this session today. Most drivers then across the line, no late improvement. It's Ellis McKenzie, Sam Burnell and Jack Bromham who take the top step in this one. Jaden Stratham, though, completely knocks me out the water there with a 1 minute 25.0 up to 7th. That's really impressive for one of our rookies in this session. So top work there, Jaden. and be interested to see what else you can do in the racing this afternoon. That does bring an end, though, to our Junior Super Lightweight Group A qualifiers. Up next, it's going to be our Cadet Lightweight Group B qualifying runners.
Here we go then for the second of our Cadet Super Lightweights. You can see them there, just waiting to go out in the pit lane. Club 100 staff just about ready to give them the thumbs up. In fact, we've got one now on track already by those things. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. The rest of them will be following momentarily. Or maybe that was a junior I can see out on track. It is a junior, I think. Although the seat cradle looks like a cadet to me. So not quite sure what's happened there. Maybe someone's gone out in error. Straggler from the last session maybe will confirm if they come into the pits or around the start-finish straight. Don't normally see that happen, but yeah, one seems to have jumped the gun, as it were. Not sure if there'll be a penalty for that. Depend on what happened entirely, but on we go then with the Cadet Super Lightweights. Just a reminder of the kind of benchmark we are looking for in our Cadet Super Lightweights. We've already had the Cadet Lightweights qualify, but, oh sorry, this is, I'm getting mixed up with my weight classes here, Reeve. I'm struggling. Yeah, we've had the Cadet Super Lightweights already. Yeah, too many results to be looking through. Too many results indeed. This is Cadet Lightweights, isn't it? It might say Super Lightweights on your screen, but this is Cadet Lightweight. Zach Smith was at the front of Cadet Lightweight Group A with a 128.2. We saw a 4-second improvement in the juniors in the last session, so pit track really is picking up now. Expect to see them going into the 127s at least, if not quicker. There you go, correction at the bottom of your screen. This is the Cadet Lightweight A qualifying. So let's see what our cadets can do. Ages 8 to 12, as we mentioned earlier, so these are the freshest of faces in Club 100. And this is round 1 of our Northern Championship. This championship won last year by Jacob Underhill, who's now graduated. This championship was won by Ethan Guest. Jacob Underhill won our super lightweight, and he has now made it into lightweight cadets. And there's a couple of names as well hanging around. Alex Rattan was in the previous session. He's made the step up from cadets to juniors. Zach Smith, I'm sure I've seen out as well. In fact, was it him who set the quickest lap time? It was indeed. So Zach Smith will be on the front row of cadet lightweights. He's made the step up from super lightweight, having finished 3rd last year. Lots of movers and shakers to keep up with in that regard. People moving from cadets to juniors, from super lightweights to lightweights. We could do with one of those graphs that shows like who's gone where, and probably be just as hard to follow as my commentary, to be honest with you. But
better than mine at
we'll
that moment
do our
in time.
very best. James Vout is also out in this one. He was a super lightweight last year. Indeed, he finished 4th in super lightweights, now making his way around as a lightweight for the first time.
Yep, doing better than myself there, Jacob. I was busy being an old man struggling to use social media technology, so I've figured that out now. I know how to upload a story. There we go. And big thank you. You'll see, those of you who follow along the karting scene will see the commentary today is provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. Mr. Andrew Mather, who's currently, I believe, jetting off to the Gulf of Mexico to find some warmer weather than what we have here. So
is it the Gulf of Mexico, Reeve?
He'll be on a cruise in the Gulf of Mexico.
Is it still called the Gulf of Mexico? Is one question.
Oh, I'm going to go with that. And 7.5 minutes left in this session. But yeah, so big thank you to Double Dash Motorsport Media for all the work they do in the background. Big thank you to 100. Big thank you to Alpha Live as well. Big thank you to everyone. Yeah, so Andrew's just tagged us in a couple of stories for us to upload to our own socials, and I basically forgot how Instagram works. 7 minutes left on the clock. Ronnie Deacon is a 1 minute 28.8. That's about 0.6 of a second faster than anyone else at this moment. Tyler Shanks and Madagascar, closest drivers to him. As Ronnie Deacon's actually maybe in an interesting position in this qualifying as we look back towards the museum here. We'll see Ronnie Deacon heading on through in just a second. It's a very interesting point that he's in because he's right up against a pack of drivers in front of him. His rivals, Tyler Shanks and Madagascar, are at the front of this pack, so they've got some clean running. As long as they don't squabble with themselves too much, they can just settle in and set some fast times. Ronnie Deacon might be getting caught up a bit. Not that he now leads the session anymore. James Vout takes the top step for the time being with a 1:28.730, finds over a tenth of an advantage over Ronnie Deacon the last time around, and Ronnie says, no you're not. Ignore everything I've just said, folks, because Ronnie Deacon's just got a 1:28.1, so finds 0.6 of a second to improve upon there and cements his provisional pole position in this session.
Lots of new drivers in this session, Reeve. We got Maya Stewart, or Maya Stewart, however Maya prefers to pronounce it. Zach Illingworth is a new driver as well. Adam Azim is brand new to Club 100. Leo Rooney is a fresh face out there as well. Ethan Coots, guys, enjoy yourselves. Our fastest lap time is the fastest lap time of this category. So Zach Smith set a 28.288 in the first session. Ronnie Deacon set a 28.128, so they're going a little bit quicker. Ronnie Deacon currently then in line for pole position on the pre-A final. There's still half a session to go though, and I'm sure the likes of James Vout and Adam Askar will be looking to improve on their times as well. Tyler Shanks getting up into second place with a decent lap time as well. There's track limits for James Vout, Adam Askar. Good to see them really working this track. It's even faster goes Ronnie Deacon. Ronnie Deacon is on one in this session, Reeve. 27.7 now, nearly a whole second ahead of the nearest challenger. Tyler Shanks is 0.95 behind Ronnie.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I did mention earlier on I was fearful that he wasn't going to be able to progress perhaps as much as he would have wanted to, but clearly unfazed by those other karts around the track. And this might just be a feature of Silverstone here. We know it's fairly wide, there's plenty of space for drivers to occupy. And as times do improve, I think Ronnie's just in a really good rhythm at the moment as he runs through Bridge. He seems fairly happy. 127.7, as we say, it's around about a second clear of anyone else. It does get rather interesting, though, in that fight for P2. Tyler Shanks, Adam Askar and James Vout will be the drivers who are going to be vowing for that second step in this session. 3.5 minutes left to go in this one. A couple of track limits warnings, but so far, and again, it's got to be commentators' curse, very clean session from everyone so far in our cadet running for Group B, so well done to the drivers out there.
Championship did the last the last 3 of 5 rounds there. It's a phenomenon that you see across Club 100, I feel, Reeve. Cadets, juniors, the UKC, and indeed seniors. Second season syndrome, I like to call it. In football, second season syndrome is a bad thing. The second season, after you've been promoted to the Premiership, teams have kind of found you out and know what you're doing, and some teams go back on down to the Championship. But in Club 100, second season syndrome for me is you found your footing, you know what it's about, the kind of novelty or excitement, if you will, that perhaps makes a few drivers maybe nervous or shy, or perhaps not go for the kind of things that they would go for when they're fully experienced. That's gone, and you see some people really come into their own in their second season, and it looks like Ronnie Deacon is personifying that at the minute with another really quick lap time of 27.647 last time around. That's the number 14 you see here. He's got a wetsuit on, but the green and white suit underneath and the green and white helmet. Great colour scheme. Ronnie comes around now. I think he's in kind of Seaman. This is now the left-hander coming up towards the end of the track, so we could be about to see another one. But yeah, you see drivers really just kind of shake off that rookie tag and get straight into top-level driving. And hopefully we're seeing that from Ronnie and a couple of others today. As around Farm Curve comes Ronnie to set another lap time. Let's see what he's got. Tyler's improved ever so slightly on the last one. Ronnie this time doesn't. Can't set a quick lap time every time. Yeah, Tyler Shanks a little bit better last time around, but still 9.5 seconds. 9.5 tenths off the lead.
They are indeed. 90 seconds left in this one then, and Ronnie Deacon has been controlling things really well. Those in P3, P2, P4 have been staying together as a trio, but or at least staying together in a pack, but just haven't been able to quite make their way towards those 127s. So I want to give a quick another shout out to those of you watching along. Some really good numbers for the broadcast today, so a big thank you. Let's see if we can let's bring a challenge in as we head into the racing. Do it? No, I'm not going to go for 500. We're already at 350, 370. Come on, folks. Let's see if we can hit the big 500. And usually people buy us Jaffa cakes. I will buy someone some Jaffa cakes. I don't know who. Someone who can prove that they have brought 150 people into the broadcast for us. There you go, I'll buy some Jaffa cakes. Either way, big thank you to all those watching along. Anders Lad and Dad from my neck of the woods saying that they're hoping to get to view some more Club 100 action this year, and there is plenty to choose from, so I'm sure the opportunity will arise. 30 seconds left to go then. Deacon heads round to complete his lap. We watch on with Tyler Shanks, though, who's also getting ready to start what will be their final attempt in qualifying. Adam Asghar jumps ahead into second, though, with a 128.530. No change for Ronnie Deacon, but Ronnie Deacon doesn't really need to do much else in terms of lap times at the moment. Ethan Coote jumps up into P11th, one of our rookie drivers, and Cole Blockley, speaking of the rookies, is currently your leading rookie in 8th, with only 0.08 of a second away from the 129. So the checkered flag has been waved now. These drivers are going to be heading towards the end of this session. Our juniors will be heading out next. This is our penultimate qualifying session of the day, but we still have 10 or so minutes of qualifying action to go. 35 is the plate of the car coming across the line next. Lewis Forster brings it home with a 1 minute 30.308, and a bit of a wait for number 7 to come across the line next. That's going to be Adam Azim, one of our rookie drivers in this session so far. Best time of 1:33.428, and brings it on to the start-finish straight now, as we do watch on with Tyler Shanks and Adam Asghar. Adam Azim remains in 19th overall then. The action all going on for P2 and P3. They'll be the drivers coming across the line in just a moment. Looks like Shanks leads Asghar as they complete the farm curve, head on to the start-finish straight. Any improvement to be found? Tyler Shanks goes into second, eventually leapfrogs Adam Asghar into the 127s for Tyler Shanks. Not able to get quite close enough to Ronnie Deacon, who goes 127.0. That's a blistering time late on in the session for Ronnie Deacon. Didn't necessarily need to do that. In fact, didn't need to do that. Had pole in the bag, but has just flown in with a near 126 time there, but a 127 flat in the end for Ronnie Deacon. Shanks leapfrogging Asghar, which brings a bit of an exciting crescendo to end this Cadet Lightweight Group B qualifying. Don't go anywhere though, because in just a moment our Junior Super Lightweight Group B qualifier is going to be out for our final qualifying session of the day. And here we go then, your juniors are heading back out on track in just a moment. Session not live just yet as we wait for juniors to head out and get the qualifying running underway. Jump into the bigger carts. The whistle is blown, which means the engines fire into life and we are good to go. Qualifying once again. There we go, they all leave the pit lane and head out down towards Wellington in just a moment.
This will be the last of our qualifying sessions, I believe, Reeve.
It will indeed, at least hope it is. That's what I've just called it as we head into this session. So if I'm wrong, then I look like a complete fool.
And now I do as well. But hopefully we'll be going into our lunch break after this. You'll see our Paddock show, which we recorded earlier. We get a chance to talk to some of the talent on display here today. And then we'll start racing with our pre-B finals this afternoon. So really looking forward to seeing these guys racing. And the first racing here at Silverstone officially. We've been keeping an eye on our lap records, and maybe we'll see another one in this session here. The lap record holder around this track is Ellis McKenzie. That was set just a session or two ago in the Junior Super Lightweight Group A. We're watching Junior Super Lightweight Group B now, and 122 is the benchmark for pole position on the A-Final later on today, as you see a couple of karts coming into contact there. Not the start we want to see, and someone's having to push their kart back off that grass onto the tarmac to get going again here. So yes, 122.7 is both the benchmark for the lap record and for pole position in the A-Final. The way it works is the first person from each session has their lap times compared for the front row of the grid. Second in each session has their lap times compared for second in the session, so that there's no significant advantage in the track conditions, improving or worsening between the two randomly selected sessions. They've all completed their first sight lap. We've got a few rookies here: Kian Karim, Connor Nathan, Lucius Millard, Zachary Belch, Isaac Tomlinson, Jaden Bapari, Chayton Kirk, Craig Borland, Riley Chadwick, Tilda Blue Williams, James Winterbottom and Joshua Weaver. Welcome to Club 100 to those guys, as we look forward to seeing what you can produce over the course of the year. We've got a yellow flag out there on one part of the track, not the one that we're following through right now. I think what we're following is the 11, 12 and 13 of Club Island and Tower section, coming down to 14, which is Seagrave. That's the right-hander they're navigating now. Then a flick to the left through Seaman. That's turn 15. We've got Wing Curve before Museum, which is the corner these drivers are exiting now. And onto Farm Curve. And the start-finish straight. So let's see who's setting the initial pace in this one. Sam Morse goes to the top of the time sheets. Paige Martin as well. Will Harvey is up there too. 24s and 25s for starters here. So I think we are going to see, if not close to, then beating that 122 from earlier. Sam Morse with the number 6 plate, which Sam earned last year. One round win in round 2 last year for Sam. A first place in the A-Final and a second place in the pre-A-Final. A really good showing. Not as great a finish to the season, which is why the 6 plate is on that card. But Sam will be hoping to start the season as well as he started last year's junior super lightweight with the second place in the pre-A final.
7 minutes to go then in this one, and Morse does lead the charge. William Harvey's made some nice progression in this one, and it seems to be a good day for our rookies as well in the junior super lightweight group B. Kian Kareem and James Winterbottom, 4th and 5th in this session at the moment, so really nice way to start their Club 100 careers. I am just looking at some of these camera shots as we see some drivers heading through the farm curve side by side. It looks to be there's certain patches of dry now beginning to take place out on the track. Now, obviously it's not been raining, well, it's been greasy, but it looks to be the track is fully drying out. And that's because the blue skies are migrating their way over to the track, aren't they? It's starting to look a bit more like a spring day, which is what we want to see. Hopefully, fingers crossed, will all hold out for us for the racing this afternoon, and the track will continue to dry out a little bit throughout the lunch break as well. But we've still got 6 minutes of running before that, a few more minutes before you'll see our paddock show and hear from our drivers. So let's see what we can do. Sam Morse still leads the charge in this one. We head through bridge there, and now we look down to Priory at turn 10, where we can see a fleet of karts heading on through. It's going to be Sam Morse is the driver that we're following along with at the moment, navigating the right-hander. 1 minute 24.491, and it gets better for our rookies really, because Zachary Belch, James Winterbottom now 2nd and 3rd in this session.
I'm no meteorologist, Reeve, but there are now 3 bits of blue sky. One of the bits is really big.
Oh, this is very technical.
So,
I like it.
Yeah, that hopefully will give you at home a really strong impression of
You'll have a career in BBC Weather before you know it.
Yeah, they're ringing me now. I can see my phone going off. I'm busy at the moment though. Sorry, guys. Kian Karim briefly takes top spot. Sam Morse takes it back with a 23.0. He's heading for that lap record, Reeve. I think he or even someone else in this session might be able to snatch it with the coming laps. Still got half of the session to go, so expecting another 3 or 4 lap times from each of them minimum. A couple of penalties to mention: a forcing a driver wide for Paige Martin and a restart on grass for Freda Wong. Guys, pay attention during the driver's briefing. Keane Karim, though, and Zachary Belch, both rookies. I think this is the first time we've seen 2 rookies this close to the top of the timing sheets, Reeve.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done very well. The rookies seem to be spread far and wide throughout the pack in this Super Lightweight Group B for the junior running. And as you say, yeah, it's a really impressive effort from the likes of Keane Karim and James Winterbottom, Zachary Belch in third at the moment. 4 minutes left on the clock, and no one's been able to quite get close to Sam Morse's time there. Sam's heading through towards the end of the lap in just a moment, with a nice bit of a gap down to Zachary Belch behind. Keane Karim up in front as well. So I imagine if the likes of Zachary Belch can close up on someone like Sam Morse, someone who perhaps isn't a rookie, it could be really crucial running to just kind of get a feel for what the competitors are doing as Sam Morse crosses the line, as you saw there, folks. A 1 minute 22.6 finds a few more tenths there. That is blistering stuff, and arguably more importantly,
you know why I'm not in, Reeve. It's the lap record. Sam Morse is the lap record holder. Ellis McKenzie can put in his LinkedIn profile, former lap record holder at Silverstone, as I so wish to do, because Sam Morse is the current lap record holder. 1:22.6, a blisteringly quick time. Will Harvey, the closest challenger now, with a really good time last time out. And Max Poole, George Duguid, Lucius Mallard, they're all improving. I think they're all going to be mixing it up at the top. I mentioned that there was a couple of rookies. Those rookies are now down in 5th, 6th and 7th. The 2 I was talking about, Kian and Zachary, are 6th and 7th, and Lucius Millard, who's getting some support in the YouTube chat as well. Best of luck from Team 21 Racing. What a great track to start on. Absolutely,
yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. As great as all the other tracks are on the calendar, this really does feel quite special this weekend, and we are privileged to be here at Silverstone for the very first official race meeting, and that's why we're calling our lap records so often. Sam Morse is the lap record holder. You see here Sam's coming round for another pop at it. Not quite as fast this time round, but still gets the prestigious LinkedIn tagline of Silverstone record holder.
Yeah, as you say, first time that we've got any broadcasting for an official race meet, which is a big privilege to be a part on. It's great to see these drivers looking really excited for it, as well as, I mean, it's Silverstone, you can't not be pleased. You know, we're a part of history, Jacob. There you go, we need statues somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love I love my history. Yeah. And it's glad to finally be one of them.
A major part of it.
Yeah, one of the guys. Me, you, Alexander the Great, Napoleon.
There'll be a day. There'll probably be a day. On this day, watch it, 28th of Feb. So
Julius Caesar is another one of us, as I know to refer to.
We're just alike.
Yes.
Many ways. Anyway, 90 seconds left on the clock. Sam Morse still hasn't improved upon. I mean, I say still hasn't improved upon that really impressive time from a couple of laps ago. Has a little bit of traffic out there to contend with by the looks of our timing system, although it seems to be clear of it now as we run down through the palm curve in just a moment. 1 minute left on the clock, so drivers, a few of them, in fact no one else is going to. Oh, there we go, Sam Morse crossed the line, improves again, 1 minute 22.151. I think Sam Morse definitely fancies a spot in the history books after this one, because we'll quite clearly hold the lap record for the next little while. I imagine we might see it in the racing later on if some drivers are particularly pacey, but that's really impressive stuff from Sam Morse. Heads through Magnus Beckett at the moment. Plenty of changes going on elsewhere in the midfield. Improvements for Rafa Malcolm, improvements for Jaden Papari, improvements for Ewan Platt, finding a good few tenths there to jump up into that midfield zone. Noah Johnson doing the same thing. Benjamin Kent moving on up as well. So plenty of change in this improving track here at Silverstone. James Winterbottom had a really good start to the session, has kind of dropped off a little bit, but has certainly found some pace again. Back in the 1 minute 24s and is in the leading rookie trio, now being led by Zachary Belch, Lucius Millard, and then James Winterbottom as well. So going to be some great action, I get the feeling, in the upper midfield as we head into the racing this afternoon. But this is going to bring an end to our qualifying for the day. The checkered flag is waved, and our drivers are bringing an end to their running now. No one else got an opportunity for another lap in late on there, so the first few drivers coming across the line now. Sam Morse will be one of those drivers, in fact. So let's see if there is an improvement. A 121.1 to beat. It was a 123.1 this time around. No change found there at the top end of the order, but over a second of an advantage. That's really impressive stuff. What else can anyone else do? Keem Karim ends up in 9th in the end. Zachary Belt brings it home in 5th. William Harvey improves and leapfrogs ahead of Max Poole to go 2nd. Max Poole 3rd. Riley Busby does the same and leapfrogs ahead of George Guide. Ends up in 4th, does Riley Busby. Then we have Lucius Millard finishing in 6th. Jaden Papari jumps up into 12th. Rafa Malcolm brings it into the top 10 in the end there. That's a nice final lap from Rafa Malcolm there. But this brings an end to our qualifying running, Jacob.
Yeah, great showing this morning, and you can see now the sun is out.
Oh,
yes. It's going to dry up here even more this afternoon. The racing is going to be absolutely fantastic. Do stick around. We'll be getting going in about half an hour's time. And in the meantime,
we're going to go sunbathe.
Well, we're going to go sunbathe, and you're going to see us walking around earlier in slightly less favourable conditions, talking to all the drivers. So keep an eye out for your favourites. We managed to speak to a fair few this morning, and we will be back live in around about half an hour.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Paddock Show for the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors North Championship Round 1. We've had some practice and qualifying running already, and now it's time to get a bit of a word from our drivers, Jacob. Day of firsts, the first round of the season. It is the first time we've got a broadcast here at the new Silverstone karting venue, and it's also the first time that we've got some new liveries on our cars for a little while, so looking forward to this one today, Jacob.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day of cadet and junior racing. Looking forward to seeing the guys out for the first time this season in the North Championship. Who knows what to expect, Reeve?
Yeah, it's a whole new track. We haven't actually seen any track action so far, apart from the practice that you've got going on behind you folks. So let's see if we can pester any drivers to get their thoughts on the track so far. Let's see, who can we grab a word with? Excuse me, you got a moment for Club 100?
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
And your name, sorry?
Jasper.
Thank you very much, Jasper. So, new track, new challenge, new season. What do you make of it so far?
It's been pretty tricky. Yesterday I was here at practice testing. Went pretty good. P9 and then P10, so 2 top 10 finishes.
Fantastic stuff. So, is this track already on your favourites list so far then? Do you think it's a nice new experience?
Yeah, it's a very solid track for me. Yeah, I got to grips with the track pretty easily, so it's really good.
Fantastic stuff, Jasper. So, one challenge I did want to ask of our drivers is, we in the comms box can't think of another anti-clockwise circuit that Club 100 haven't visited, but another one for a little while. Can you think of any other anti-clockwise circuits that you've driven on?
You're going to have to ask another person.
Yeah, it's. I don't think anyone has got one. Best of luck today, and enjoy trying out this new circuit. Great, now let's see. Where has Jacob gone? I can't believe I've lost him. He's quite tall. Where's Jacob? Let's see. There he is. He's over there. Fantastic. Going to pass you over to Jacob now.
So I'm here with my namesake, Jacob Underhill. Jacob, you won a Club 100 Championship last year. You moved up a weight class this year, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you similar ambitions this year, do you reckon?
Yeah, I just want to keep my head up and win this next championship.
Nice. And tell us, new track, what are the challenges that you're looking to address immediately here in the practice? What have you got to do to get yourself at the top of this field?
Well, I think it's just finding where the grip is, because this is a new track, so there's like no rubber. So most of the lines are really grippy. So you've got to explore where all the rubber is and where the grip is.
Is there any preparation you can do before arrival? I know there's not many onboards of this track around, but what have you been doing to get yourself ready for this weekend?
Well, I have a coach called JS Race Intuition, and on the last Wednesday, we did a Zoom call, like covering all the track and the lines and racing and all sorts of stuff.
Nice. Yeah, good preparation, and hopefully I'll see you in good stead. Have you been out yet today already?
I was out yesterday for 2 sessions, but I've not been out today.
All right then, slightly different conditions. Hopefully, though, you'll manage to do all right. Whilst we're with you, just a quick look at these new karts. They are looking pretty fancy. New sticker set for this year. Bit more red, bit more white. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it looks good, to be honest. The sticker kit's cool, and then you got the new Nassau as well, so it's pretty good.
All right, well, let's hope they look just as good out on track. Jacob, thanks for talking to us as always. I'm going to head on and see who Reeve has got to talk to. He's at the front of this pack down here with quite a distinctive-looking helmet, Reeve.
It is indeed. That's what drew me to have a quick chat with Oliver here. It's that fabulous Lando Norris helmet. Take it you're a big fan then?
Yeah.
What was that feeling then as you watched him at the end of last year's F1 running to see him finally be crowned champion by a very close margin?
I mean, I was just very happy to see him win.
Cracking stuff. So you haven't been out here yet. Any kind of challenges that you can see on this new kart circuit? Any parts of the track that you think might be a little bit technical?
Probably this first corner and probably on post 8.
Cracking stuff, Oliver. What are you hoping to get from today? Where are you trying to start off your championship? What kind of results are you looking for?
I mean, I'm not really going for position, more just lap times, because it's my first time.
Fantastic stuff. So you're just hoping to kind of build on it and kind of find your footing. Well, best luck in that case then, Oliver. And hope you go well today. Let's see who else we can find. Tell you what, we'll go to the kart in front. Why don't you introduce yourself for all of our viewers at home today? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Will.
Thank you very much, Will. So, had any chance to get any running here at all so far? Is it your first time out on track?
Yeah, so we had 2 sessions yesterday in the pre-event test, so they were good. Positive, we were 6th and 1 and 7th in the other.
Nice. So you're hoping for some good results then today?
Yeah, hopefully.
Brilliant. And what do you make of the track so far?
It's very wide. Just to say, for the cadet karts, it's very big. So
Yeah. Very wide. So that means I think in the comms box we're going to be hoping for lots of overtakes. You should have lots of room for it.
8 wide in some points.
That would be brave, but you know what? You guys could do it better than I could. So best of luck out there today. Have a great day, Will. Let's see, who else can we find, Jacob?
Well, we're about to let these guys head out for their session. The checkered flag's on the little digiboard over there. I thought whilst we wait for these guys to go out and we get some juniors to come in and give us fresh impressions of the track, we can have a word about just where we are exactly. If I step to one side, you can see the Brooklands building behind us over there, and the main grandstand then runs all the way down the back of this kart circuit, and you've got the Silverstone Museum there over to the left-hand side as well. We are, well, they call themselves the heart of British motorsport. We are in the aorta, aren't we, Reeve? We are bang in the middle of the main Silverstone track. And what a fantastic venue they put together.
Yeah, absolutely. The facilities seem top-notch. We know what they're going for. They're going for the home of another international karting venue to add to the UK's roster. We're at the home of the British Grand Prix. We knew it was always going to be big. As you say, it's great to be back in proper motorsport valley.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to mention this a couple of times over the weekend, Reeve, but anti-clockwise. An anti-clockwise karting track. I can't think of another one in the UK. I'm sure someone in the comments is going to correct me or at least point out one which I've unfortunately forgotten. But no, of the main Club 100 tracks that we go to, and BUKC as well, I know the BUKC calendar this year is all clockwise, slightly different challenge than we normally see, and it'd be interesting to see, if anything, what effect that has.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of firsts, as I said right at the start of the Paddock show. We'll see a difference in track, and also the new liveries on the karts, a new Club 100 logo on display on that on some of these new karts as well. So yeah, looking forward to what 2026 brings as our our cadet drivers head out now. We should see a few juniors popping in just a moment.
Yeah, we'll head over once these guys are out on track and have a word with some of our junior drivers who are just about to jump out of their karts after a practice session. Be interesting to see what they make of it. As Jacob Underhill quite rightfully said, as a brand new track, it's going to be an interesting challenge to see who can find the grip, where, on what corners. The racing line is very poorly established, Reeve, and typically what we see in wet conditions such as these is the rubber that's on the racing line gets wet. Not much grip on wet rubber, so people go and find different areas of grip, but not much rubber down on this track. So we'll see what happens during the racing. But yeah, let's head down to where we started this, and we'll grab some of these juniors on their way out. And they can give you a better articulation than I just did on exactly what challenges there are on a brand new green track, I believe the terminology is. So if we wait by here, I'd figure they will come on out. So you want to grab the first one, Reeve? Who's the first one? The first one, I think, is this young man in the blue suit. We're the wrong side of the crowd going through, but you take the microphone and the door stops someone.
Fantastic. Are we going to do our first bit of... No. We're not quite going to go for our first bit of commentator running towards someone. Anybody, you got a moment for Alpha Live?
Sure, yeah.
Introduce yourself to our broadcast today.
I'm Jacob Marples. I'm racing in lightweights.
Fantastic stuff. So, had much running here so far?
No, this is my first time on the track. It's a pretty good track. I think it's quite technical, but I think it'll be better when it's dry.
Yeah, we were just discussing actually the wet line. It's kind of, well, it's all non-existent really. There's no rubber on the track. It's all fresh. So I think the junior drivers are going to have some fun out there today. I imagine nice wide circuit for the larger karts to be going for it. So are you happy with this venue to kick off the new season?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good venue. I think everything about it's good. Silverstone, so...
Exactly, you got that absolutely nailed there. You can't complain when you're at Silverstone. It's always a good day. So obviously we're round one in the north. We'll be seeing you in the south as well, in the Club 100 action this year.
I'll be doing some of the rounds. I'm not sure which ones though yet, so I'll see which ones I can do.
Brilliant stuff. What's your hopes for today then? Where are you looking to be finishing? What's your results are going to be looking like?
First.
I like the confidence. Fantastic stuff. Best luck out there today, and let's see who else we can grab a word with. Jacob's got someone.
I've just grabbed Arnav, who's fresh off the track. You can still see the spots of rain on his visor. Arnav, how did you find it?
It was good. It was really wet though, I think.
And what kind of challenges does that pose on a green track such as this?
Well, I guess it's just really slippery. It's very wide as well, so it's easy to go wide.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
But does that not give you a lot of opportunities for overtaking in the racing
I
later?
think it does though, to be honest. In the racing, it's probably more fun to be in the rain, but maybe not in qualifying and practice.
Well, there's a lot of wind about, and it's not currently raining, so it might dry up for later. What are your hopes for today?
I'm just hoping to at least get into maybe the A-Final. Last year I was doing cadets. I didn't do amazingly, so hoping to do better this year. And yeah, just get an improvement from last year.
So you've moved from our smaller karts that we've already seen to the bigger ones on the left-hand side. How are you finding the difference between the two?
I think they're a lot faster, a lot more like slidey to drive, especially in the wet. So it's, as I said before, it's like really fun to drive. And yeah, so.
And do you reckon you can carry the skills that you learned in cadets through to juniors? Is it a worthwhile kind of career progression, as you were?
Hopefully, I think so. But obviously they are quite different to drive, even though they're more fun. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll look to see how you get on this afternoon. Thanks for chatting with us, and all the best for this season and this afternoon. Reeve has got someone who's about to go out, so hasn't quite yet had the experience on the track, but we'll see how they get on. Reeve.
I'm migrating towards the track myself, actually, so I've managed to sequester a father-son duo here. So why don't you introduce yourselves to the stream?
I'm Freddie.
My name's Gordon.
Thank you both. So, new challenge, new circuit. What do you make of it so far?
It looks pretty fun. The curbs look nice, but we've been told we can't hit him, so...
Yes, please look after the Club 100 karts. They're looking rather fresh and rather lovely with their new livery, so... reduction of curb action drivers, I think that'll be a good aim. And yourself, what do you make of the new venue and kicking off the season here?
Oh, it's great. It's his first time in juniors, so hopefully he does well in his first outing. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, that'll be really exciting for you this season. So obviously kicking off the North Division in your junior running as well. And have we got any more action from you in the Club 100? We'll be seeing you in the South, any other championships?
A few rounds in the South, all of North. Well, that's it.
Brilliant stuff. So what are your aims for today then? Obviously, first time running out in the juniors. Where are you trying to kind of find your feet?
Well, A-Final will be nice. Top 5 B-Final, I'm happy with that. But yeah, anything really.
Hey, there's still some very good aims. I mean, top of the B final into the A final. Obviously, the drivers can replicharge through throughout the day. So if they score well enough in the relative final, they can work their way on through to the top end of the stuff. So best of luck out there today then, and we'll try and see you about later on throughout the season as well.
Thank you.
Great. Let's see who else we can find.
I was just going to jump on someone's side pod, I think, Reeve, and catch them by surprise. We've not got too long left of this Paddock show, but I will have a quick word with someone I recognise, and I'm a big fan of this helmet design, actually. I'm always a fan of the cleaner looking ones, and Jensen, you've got a very clean looking helmet. Is that brand new?
Yes, it's brand new. I got it from the sponsorship team Clearroute. It's a wonderful, like, technological team. I recommend you go look at it. And they gave me this beautiful helmet.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of it, actually. And the Peugeot branded as well?
Yeah, Peugeot branded from Paul DeResta.
Nice. Yeah, I'm a really big fan of it. And are you going to do it justice today out on track? What's your aims?
I'm gonna try and get in the top 5 of the finals and see how I get on, really, since it's my first race here in CLUB100 professionally. So hopefully it goes well.
Have you got experience in other karting formulas?
Well, I've been doing like team sport for about 2 years now, and I've been doing CLUB100 for a couple months recently and a bit of Daytona, so I think I'm ready.
All right then. And this brand new track, Silverstone, obviously no one's been here before. What do you foresee being the main challenges today?
Particularly the wet, since I had a bit of a hard time yesterday as I forgot my rain suit, so I got soaked, and my visor, I couldn't see anything out of it. So, but hopefully, since it's dried up a bit, we're going to have a lot better time.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit drier than it was for the test session, yes. So we got the wind blowing across the track as well, so hopefully blowing the water off, and yeah, hopefully it'll be a bit drier. I've been there myself without the rain suit, and it's a struggle, but now that you've done that first session, that's the worst that can happen, and you can get out there and focus on your racing. And you said top 5 as well. That's an absolutely solid aim. Who are you here with today?
I'm here with James Winterbottom and Kean Karoon.
And anyone watching at home?
Yeah, my mum and my dad. They're watching Alpha Live right now, actually, so hi, Mum.
This isn't quite live, but this will be going out in the lunchtime. So once you finish this session, make sure you give them a message and let them know you'll be on there. And yeah, they'll be able to watch this around about midday with their lunch. So all the best today, Jensen. And I hope to see you and your beautiful looking helmet out on the track at the front of the field.
Thank you.
There we go then. Right. Reeve has found a CLUB100 staff member who might be able to give a professional opinion on what this track is like. I'll let you ask the questions, Reeve.
Thank you very much. You've really dubbed yourself in it now, haven't you? But go on then, tell us what you make of Silverstone so far.
Yeah, I haven't actually driven the track here, so I literally arrived here on Friday. So yeah, I'm working in the pit lane today and doing some safety karting for tomorrow for the seniors. But honestly, the track looks mega. Obviously, FIA grade, all the curbs, super top notch, and the surface is so smooth from what I've seen. Did a little track walk. And there's a lot of elevation change, because obviously over there it runs on the old F1 track, so it's so wide, you've got so much space to play with. So I expect the racing today should be very interesting to watch for the viewers on the live stream. So yeah, should make some good watching.
Yeah, it should be indeed. You make a good point about the elevation. When we arrived on at the circuit today, I didn't appreciate just how much it does actually have a bit of a dip in it.
Yeah.
I believe it's bridge, and people are going to correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. Yeah. It pinches a bit of bridge, I think, from the old circuit. Yes. But you mentioned tomorrow's running as well. We've got a pretty blockbuster weekend, if you will, for CLUB100, because not only have we got the Cadets and Juniors North running today, but we've also got SP40 and the seniors tomorrow. So are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the sprints. Obviously, a lot of my friends like Jamie Tyler-Good and Don Balasitis, a lot of other junior drivers that are moving up to the senior class. So I'm really excited to see how they do. Obviously, you've got some of the titans of the sprints like Joe Holmes, James Small's making an appearance. So that should be very interesting to watch to see how he does. Yeah, really look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, should be a really good weekend. Thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to work and see if we can pinch an interview from another driver potentially.
Yeah, we've not got long left, and these guys are about to head out, so we're going to get out of their way and try and squeeze in one last interview. I've mentioned how much I enjoyed Jensen's helmet over there as well, and we've got a Ayrton Senna replica helmet here as well. What's your name?
Will.
Will. I was just saying how much I admire your helmet from afar. You a big Senna fan?
Yeah.
And can you emulate him in today's conditions? He's obviously a bit of a master in the wet, wasn't he? How about yourself?
A lot of understeer. I was a lot of understeer in the corners. Just trying to get the karts to grip as much as I can, and just going to get warmed up for my pre-race.
Have you been out yet, or is this going to be your first air session in a minute?
No, it's my second session.
And you enjoying it so far? What do you reckon of the track?
I reckon it's very fast flowing, as obviously the straight down here is really fast. And definitely the chicanes, and also got to watch out for the rumble strips. Otherwise, it's a really fast circuit with lots of grip in the dry.
A resounding review there from young Will. Will, what are you hoping for today? Where do you want to see yourself on the standings at the end of the day?
Definitely trying to get a podium, but otherwise, just going to see if I can qualify like 10th, so I'll get a good start, and obviously just get a good start. But trying to get the fastest lap time as much as I can, trying to get warmed up and trying to get some heat into those tyres. That's it.
So that's a really grounded view, and aiming high, but not too high. I appreciate that. Well, we've pretty much come to the end of the time. I tried to squeeze you in for one last interview, but I think, Reeve, unless you want to try and squeeze in another one, that's all. Thanks for chatting with us, and good luck today as well. Yeah, I think that's all we got time for, Reeve, is it?
I think it is indeed, Jacob. It was really good insight to have a few words from some of our drivers there. New venue, as we've mentioned a few times now, and really looking forward to the action. We've had practice running and qualifying, as you've seen so far, but now it's time to get into some racing this afternoon. So we'll catch you in a moment.
welcome to this afternoon's racing here at Silverstone Kart Circuit, the first ever official race meeting here at Silverstone, and we will be starting with the Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B Final in just a few moments' time. Really excited to be here, Reeve. Looking forward to the racing action, having seen a little taster this morning with the qualifying, and it's set to be a really good afternoon.
It is indeed. Very much looking forward to it. The conditions have stayed really good over lunch, which does mean that it should be good to go racing this afternoon. 8 pre-finals, followed by 8 proper finals to bring 16 pieces of racing action to you this afternoon. Our junior super lightweights were the last qualifiers out on track before they set the fastest lap time of the day overall, a 1:22.1. Now, though, it's a little bit less about lap times, a little bit more about what the drivers can do when they're fighting against each other out on track. So a big hello to all of you who are tuning back in after our Paddock show, or those who are maybe just jumping in and now for the racing action today. A big hello. What an exciting prospect it is to be here today for the inaugural broadcast of not only this Kart Silverstone venue, but also Club 100 this season as well. So great to be back. Just in the background there, folks, you can hear that sounds like a GT40, just vaguely in the distance. Maybe an E-Type, might be wrong. We'll see it in just a moment. Some type of filming going on the main course, which just goes to show just how close we are to the action here at Silverstone. This new venue placed right at the entry into Brooklands, and then it kind of covers the run through Luffield as well. So we're right in on the action here. Obviously, this track does take some inspiration from various parts of the main course as well. But so far, the vibes seem really good. Everyone seems to be having a great time. In lunch, we had the music was pumping in the paddock. It's I had Sweet Caroline at one point. It was great. It's like being back in Liverpool on a Friday night. But yeah, everyone seems to be in good spirits. Look forward to go racing this afternoon.
Yep, keep your contributions coming in the comments section. We've got about 300 people watching at any given time this weekend. We've got Terry Tagg, Sam Baker, Ethan Whitlam, Richard Telford, The Burge 13 is watching as well. And we've got, surprisingly, Reeve, the most beautiful girl in the world watching the live stream right now. My fiancée Amy is sat at home watching us. So big shout out to her. We are getting married this May, which is, you know, nearly a month away. We'll be in March next month, and it'll just be April separating us then until we can be together forever.
Oh, how lovely. You excited?
Very excited, yes. Got big plans for the wedding, and you know, it'll be as majestic as the first ever race event at Silverstone Kart Circuit for sure, if not even more majestic. We will see. Find out in May.
Yeah, look forward to hearing about it. I imagine as well the stag do, will it be something like out the hangover potentially? You're going to be...
That was last weekend. I'll show you some pictures later.
Oh, great. Well, you're here now to tell the tale, so can't have gone too badly.
Did survive, yes. Say that much about it. Looks like we're nearly ready to go, Reeve. We've got a full complement of super lightweight cadets lined up in the grid on your shot. They will soon be making their way out on track. I'm just having a little look around now. I think most marshals and observers are in posts. They are indeed, and that whistle you can hear is the signal for these drivers to start their engines and make their way out on the track. There you go. Leading the way out now is the first of our drivers, and it's right about time we start reading through the grids, isn't it, Reeve?
It is indeed. I think we might be waiting just for a moment for the grids to pile in. So in the meantime, we'll just look at these karts heading out on track. Now, they will be given some formation laps in. I imagine we might do our usual of potentially cutting some of the course out here, because there's a few layouts to pick from, and we are 1,300 metres, and there we go. Yeah, you can see we're cutting quite a large amount of the course out, in fact, as they now head past turn 10 into the complex that ends with turn 14. And then we navigate our way around to the end of the circuit, as we now, I believe, can take a look at what our grid's going to be forming up to be for our Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B final. So here we go then, front row of the grid, Hugo McMillan, Archie Beswick. On row 2, it's Freddie Thompson and Isaac Layton. Row 3 then, it's Harrison Freeman and Jinyin John Young. Then we have on the 4th row of the grid, Edward Sybry, Elijah William, and then we have Alfie Elson and Mason McKenzie on the 5th row, Oscar Watson and Nico Lai on row 6. Moving on to row 7 then, it's going to be Oscar Tidy and Joshua Adams, Elliot Bates and Ethan Hall complete row 8. Then we have Will Sword and then Logan Staunton on row 9, followed on the 10th row of the grid by Ellis Harrison and Noah Howe, and then completing the order is going to be Archie Flynn and Rafe Tamraz. That's your 22 cars heading out on track for our Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B final.
Just a reminder, in this Pre-B final, those finishing at the front, at the very end of the race, will repechage up into the Pre-A final. I believe it's the top 2 drivers from these B finals will find themselves on the grid for the Pre-A, which will be coming up in 2 races' time. I believe we will have the junior lightweight after this Pre-B, followed by the Pre-A for the Cadet Super Lightweights, if I'm remembering our running order correctly. I will double check that for you now. Indeed, I was wrong. It'll be the Cadet Lightweight Pre-B final after that. So whereas this morning we went Super Lightweight, Lightweight, Super Lightweight, it is now Super Lightweight, 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 Super Lightweight across cadets and juniors. Don't worry though, we will make sure that we announce them properly as and when they come. For now though, looks like we're getting ready for the first of our races, the Pre-B final, the Cadet Super Lightweights coming across to the start finish straight now, and away we go. Good start from Hugo McMillan and Archie Beswick on the front row. McMillan leads into turn 1, takes the inside of Wellington Corner and leads the pack around stage, heading up towards Brooklands.
Indeed, nice start from all of our drivers here, accustomed to the conditions. Well, track's looking pretty raceable at the moment. You can see where karts haven't been navigating and it's still a little bit shiny and slick, but nice start for our 22 karts in this one so far. McMillan controlling things, Thompson and Beswick just behind.
Yeah, the leading 2 are streaking away. That's McMillan, and I'm trying to see who that is with him. Can't quite make it out at the minute. It might be Freddie Thompson, you know, from 3rd on the grid. It is Freddie Thompson, with Ed Sibbery in behind. Great start from Ed, coming from 7th up to 3rd. He'd be very happy with that. We've got a bit of an accident towards the back. That's the 34 and the 58. Trying to make out who those are. Have I correctly named them? It might be Oscar Watson. 58, I definitely read wrong. That might be the 56 of Logan Staunton. Apologies, my eyesight's not what it used to be. And it was at the back of the shot. McMillan still leads there, and to the inside goes Ed Sibbery. Ooh, very close there, but I think he pulled out to the 31 of a move into Museum Corner. So Hugo McMillan then from pole position leads the Pre-B final. He's got 0.6 of a second gap back to Freddie Thompson. Edward Sibbery is in 3rd. Harrison Freeman is in 4th, and Isaac Layton has found his way to 5th from 4th on the grid.
We just had a bit of a spin there, able to get back underway quite quickly though. Nice clean start from everyone overall though. McMillan still leads us, and all of a sudden those forward 2 who were starting to streak away seem to be being reeled back in now by the likes of Edward Sybry and Harrison Freeman there, who seem to have got themselves up to speed now and closing up that gap to the front end. 8 minutes left to go in this one. These are short sprint format races, so you need to get your moves in. You need to get them in whenever the opportunity arises. Plenty of rookies in this field navigating their first ever Club 100 racing action, the first bit of racing action that we have had on this circuit. So drivers doing well so far, but anything could happen in the next 8 minutes.
It'll be interesting to see, Reeve, how this track evolves as more than a dry line comes through. At the minute, it seems to be they're all sticking to similar lines, given that there's a line drying, but particularly at the top end of that track, I'm talking turn 8 bridge. As up the inside goes Edward Sibbery, wide goes Freddie Thompson on the exit of that corner, but I think that second place there for Ed Siberry as he takes the fastest lap with that as well. He's going to get after Hugo McMillan now. Those two currently in the pound seats for repechage up to the pre-A final. I was just saying, Reeve, particularly in turn 8 at Bridge, which we'll come to in a moment as we go 3 wide into the first corner, and round go 2 karts. That's the 52.
Alfie Elson involved in that one there.
Yeah, and I want to say that's Will Sword, maybe, is it, that we were speaking to in the Paddock show, as through Maggots and Beckett's. This next corner here, you'll see the wet line was to go wide and then cut back in across what looks to be like a second apex, but you see Freddie Thompson there taking a shallower line. Perhaps that'll come into play a bit later on as the whole track dries out, and maybe we'll start to see some people taking newer lines that people perhaps hadn't thought of or hadn't been able to make work in the slippery conditions and suddenly get an advantage. Speaking of advantages, Hugo McMillan's advantage has eroded at the front of this race. He's having to defend now from Ed Siberry coming down into Seagrave. There's still 7 minutes to go this one, Reeve, and it looks like these three are going to battle it out for all 7 of them.
They are indeed. Look at that run from Edward Siberry there. Cut back to the inside of the left-hander. Has a great run on that last lap. It's half a second faster than his rival McMillan. He's now side by side with. They're going to head down into the penultimate corner. And there we go, folks. Still not settled yet. Through the farm curve we go. Outside goes to Edward Siberry. Inside goes to Hugo McMillan, who's going to win out as we head into turn 1. There we go. Edwards got it done. Into P1 he goes. Freddie Thompson in the background there, by the way, sets a new fastest lap of the session so far. He's closing up as these two battle it out. They're slowing each other down. This is going to become a battling trio for the lead of this race. Siberry might not have it settled just yet, as looking over the shoulder to see where McMillan is, just behind as well as Thompson. Watch out for Leighton and Freeman, who are not too far behind as well. Might be bringing themselves into the mix in the second half of this race.
Yeah, something we haven't quite mentioned today, Reeve, because we haven't been racing yet so far, is just what kind of a venue we've got here. One of the boys I'm friendly with from karting texted me earlier saying it is quite an enclosed space. I'd say it's quite the opposite. It's nice and open. And what you usually get at circuits like this, as I think we just saw, Freddie Thompson slotting up the inside of Hugo McMillan. We did, but McMillan's got him on the switchback. These two are losing ground now to Edward Siberry, and they're going to need to decide who's leading the charge between the two of them, because what I was just referring to, in a big open space like this, the slipstream effect is always a massive, massive factor. And if these two can bump draft each other down that big long start-finish straight, and indeed the big long straight between turns 8 and 10, that's Bridge and Priory, then perhaps they can garner some sort of an advantage in terms of lap time and maybe catch up with Siberry, who's set the fastest laps so far of the race, a 1:24.1, and is pulling out a bit of a gap. He's got 1.8 seconds now back in place.
As indeed, we're looking at this battle between Isaac Leighton and Harrison Freeman for 4th here. Freeman on the defence, one of our highest positioning rookie driver for the time being. Leighton's wanting to put a stop to that, so we have a little bit of a spin there at that was running through turn 10 by the looks of things. Actually, no, that was turn 4, apologies. That's a similar part of the track, but I'm quite intrigued as to what's going on in this battle here now.
Was that our race leader, Reeve? Sorry to interrupt.
Siberry is a little ways in front.
I couldn't see him at the bottom of the shot as we watched these two coming through Bridge at the top there. Let's have a little look, see if this shot gives us any indication. I know he's got a 2-second gap, which is perhaps more than we'd see here, but I think we've just seen our race leader go round.
Is that? We'll have to wait and see on this one.
You'll see here, he's not ahead of them. So Hugo McMillan is back in the lead.
Yeah.
There's been an incident for Ed Siberry on, what was it, turn 4, and this race has all changed.
It has indeed. What I was going to say was that Thompson and McMillan are going to want to play their cards carefully here, because Siberry was just disappearing off into the distance, but the all-important position is he's now in 3rd. Is that fight for 2nd. You can win the race, and well done to you, but that fight for 2nd is crucial, as Siberry is having a look down the inside heading into turn 1 to take back that 2nd position, is able to do so. If you're fighting for that 2nd position, you're probably quite happy to let the race leader go, because you still want to fight for that chance to be in the pre-A final. As we have a switchback this time around, it's Freddie Thompson who says, you know what, no, I'm going for that another chance in the pre-A final coming up later on. But this is perfect if you're Hugo McMillan. Now, these two are going to occupy themselves battling it out for that 2nd position, that chance to repecharge up on through. And there we go, down the inside goes Thompson once again. Siberry gets a better run, though, as we run through turn 8 at the bridge there. And they are still going to be fighting tooth and nail for this one as we head into the more twisty technical middle sector of the lap. Here we go, they are side by side indeed. It's going to be Edward with the inside of this time around. They run down towards turn 11 there, through Club we go, and it's Edward out in front.
Yeah, great stuff from these two, chopping and changing positions right the way around the lap. Hopefully that's an indicator as to what kind of action we can expect to see here at Silverstone Kart Circuit. Now and forever, Reeve, through in this championship and every other championship that's due to come here in the next couple of years as the 34
That's Nico Lai there having a nice run down the inside.
Absolutely. And so yeah, there's confirmation on your timer screens. Ed Sibury or Sibury. If I say one and you say the other, I'm sure one of us has got it right.
50% chance of 100% being wrong for one of us.
Exactly, yes. But he's now going to look to close down Hugo McMillan. You say that the top two positions are your main focus, but of course everyone wants to win.
Of course, everyone does want to win. It's just, if you can, the leader, obviously, if they're controlling things very well, there's still plenty to play for going for that second position because you've got it all to do again in the next pre-final. I like the comments from Terry Tagg in the broadcast chat there, so thank you, Terry, who does a good job of commentating for us there. He goes, yes, Ed, come on, Ed, yes, Ed, no, Ed, yes, Ed, echoing the scrap that we got to enjoy a lap or so ago. But 90 seconds left on the clock in this one. I told you these races do come thick and fast with the sprint format here, and we can see Edward hunting down Hugo McMillan once again. Hugo's been leading this race pretty comfortably now for the last few minutes, but Edward, obviously having got there with an immense amount of pace and a great turn of pace for Edward, is going to try and claw it back if he can. 1 minute left to go then, and he's within about maybe 3 or 4 kart lengths based on where we are on track. He runs on through down to turn 17 in just a moment. Past the museum we go and through the farm curve. Has a little bit of work to do to try and close up on what will be the final lap of this race now.
Yep, can McMillan hold on then? We have got confirmation of the final lap from race control. McMillan holds off Sibury, who had that race lead, who had a 2-second gap and managed to spin out, losing the position. There's another spin there. Is that him again, Reeve? I couldn't quite see from this angle. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it was.
Sibury's gone round again. So McMillan has this one pretty much sewn up. He's coming round to lap one of the back markers here and will go swiftly round to the right-hand side. I think Sibury's recovered and he's still holding second place. Let's see if we can see it from this camera angle here. If we hold on this shot for just a moment's time. There's the 14 of Hugo McMillan. We will then be looking for the 14 of Ed Sibury to confirm that he's still ahead of Isaac Layton now. He and Harrison Freeman have moved ahead of Freddie Thompson, looking for those repechage spots. Hugo McMillan has done excellently well from pole position here. Great start, decent pace throughout, held his own, and really deserves this race win, I feel, Reeve.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been so consistent. Edward, you could argue, has had the better peak pace, but clearly hasn't been able to quite sew it together perhaps the way that he would have wanted to. So Hugo is going to be rewarded as he runs around the farm curve with the maiden victory here at Kart Silverstone for the Club 100 series. Congratulations, Hugo. There brings it home with a race win. Edward does bring it home in P2 in the end as well. Isaac Layton completes your podium. Harrison Freeman, Freddie Thompson bring it home, and Harrison, your top scoring rookie there in P4 overall. It's a great finish for Harrison there. Elijah William in P6, Ethan Hall, Mason McKenzie, Archie Beswick and Oscar Watson, your top 10 in this one.
Next up, we've got a junior lightweight pre-B final. All right, we are back for the first of our junior races, the junior lightweight pre-B final. There they are, our juniors. First set of juniors getting ready to go out. We got to keep an eye on that lap record. Reeve, I've got a feeling we might see another one here. The lap record in question is a 1 minute 22.14. 1:05.1 set by Sam Morse in the last qualifying session. Given that the pre-B final, the cadets will lap in 1:24s and therefore 3 seconds a lap quicker than they were in qualifying, I'm expecting to see some real significant change in lap time. Now we've got the lightweights first and we've got the super lightweights later, when it'll be even drier. As mentioned in the last race, different lines coming into play now. People figuring out that there's grip on, or equal amounts of grip on all different parts of the circuit as and when it dries out, and some very different lines allowing for lots of chopping and changing of position in that last race.
Absolutely. There's no rubber on this track, so when we start to get some running in, that does mean that it will make a little bit of a difference, even in just, you know, the first few sessions that we've had this morning. Our juniors as well, maybe a little bit more experience, a little bit more time in karting, might be able to pick up on those changes in track surface just that little bit quicker perhaps. But they're heading out on track now and will begin to complete formations, which means in a few moments we should be ready to take a look at some grids. I think we'll have to wait a moment for those to come in, but for now we can see them all navigating their way around the pace kart, as we can indeed take a look at some of those grids now. So let's see what the race is shaping up to be like. Front of the grid, it's going to be Charlie Mullaney, Ollie Ward completely first row, Max Hayes and Harvey Brown complete row 2, followed by James McLaughlin and Alex Hope on row 3. Row 4 is going to include Arnav Dunga and then Noah Morris, Dana Tillotson, Adam Marbrook, and then we have Milo Smith and Leo Judge on row 6. Row 7 will be Marcus Ashcroft, Mason Watson, Maxim Muskis, Jolan Wilcoxon, and then we have Daniel Larkin and Tancho Banda on row 8 and row 9. Row 10 is going to include Felix Flynn, Logan Gemmell, and then we have Noah Hadwin, William Taylor, and then row 12, Lewis Walton and Ayrton Revel. Final few karts then, it's going to be Gabrielle Lowe and Jordan Bennett Dowd on row 13, with Harvey Sales and Sebastian Kane completing our 28 kart grid for the junior lightweight 3B final.
Yeah, slightly bigger grids in the juniors than cadets. Hopefully that means slightly more action for us to commentate on, for you guys to watch at home. Do keep your support for the drivers coming in thick and fast in the YouTube comments. Love to see everyone cheering on their favourite drivers throughout the race.
We do indeed, and we see people watching from far and wide, so do let us know where you're tuning in from, whether it be at home, here at the track, or what corner of the globe you might be tuning in to show your support from. So looks like we've got a thumbs up from the pace kart there. We should see it dropping away in just a moment, as our juniors should be ready to head down those tram lines and go racing.
Yep, former champion in this series, Rory O'Regan, in the pace kart today. Pulls off to one side and we will be getting going here. The 44 of Charlie Mullaney leads us away then in that distinctive Lando Norris style helmet. He holds the inside line for Wellington and takes the race lead going around stage. Looks pretty clean from all drivers, really impressive there from our pre-B juniors. Into Brooklands we come for the first time. A little bit of argy-bargy, but I think everyone's still facing the same way. The 74 is just about fitting that description. That's Logan Gemmell at a spot of bother further back, as we see some dice in full position coming down into bridge.
We do indeed. Nice start, as you mentioned, Jacob, from Charlie Mullaney there. He was just able to pull away, although it has some competition running out of the bridge corner.
To the inside is the 99. James McLaughlin takes the lead of this race and is bouncing up and down his seat. He wants to pull away as quickly as possible. The 60 of Max Hayes has made his way up into second place. It really is making for an exciting couple of opening laps in these races we've had so far. But yeah, the 99 of McLaughlin leads now around Seagrave into Seaman and will be navigating through turn 17 Museum onto the start-finish straight around in Farm Curve, and we'll be at the top of your timings. Let's see if anyone can get a run though into Wellington, the first left-hander of the circuit. There's someone shaping up there in the green suit, thinking better of it. That's our fourth place man, Milo Smith, having a little look at pole sitter Charlie Mullaney.
Yeah, McLaughlin and Hayes lead us through onto the next lap then. Max Hayes, a rookie in the division this time around, so a really strong start for Max. We saw him there or thereabouts with Charlie Mullaney on lap 1. Charlie tumbling back just a little bit, currently running in 4th. Milo Smith finds a way on through up into 3rd, getting close to fighting for those repechage positions, currently being held by James and Max. Just as we mentioned a moment ago, 9 minutes to go in this one. 25.7 is the fastest lap so far, but we are going to see a much more representative time coming in just a moment. A couple of cone warnings coming, one of them for James McLaughlin, just a warning, so no effect of the race results as a result of that. A reminder that we apply our penalties as a position after the race is completed. So if James McLaughlin were to get another cone warning, translates into a cone penalty, he would see a position knocked off his final tally. But none of that so far. We have got a couple of penalties, ABC takeout for Leo Judge and then a braking formation for William Taylor. That means he's fallen out of the tram lines before the racing got underway. But now we can see that Milo Smith is beginning to put a bit more pressure on Max Hayes, and Max Hayes has clearly decided to not continue on with his line there and runs off wide through turn 17. That's Milo Smith up into 2nd now, and Max Hayes has to wait to rejoin and rejoins in 5th in the end.
Yeah, so unlucky that for Max Hayes. He's doing really, really well as a rookie driver, being up in 2nd position there. He's back down with another couple of rookies now, Harvey Brown in 6th and Alex Hope in 7th, who are all doing really well themselves. But yeah, for your first race in Club 100 to be challenging for the top 5 positions is really, really good. Regardless of who you are, up the inside goes to 51. That's a brilliant lunge from Arnav Dungana there into bridge. Really impressive from him. We see now the 99 and the 14, James McLaughlin and Milo Smith have a little bit of a gap out in front as the battle rages on behind them. That's Arnav Dungana and Charlie Mullaney. We saw Arnav make that position up just now. Charlie doesn't want to give it up too soon. He was on pole position for this one, remember, just a few laps ago. And Max Hayes is getting back involved too. The front two look to be pretty close. It'll be interesting to see if there's a move there going into turn 1 if the slipstream can help. As
nice run Mullaney's there.
Yeah, Mullaney's got really good drive out of Seaman. Unfortunately can't make a move down into Museum, but Max Hayes is certainly on the scene now. He has a bit of mud on the track there on the inside of the corners. Massively defensive goes James McLaughlin. And that's round for Milo Smith. He's going to get going, but I think he's going to lose 4 or 5 positions here. Look to me, Reeve, I'm not race control by any stretch of the imagination, and any penalties are completely oblivious to what I might be saying here, but it looked to me like he got up on the curb and it was just wet.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. We've seen it plenty of times in the past. The paint on the track holds the moisture and has no grip at all, and it looks like he's just tried to go for a move down the inside, has been lured into a false sense of security by the tarmac being pretty grippy, and has been caught out. Great shame for Milo Smith, who had actually just that second posted the new fastest lap and lap record of 1:18.7.
This battle is really raging now as Max Hayes makes his way up into 3rd place. Charlie Mullaney is struggling to hold on to his position here. The 51 of Arnav Dungana has found himself in a repechage position thanks to that great lunge he did just a lap ago. But Max Hayes hasn't given up on making his way into the Pre-A final either. Charlie Mullaney is still battling away there with, I think, that's Alex Hope. Harvey Brown, I think, is in the mix here as well. So this is the battle for 2nd. Yeah, up the inside goes Alex Hope. He's now into 4th, but he's not going to have as good a run out the corner as Charlie Mullaney, who's got Harvey Brown slipstreaming him from behind. After a little off earlier, a little run wide, Max Hayes is very much back in the conversation. Charlie Mullaney's really wide there on the exit of turn 1. Through stage they go. They're remonstrating with each other as to who should give the place back, I think. But for now, it's Alex Hope in 4th.
There's indeed a couple of places made based on the grid position there for Alex Hope, so he's just kept the nose fairly clean and has been able to push on through when perhaps a few other drivers having a bit of an unfortunate run.
Charlie Mullaney up the inside of bridge there. He's side by side with Alex Hope now, coming down into Priory. And Charlie's found himself right on the outside now. He's lost 3-4 places, I think. That's not what Charlie needed to be in that repechage position. Alex Hope's managed to hold on. Charlie going up the inside of bridge, which is drying out lap by lap and seems to be to me, Reeve, the quicker line through that corner, as they're still battling now through Seagrave and Seaman. Coming down to Museum, who's going to be at the front of this pack? I think it's the 71 of Leo Judge has made his way, although round the outside comes the 14 of Milo Smith now up into 4th place. The battle for second is raging. Alex Hayes is back in a repechage position, but he's got Arnav Dungana coming around the outside of Wellington. Can he make that stick? No, he can't. Through stage they go, and it's as they were as they cross the line. Max Hayes in second, Arnav Dungana in third.
We've still got 4 minutes of this one to go, folks, which is great news because this battle is just getting more and more intriguing as it develops. There we can see Milo Smith looking over the shoulders, has made a good innings given how the race was looking for him a few moments ago. There are yellow flags being waved. That is worth noting, as you can probably see in the top end corner of your screens, folks, as two go side by side there, having a look down the inside. Milo Smith hangs it around the outside of the bridge, as you mentioned. It's a quicker run, it seems to be, carrying that momentum. Got some racing on the yellow penalties beginning to creep in. But here we go, we all head on through. It's become a proper train, this. Now as looking over the shoulders, the 51 of Arnav Dungana. There's Leo Judge just behind, splitting them between Milo Smith as well. Milo Smith's currently under pressure to boot there as well, but Arnav Dungana has a look down the inside of the right hand that gets ahead of, oh dear, it all looking like it's got very close between Leo Judge and Milo Smith. They make contact but don't end up pointing the wrong direction. Leo Judge is instead going to head round the inside and down towards through Seaman there. We run through the farm curve in just a moment, and we're still 3 wide heading through the farm curve. Anyone's game really is who's going to win out and run down towards the first corner. Arnav has the inside, Leo's in the middle, and Milo going to have to try and work from the outside there. It would be impressive if he's able to do anything, but somehow they all make it through 3 wide, Arnav being the clear winner there.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see in a quick left hand, right hand like that they're still able to go 3 wide into the right hand kink afterwards and still have the racing room to do so. Arnav Dungana somehow held on to 3rd place here. Quick word for James McLaughlin. He is gone at the front of this race. He's got nearly 10 seconds on Max Hayes, who's pulling out on these guys as well as they battle. There's 2 minutes left. Someone, if anyone of this group, is going to have to make the decision that they've got to catch up to get in those repechage positions. Squabbling like this won't make a difference. 37 of Ollie Ward now tries to be that one person. The 14 of Milo Smith. He's got the fastest lap in this race, Reeve. Yeah. And with the fastest lap, he's got the lap record at the moment, a 1:18.7. He's got some pace, and I think the 14 now at the front of this is probably the only man who can make his way up into a repechage position and deny James McLaughlin or Max Hayes, more than likely Max Hayes in this scenario, a position in the Pre-A.
He is indeed, but watch out for Ollie Ward as well. That's also in the mix there, trying to close up on Milo Smith. Milo Smith having a great recovery, as I say. Arnav Dungana now looking over the shoulder to see Leo Judge just behind. Alex Hope's made his way on through, up into 5th as well. A few contact warnings coming in, perhaps unsurprisingly, just because of how close the action is here. We go 3 wide into turn 1 once again, but none of this does phase, as you say, Max Hayes or James McLaughlin, who are comfortably running in 1st and 2nd respectively there, but over the shoulder some more drivers. Still, this battle not settled yet, and we are going to be approaching the last lap in this one soon enough. But Max Hayes, rookie driver, 2nd. What a great showing there. That's Arnav Dungana round, seemingly of his own volition there. Unfortunately, it's too aggressive on the brakes, upsets the balance on the kart. Around they go. So easy to do in these karts, but look over the shoulder. Milo Smith there putting that pressure on. Max Hayes now is very much closed up. No, sorry, it's a change of position between Milo Smith and Ollie Ward.
No, it is indeed Max Hayes. This is the battle for 2nd place. Reeve, you were right in your first assessment of it. Max Hayes under increasing pressure from Milo Smith. Milo seems to have dropped back a little bit in the last couple of corners. Seagrave and Seaman as they come around Museum to start the final lap. James McLaughlin is miles out in front. He's got an 11-second gap back to these now. Milo gets his head down to try and get the slipstream. He's got 17 more corners to go after Wellington. Here's the first of them, that stage. Following him now around Jimmy's curve up to Brooklands. That's number 4. There's Brooklands. Defensive goes Max Hayes. Remember, Max Hayes in his rookie year with Club 100. So this is his first race meeting. They come through Maggots and Beckett's now up to what has been a really big overtaking opportunity so far is Bridge round the outside. Look at the different
slide.
lines. Excellent stuff, but Milo Smith still can't find a way past. They're coming now down to Priory. Anything there to the outside goes Milo Smith. As defensive again goes Max Hayes. The next opportunity is Club. That's the right-hander here. Still nothing on. They'll come round the left-hander of Ireland and the right-hander of Tower, heading towards Seagrave now, right around the outside. It's a long, long way to go for Milo Smith, and he's not able to make it stick. Seaman now is the penultimate real corner. Can anything happen? There's James McLaughlin. What a fantastic win it is for the 99, and he's super happy with that, as well he should be. And we have had a change of position. Reeve in Museum, last lap, last corner. Milo Smith takes that repechage position. Take nothing away from Max Hayes. He's been fantastic in his first race weekend, and we'll see him again later at the front of the B final. But really good race in Reeve. Ollie Ward 4th, Alex Hope 5th, Leo Judge 6th, William Taylor 7th, 8th Harley Brown, 9th Noah Morris, and 10th Felix Flynn. If the rest of the races are anything like that, we're in for an absolute treat this afternoon.
We are indeed. James McLaughlin, what a force in that race. Milo Smith, as you mentioned, he probably thought it was all over with that earlier spin, but clearly unfazed and ends up with a fantastic result. We'll see these two again in the Pre-A final. That's it for the juniors for the time being, though. In a few moments, we're going to be ready for our Cadet Lightweight Pre-B final. Here we go then, it's our Cadet Lightweight Pre-B finalists heading out on track in just a moment. We've still got a few juniors out on track waiting to dip in to the pits. What a race that was, our juniors really impressing there. Leo Judge, new lap record holder here at Silverstone, a 1:17.9, very impressive stuff. Just goes to show the track really is coming to life now, and it doesn't feel quite as much of a daunting and long lap as perhaps it did in the morning. I suppose a 1:17 is still very impressive for 1,300 metres, which goes to show it's a pretty high-speed circuit, this one, isn't it?
It is indeed. Congratulations to Leo for his lap record. We've got 22 of our Cadet lightweights making their way out on track. Let's see if we can have a look who they are on the grid. And here we go. Freddie Flewitt starts this one on pole position. First race for Freddie, first position. Jasper Newell is in second. Ethan Coote, another rookie, will be in third. Harry Barry Whiting joins Ethan on row 2. And row 3 is Thomas Payne and Sebastian Hill. Robin Shinman is in 7th. Start row 4 with Adit Roy Chowdhury for company. Sarah Telford is on row 5 with Ryan Roy Chowdhury alongside her. Sebastian Harris starts in 11th position with Drew Taylor in 12th. 13th will be Leo Rooney. Oliver Connor is in 14th. Row 8 is Adam Telford and Zach Ungworth. Henry Dodds is 17th. Adam Azim, 18th. Michael Gardner is 19th overall. Hayden Macy will start this one in 20th. Maya Stewart is 21st overall, and 37th of Jacob Cox is 22nd. They are just coming round to roll up again. There's 3 or 4 carts that are just a little slow to get going. You can see them to the right of your picture. If Rory O'Regan's got his earpiece in, you'll hear slow them right down so that they can catch up as we come around Seagrave here. And then the left of Seaman. Hopefully these 4 carts will be able to join up to the back of the pack, and we'll get going momentarily.
We should be able to, as I've mentioned before so far on this broadcast. Nice long circuit, it should be, and wide as well, should be nice and easy to get those grids ready to go. We are bringing them right down to a safe and fair speed for everyone to get ready to go racing in our Cadet category. Tram line's coming up then, as it will be Freddie Flewitt versus Jasper Newell heading out on track in just a moment and fighting their way down through turn 1.
Yeah, Flewitt in that distinctive pink helmet, Ethan Coote with the luminous yellow behind, and indeed they are underway here at Silverstone for the lightweight Cadet Pre-B final. Flewitt and that pink helmet hold pole position and indeed the lead coming around the first left-hander and the right-hander of stage. Great start from them, and all the cadets seem to be facing the right way. It's a good clean start from this field. There's a bit of jostling for position going on towards the back. We got the 97 of Harry Berry Whiting has made a great start from 4th. He's up to 2nd already, and that front 4 look to have a little bit of a gap now.
They do indeed.
Down to bridge.
They do indeed, but some news from the front end of the order. Jasper Newell with a jump start penalty coming in there, so that means that unfortunately cannot finish the race in the position that he completes the race in.
No, that's very unfortunate, and it hasn't done any favours really, because yeah, Jasper is down in 3rd place, having started in 2nd. Jump start's no good there for Jasper, and it looks like he must have tried to correct it almost, but too late on the lift off, and Jasper finds himself in 3rd position. Well, now 4th as up the inside. Oh, I say now 4th, back in 3rd. The 15 of Sebastian Hill getting a little bit of contact there coming through Seagrave and Seaman, and the 15 dives up the inside of Museum to retake that 3rd place. Top 2 in the repechage positions, a pole sitter Freddie Flewitt and Harry Berry Whiting in 2nd.
There we go, looking down the inside, Harry Berry Whiting turns that 2nd into a 1st as they run through the 1st corner, but I suspect that Flewitt's going to try and fight for that one back if he can, but actually Harry has the measure running through the 2nd and 3rd corners and up towards turn 4 of Brooklands. And there we go, move sealed then, and potentially Freddie just looking to just settle in, stay behind for the time being while they try and make a little bit of a safety margin down towards Sebastian Hill and Jasper just behind, because Sebastian Hill's right in on the mix here as they run through the bridge.
It'll be interesting to see Reeve, who's been watching the racing, who's been watching the stream, even out of these drivers, to know that, you know, when you get up to the likes of bridge, there are different lines you can take. There are different ways to overtake here at Silverstone. In theory, you and I are going to end up with the best knowledge of overtaking around this circuit by the end of the day. As Flewitt shows his knowledge of overtaking by diving up the inside of Club Corner. Great move for the lead.
Fantastic stuff there. Harry Berry settling back into 2nd, but actually going for the switchback as we run through Seagrave now. There we go, nice move. Also coming on through is Ethan Coote back up into 3rd, and now fighting for that repechage position potentially is Freddie Flewitt is going to have some challenge though from Harry Berry Whiting as they run down through the farm curve. Better run out of turn 17 for Harry there. Takes the lead of the race as we run down to turn 1 once again. Fastest lap goes to Robin Shimon, by the way, 126.4. As we've got plenty of overtakes running into this 1st corner. A double-sided attack on that looks to be Jasper Newell, kind of left like a sitting duck almost.
Yep, not ideal for Jasper. Coming up the inside here of Brooklands, trying to make those positions back up, is the number 43 into Maggots and Beckett's now. The fast right, left, right that we're familiar with from the main circuit. Down into bridge, you'll see them coming around the sweeping left-hander here. There's the 24 of Ethan Coote, like you said, back up into 3rd place, having started the race there. They now come down towards Priory and into the right hand. Harry Berry Whiting has got a decent advantage now over Freddie Flewitt. Ethan Coote is trying his best to catch up, chasing pack behind them, led by Jasper Newell at the moment. Looks to be where the main action is. I say led by Jasper Newell. It's led by Jasper Newell, turn on a lap, sorry. At the head of it now, I think, is Adit Roy Chowdhury. Let's have a little look as they come round Seaman and begin to start on the lap. It's actually the 15 of Sebastian Hill who's at the front of this one, as to the inside. Oh, Jasper Newell there. Perhaps pulling out of the move into Museum. So yeah, lots of battling in the top 10 in this one. Down the start finish straight they come. Ethan Coote still leading the chasing pack of the repechage positions. A decent gap now. That's the fastest lap on that last lap from Harry Berry Whiting at 124.2. Really good pace, especially if he wants to keep one of those 2 repechage positions and indeed win this one. Ethan Coote, oh, that's very feisty through Maggots and Beckett. Sebastian Hill trying for that 3rd place, but Ethan Coote not giving it up without a fight. We do now have Adit Roy Chowdhury in the mixer, as well as the 19 leads the 11. down on towards Priory Corner.
Quick shout out to Liam in the broadcast chat. We've got some fantastic action here between the number 45 and number 11 there. Sorry, no apologies. That's apparently I need to get my eyes checked as well. But Liam in the chat who says the Rotax engines, yes they do. The cadets will run Rotax Micromaxes and the seniors and juniors running the Minimax Rotax engines as well. Seems to be some fairly powerful, nice, reliable units that have powered CLUB 100 for many a year now.
Yep, we are coming up. I think this will be, if I remember correctly, the 7th or 8th year of Rotax power in CLUB 100, and we're certainly not looking back. This has been a really good era for Arrive and Drive karting, as we see two karts go side by side into Wellington, the first corner here at this brand new Silverstone track. Ethan Coote still third ahead of these, as a bit sideways there. I think that's Sebastian Hill. Indeed is, sorry, sideways was Adit Roy Chowdhury, Sebastian Hill challenging him, I should say, as Adit comes through Maggots and Beckett's ahead in that blue suit and hopes to be closing down on Ethan Coote. Harry Berry Whiting now has a 2.5–3 second gap out in front to Freddie Flewitt, who's got another 4 seconds on Ethan Coote. So those two look pretty comfortable in the repechage positions. And yeah, just looking at them out on track now, they look pretty dialed in to this one. Ethan Coote, though, could come under a little bit of pressure from these two that we're following here. Adit Roy Chowdhury, an experienced driver in this formula, with Sebastian Hill for company. I think Sebastian raced with us last year as well. Going to need to start working together if they're going to close down on third place or have a hope of repechaging up into the Pre-A final.
They will indeed. The top two drivers in this one have done such an immense job, doing everything really that you need to do when you're in a repechage position, of just settling into a bit of the rhythm. They're not going to fight now. They're going to wait to do their fighting until the Pre-A final comes up later on. And they've got those repechage positions sealed, providing nothing else happens in the next 4 minutes, of course. But Barry Whiting sets a new fastest lap last time around, a 1:22.656, and that is notably clear of anyone else in this race so far.
Yeah, really good pace. In front, we continue to follow the battle for fourth position, starting with Adit Roy Chowdhury, Sebastian Hill, and Sarah Telford is third in this queue in that green helmet there. Coming around bridge, we've got a couple more laps after this, still 3 minutes to run on the clock. There's Sarah Telford leading Jasper Newell, who has held third previously in this race in that red helmet. Then behind them we got the 56 and the 52. That's Sebastian Harris up the inside of Robin Shimon. Good battling from those two as well. Adit Roy Chowdhury leads a train of three now. Down towards Seagrove. That's this right-hander. Up towards Seaman. That's the left-hander, as Adit gets a bit out of shape, I think. And Sebastian Hill now takes fourth position. Sarah Telford's wondering if she can get involved as well. They come around Museum and back onto the start-finish straight for another lap. 15 has a decent advantage now. You see on the timing screens updated. Yes, indeed. Sebastian Hill up to fourth place. Sebastian Harris up to 8th on that lap. Round they come then around stage. The right-hander coming up towards Brooklands. The big left at the end of this section. There it is.
2 minutes left on our clock then, and Barry Whiting still controlling the pace oh so well out in front. He's now breaking away from Freddie Flewitt and clearly seems very comfortable. I suspect we could be seeing some really interesting things from this top two heading into our Pre-A final a little bit later on. At the moment, Ethan Coote just ahead of a bit of a pack behind him. Sebastian Hill is on a bit of a charge at the moment, but as we say, penalties to be applied. 90 seconds left on the clock, as dipping down to try and gain any speed possible as Adit Roy Chowdhury.
Yeah, just in the background there you can see Sebastian Harris challenging Jasper Newell. I think Sebastian Harris has got the move done. Yes, just flashing through the back. The blue of Sebastian Harris is ahead of the red of Jasper Newell. We're watching slightly ahead of them. Sarah Telford put pressure on Adit Roy Chowdhury, doing a sight better than Ryan Roy Chowdhury in this race, and all sorts going on in the background here, we got the 43 of Jasper Newell, and side by side behind him, Hayden Macy looks to be going around the outside of Robin Shimon, coming down into the first corner for what I think will be the last time, Reeve. It is indeed the last lap. Yeah. We'll probably pick up our race lead in a moment, but there's still positions to be gained further down in the top 10 and indeed further down in the pack. Let's see though if we can find Harry Berry Whiting, who's been superlative this race. There he is. The 97 car is going to bring this home, I believe. That's the right-hander of Club, through Island and Tower and into Seagrave, the final complex for the last time. Really well managed this by Harry Berry Whiting. Better managed race than pronunciation I've just done on his surname there, but Harry Berry Whiting will be rounding Museum for the final time. Pulls out onto Farm Curve, down the start finish straight, and wins the Cadet Lightweight Pre-B final. He's very happy with that, and so he should be. It's an 8-second gap back to his nearest challenger. The pink helmeted pole sitter of Freddie Flewitt comes home in second place. Those two will be headed to the Pre-A final in not a long time. There's a massive battle on for third. Reeve, Ethan Coote, can he hold on to it? He can't. Sebastian Hill takes it on the line by how much?
Mere thousandth, surely.
3 thousandths, is it?
Just under a tenth by the looks of it in the end. Oh yeah, no, sorry, 3 thousandths. You're right. Updated. Yeah.
Excellent finish from those guys there. Adit Roy Chaudhry does finish 5th. He holds off Sarah Telford, who is 6th. Sebastian Harris makes 7th. Hayden Macy 8th. 9th was Jasper Newell. 10th, Robin Shimon. Ryan Roy Chaudhry is in 11th. Leah Rooney 12th. 13th, Zach Illingsworth. 14th is Adam Azim. Adam Telford is 15th. Drew Taylor 16th. 17th, Jacob Cox. Oliver Connor 18th. 19th, Thomas Payne. 20th, Michael Gardner. Henry Dodds is 21st, and Maya Stewart will be 21st. That is before penalties, but that's the order in which they cross the line. Another great race, Reeve, and we'll move on next to the junior super lightweight.
Here we go then, we look on at our junior drivers ready to set off and form up for the Pre-B final. So super lightweight running. We'll have grids in just a moment. I have got all list names in front of me, just want to confirm that they are correct and are matching what you'll be seeing on your screens in a moment, folks. Still a few cadets to head back out into the pit lane now as we hear the revs begin to rise as the engines fire up on the whistle to get the juniors out on track. Super lightweight Pre-B final, so we should be seeing some fairly decent race times and lap times in this one as well. 1 minute 17 from our previous junior running. Let's see if we can get close to that this time around. But any moment now, we should be able to take a look at some grids. Okay, so let's take a look at those grids, and here's how it's going to be shaping up. It will be Connor Natton and Jensen Barnard completing the first row of the grid, followed by Josh Whittaker and Alfie High on row 2. Row 3 has Kai Jackson and Ella Rowe. Moving on to row 4 then is going to be Noah Johnson and Ewan Platt. The 5th row of the grid contains Craig Borland and Tilda Blue Williams. Row 6 is going to be Leo Anderson and Joshua Weaver. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, it will be Jacob Wood and Lewis Tracy. Jonah Young and Athena Cooper on row 8. We actually saw a bit of Athena Cooper in the CLUB100 iRacing sim racing series over the winter, so hopefully she goes well today. Joshie Wood and Charlie Ledoux completing row 9 there. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid as well. Actually looking like we're going racing, so we have to bring a stop to the grids as the racing's already underway. These drivers getting formed up very quickly indeed. Connor Natton leading us through the first corner.
Yeah, super quick rolling up, so straight into it, and everyone facing the right way after the first couple of corners. Been really good for race starts this circuit so far. Hopefully I haven't cursed it there, but yeah, Connor Natton, first race in CLUB100, leads the pack away. Always good to see a rookie on pole position and holding it as well. As we see some different lines there into bridge. As I mentioned, hopefully they're watching the live stream and they can figure out that there's different options now, that the track is a lot drier. It's all a bit squirrely under braking was Conor Nathan there, but holds onto the car and holds onto the lead.
He does indeed. I thought 30 cars heading out on this grid. I'd have plenty of time to do the grid to do the grid order, but never mind. We're away racing now. Just over 10 minutes to go in this one. Plenty of action to be settled in the mid pack here because we do have so many carts out on track.
They come around then, heading to museum for the first time. Looks like our front two off the grid, our front row has held the first two positions. So indeed there is confirmation on your timing. Sorry, it's completely changed on mine.
Has indeed. You can say leading us onto this lap, Josh Whittaker, Jensen Barnard and Kai Jackson, your top three. Conor Nathan dropping down into fourth at the moment, but still in a very good position to do well in this one. Pre-B final means that the top two are going to be repechage positions, so it's Josh Whittaker and Jensen Barnard, the drivers who are vying for a chance at continuing on their challenges in the pre-A final this time around. Now, having a look down the inside, there we can see a change for the race lead. Slightly further back, Kai Jackson and Conor Nathan also having their own squabbling running through turn 8.
Yeah, apologies, I got completely mixed up on that first lap. Not quite sure, having probably the excitement of the quick race start. But yes, Whittaker from third on the grid leads Jensen Barnard, who was indeed second. I think that was the mix-up. I got confused Conor Nathan and Josh Whittaker. But it's looking like there might be a change by the next time around. The 27 at Jensen Barnard all over the back.
Close,
these front three are very close. We've got Kai Jackson in there as well. Some sort of hand signal there from Jensen Barnard. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to say, but the three of them now coming into Wellington for the first time. Round stage we go, and looks like they might be shaping up for a move into Brooklyn's defensive. Goes Whittaker. Now we come out of that corner into Maggots and Beckett's, and there's been a change for second place. That's Kai Jackson, currently got the fastest lap in this one. Now taking over, they come down towards bridge. Some very different lines to take here. Quite a neutral one though, I would say, from Whittaker, who's trying to tell the guys behind him, we need to work together. It only works for one of them because there's only two repechage places. It's all very well and good working together, but there's only two prizes at this one, two repechage positions. Although I appreciate what he's saying. He's probably saying, look, let's go for the next 5 minutes. We can battle it out for the two positions towards the end. Not really keen on that though is Kai Jackson. He's just dived up the inside of Seagrave into the lead, and he'll be showing us the way from the next lap. He's currently got the fastest lap, and I'm keeping an eye out for our lap record.
He's blown it away.
It's gone. Kai Jackson has the lap record now. There's an ABC bumper pass coming in at the top of your screen for Lewis Tracy. That's advantage by contact, bump and pass is what ABC BAP stands for there. But yes, Kai Jackson, the lap record holder around Silverstone, currently leads this race.
Yep, really impressive stuff. Josh Whittaker, though, keeping him company, I am sure, as we head further on into this one, as we look a little bit further back as well.
Yeah, that's Jensen Barnard in third. He's dropped right back from the lead too. He's got a contact warning as well. Leo Anderson looks to be diving up the inside of bridge. Can't quite get the kart slowed down and alongside, and so cedes the position back to Barnard. But yeah, those two absolutely need to work together now. Jensen Barnard and Leo Anderson. There's two repechage positions available, and if they work together and can catch up to these two, then one of them could, or even both of them, could be in the pre-A final. Interesting to see how that one plays out. Contact warning for the number 40 of Alfie High, currently in the 11th position, coming through there at the top of your screens.
Yeah, we'll see them any moment now as they fly on through. Here we are, we catch the leading driver, Kai Jackson. No major challenge from Josh Whittaker heading through the last corner. Might be beginning to see a similar situation to what we saw in the previous cadet running, and in fact the junior race for that as well. Kai just settling into a proper rhythm now, 1:15.1, so time's really tumbling away now.
Yeah, that's excellent pace. It'd be interesting to see just how much quicker. I'd imagine we'll get into the 14s if Kai Jackson's already set in a 15.1. the more they get used to this track, the more rubber that goes down. We shall see. Still an interesting line through bridge there. I enjoyed seeing how that's progressed throughout the course of the day. Big look over the shoulder for Josh Whittaker, and you're 4 seconds to the good of Jensen Barnard. Josh, I think you can concentrate on going forward for now, and you should, in the last 5 minutes of the race, be able to sort yourself out with that second repechage position. Track limits for Leo Anderson, the 58, who's down in 9th place overall. Not quite sure where the track limits are being called on this one, to be honest with you, Reeve. I wasn't at the driver's briefing. I'm looking at perhaps the exit of Priory. There's a big white patch there. Perhaps they're not allowed to use the whole white area there. Not that drivers seem to be doing that very often, and that would explain why we haven't seen 1 or 2 track limits penalties. Pole sitter Conor Nathan has an OTY, that's an overtaking under yellows. Not the done thing. I've always said in my driver's briefings, 1 kart coming towards an incident is a risk. 2 karts side by side doubles the risk, simple maths, and we can't have doubling of any sort of risk here in motorsport in general. So, yeah, straight penalty.
Yeah, it is indeed. We don't want to see people racing in the yellow flag's there to indicate that the track is not safe to be raced at on that particular path. So, as we have
track limits penalty, Reeve.
Jensen Barnard, currently running in P3, has broken away from the upper midfield and is in his kind of own element on the track. Isn't quite there with the likes of Josh Whittaker, but running along very nicely. An unfortunate track limits penalty coming in there, though. I do wonder, as you mentioned, the turn 10 runoff there, where I imagine it must be so tempting to carry a bit more speed and take 4 tyres off onto that white patch of track. I think that could be one of the main pain points in terms of track limits here. But what a shame. That means that a position or 2 will be lost for Jensen Barnard there, tacked onto their race results at the end of proceedings. But no change elsewhere in the top end of the order, other than Kai Jackson's nearly into the 113. He's just got 114.1, which is blistering. We've nearly beaten our previous lap record from yesterday by 10 seconds. Obviously, that was the cadet driver, and this is going to be with the more powerful junior cars, but that is still impressive to see. Just goes to show just how high speed this circuit is.
Yeah, we've just been following the battle for 5th. Joshy Woods made his way up to 5th. Alfie Kells behind him is 6th, and Ella Rowe now down in 7th. They look to be closing in on Lewis Tracy for 4th position as well. We're having a look through the field. It's quite reasonably spread out now throughout, as that's a piece of go-kart. Was it a piece of go-kart or a piece of cone that was finding its way across the track? It doesn't look to me that any of these karts are significantly broken, but certainly not a sizable piece of anything that you want to see flying across the track. This is the 85 Reeve of Harry Kennedy down in 17th place.
It is indeed, and there's actually quite a lot going on in that mid-pack action there, around about 17, as you can see on your screens, folks. There's plenty of goings on here as we have a few different lines being taken as we run towards the turn 15 complex, but no one able to get any type of innings and push up towards the up end of the field. Now, rookie Alfie Kells, towards the top end of the order, has just posted a 1:13.8. Really impressive stuff for a driver running in P6 at the moment.
Lap record holder, Alfie Kells, as he now likes to be known, I'm sure. And we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day. I think there might be a Super Bowl lightweight A-Final coming up shortly, where a few drivers will fancy themselves for that. There's Jensen Barnard going through your shot, and here's the 15 of Lewis Tracy coming under a bit of pressure now from Joshua Wood and Alfie Kells. That's the 57 there, who I think might be a back marker. Indeed, yeah, that's how close our leader Kai Jackson is. This is the penultimate lap, and Kai Jackson's about to start the final lap, I do believe. Yep, that's confirmation from race control on that one. There's Josh Whittaker in 2nd place. Those two will be going up to the pre-A final as it stands. They just have to navigate one more circuit. Kai Jackson then into Brooklands. That's turn number 4. He's got Maggots and Beckett's coming up. That's these 3 sweeping corners here. Flat out chicane. Lovely stuff, just like it is on the main track. Then we come into turn 8 bridge, which we now exit, head on down through Express Curve into Priory. That's this right-hander that we've got here. Next up will be the right-hander of Club. So we drive down past this big white patch where we suspect the track limits are into Club. Island is then the left-hand kink, and the right-hand after that is Tower. Our next major corner is Seagrave. That's this big right-hand complex here. And the left hand of Seaman is all that's left. After that is Museum. And Kai Jackson now approaches the Museum, gets the kart thrown in there, laps another kart for good measure, comes around Farm Curve and wins the Pre-B final. Great drive from Kai Jackson. Gets himself up into the Junior Super Lightweight Pre-A final. Josh Whitaker does the same with the second place finished. They'll be followed home by Jensen Barnett, who's third on the road, but with that penalty. Joshy Wood, on the very last lap, makes it up to 4th place ahead of Lewis Tracy. Alfie Cals is 6th. Ella Rowe will be 7th. 8th, Jonah Young. 9th, Leo Anderson. 10th, Charlie Ledieu. Noah Johnson 11th. Connor Natton, our pole sitter, is down in 12th. Chris Clark has done well. She's finished 13th. Clara Boyce in 14th. Alfie High rounds out your top 15 finishers for this Pre-B final. And the lap record, Reeve, currently held by number 96, Joshie Wood.
It is indeed. We've seen plenty of changes for that toward the end of the race. I wonder if we've just got to another phase of track progression where still things are looking better and better. Still, I would have thought that Kai Jackson would have taken away that trophy with his immense pace, or their immense pace throughout the entire race. But Joshie Wood takes it in the end. That brings an end to the Junior Super Lightweight Pre-B final. Up next, it's our Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A final. Here we go then, your Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A finalists already out on track. So I think we're going to be pretty quick to get this one underway. So let's take a look at that grid then. We'll try and get a full grid in this time around. And let's see, so Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A finalists, we're looking out for the likes of Sam Fleming and Jack Thompson, Habadisa Subadar, and Shulan Srikantan should be in this one.
We've got a couple of minutes, so we'll take
cool.
you through at a nice leisurely pace now as they make their way around for this one. Starting indeed on the front row, as you correctly pointed out, Ray, Sam Fleming and Jack Thompson, Mohamed Issa Subadar and Shailen Srikatan are on row 2. Gillen Townsend is 5th with Freya Lally in 6th. 7th will be Amanzi Nwazu. Senna, formerly known as K Panna, now known as Khosrow Panna, is in 8th, a former lap record holder. Kiri. Jess Kirby and Jack Mills are on row 5 with Ryan Hamlet and Chloe van der Beneden in 12th. Nathan Gretsch is 13th, Jensen Goodall 14th. Joe Fleming and Jack Dowding are row 8. Leo Smith and Alicia Waterhouse are row 9. Hugo McMillan and Ed Sibley are our repechages from the B final. And we are underway racing for this Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A final. Good start from the front of the grid. Sam Fleming leads, but he's taken to the outside and slamming up the inside. I think that's Gillen Townsend actually making his way to the front here. It's anyone's game as they all try and get through. That is the 39, isn't it? That's Gillen Townsend, or Townshend, I should say. There's a H in there. Apologies. But great start from 5th on the grid, and through Maggots and Beckett, already got a pretty decent advantage.
Has indeed already your top two who are going to be fighting, I was about to say for the repechage positions, but they're already in the A finals now, so not in this one. They're just looking to secure their podium for the time being. 20 karts navigating their way through 10 more minutes of racing for our Cadet Super Lightweights. And here we go, see the number 12 there, under a little bit of a threat. That's Senna K. Panna potentially under threat from Ryan Hamlet there, but able to fend that off for the time being. With 10 minutes left to go in this one, we can see Hamad Issa Subadar in the mix there as well.
A little bit of contact there going through Seagrave, but all still facing in the right direction. Yeah, what a great start from Gillen as he comes round now to start lap 2. kind of imagine this going much better and a really good start to this season if you can hold on at the front there. Amanzi Nwazu's made a great start as well, from 7th on the grid. Then we've got Shailen Srikantan in 3rd. It's completely flipped the order, realistically, at the front there. Mohamed Issa Subadar down 1 place, but still a very respectable 4th. It's going to take me a while to get used to Senna's full name, and I might just have to refer to him as Senna before I abbreviate his name as we had it on the system last year.
It's a good name to be referred to as, isn't it?
Khosrapana, though, is quite a nice surname.
It
as
is,
well.
yeah.
I didn't realise that we had such a good surname just waiting in the wings for us. Here we go, though. Let's have a look what's happening out on track rather than on the timing screen, as this 30 of Jess Kirby up into 6th. Good start from Jess from 9th on the grid. Surely not everyone can have made up positions on the grid. I feel like everyone I mentioned has made up 4 places on the grid.
Yeah, I think what's happened is we've had a few movers who have maybe tumbled down a little bit more than they would have wanted. So we've had a few big movers down, which has allowed a lot of people to just slowly progress the way up on through. As Gunnar Townsend starts the next lap in good form with a briefly fastest lap. Obviously, we're still early days in this race. Amanzi Nwosu, though, takes that trophy from anyone else around them, currently running along in 2nd and closing up that gap to P1.
Yeah, as you can see, sun is out.
Oh,
it's a nice, bright, shiny day here. There's still patches of damp on the track. You can see in this shot, really, the differences, and indeed in this shot, the differences in the tarmac. So we're still not full dry running here, but then you look at Maggots and Beckett's and you think, yeah, that's almost bone dry. But yeah, certainly patches around the track. That's going to bring the temperature of the tyres down, these slick tyres that we race on, and hopefully when the patches dry up we'll be going even faster. With the sun beating down out like that, you can't imagine it'll be too long before we're fully dry racing.
It wouldn't be, and the conditions are starting to look so nice that actually, you know what, we see the number 15 of Nathan Gretsch under pressure there, but holding off that charge well. Took a nice defensive line. That's against Mohamed Issa Subadar, Freya Lally in the mix there, as well as they take a slightly tighter line. Mohamed Issa Subadar with a great run. Still side by side, actually, we head through turn 15. Still not settled. We're going to run down towards the farm curve in just a moment. Time being lost there, though, for the number 15 Kart.
Around we come for another. It's Srikantan who's in the lead of this one in the green helmet. Almost glaring that sun now coming down into turn 1. At the front, Amanzi Nwosu is looking for a race win here. Currently got the fastest lap, took 4/10 out of Gillen Townsend's lead on that last lap, as we see the 15 of Nathan Gretsch moving up into 5th place here, leading down into Bridge. There's that battle at the front. It's quite close, not quite as close as this battle for 5th now, as I think Srikantan has made it back into 5th, and yes, points forward to say we need to get catching up to Jess Kirby. He's doing a great job in 4th from 9th on the grid. Senna Khosrapana is in 3rd as well. Those guys are pulling away from this battle here as they kind of go side by side there through that complex of corners that involves Ireland and Tower. Into Seagrave they come. A left-hander is Seaman next. So all chopping, I can't keep up with this one, Reeve.
Jack Thompson's just had a really good run as they ran through turn 15 there and ends up at the head of this pack. But as you say, it's going to keep chopping and changing. Senna Khosrapana, apologies, heads through onto the next lap with a 1:19.6, so flying along at the moment. Jack Thompson makes a position, as does Nathan Gretsch, as does Freya Lally, but check in again in another lap, and I think it would have changed once more. We navigate through the first couple of corners, and we still see we're almost looking single file for this pack, but they are going to continue on.
Yeah, the top 3 looking exactly what you want. They all traded fastest lap then. Gillen Townsend put in the fastest lap, then Amanzi Nwosu put in the fastest lap, and then Senna Khosrapana put in the fastest lap. All 3 of them in succession, closing in. There's a second and, well, just under 2 seconds, I should say, covering all 3 of them. soon they'll be as close together, if that carries on, as the pack that we're watching here, which is the pack right behind them. Jess Kirby, Nathan Gretsch. Yeah, you can see Jess there's got a little bit of an advantage in the 30 car, the red suit, as they come round Taran Island once more into Seagrave. They're not quite as feisty as they were on the last lap. Perhaps they have quietly understood between them that they need to focus on catching up to the lead in group. And here they are, Senna Kozrapana then up into second place and looking for first as well, to the inside of the first corner. Ooh, a little bit of contact there with Townsend. Holds onto the lead. Kozrapana's got the fastest lap on that last race, and here they come then, Reeve, this top three into Maggots and Beckett. What have they got to offer us?
We'll just have to wait and see. Senna Kozrapana has a look, goes for the inside there, the track almost falls to him. Fantastic little run there, but there we go. From third into second. Is it going to be settled yet, though? I don't quite think so. Gillen Townsend now drops back to third. Amanze Nwosu's fancying the chances at taking the lead in this one. 3.5 minutes to go. This battling trio certainly not settled yet. Through turn 10 we go. Mud on the track doesn't phase them. They in fact all three take a nice run on the corner exit there as Amanze Nwosu's trying to hunt down Senna Kozrapana now. Through the mid part of the lap, we go up towards turn 14 in just a moment, and things settle for just the moment. The left-hander approaches next. All drivers just getting oh so close to that apex, not wanting to ride up on that curb, but who knows, it could still be low grip there, especially compared to what the tarmac is now looking like, which is full dry running at that part of the track. We head on to the start-finish straight to start the next lap, and we are being led by Senna Kozrapana. Amanze Nwosu in second, and Gillen Townsend drops back to third. Now, in the background there, we can see, folks, we're just under 3 minutes. Jess Kirby's running along in fourth. We follow along with her through the first couple of corners. Jess Kirby may just be laying in waiting here while the top three trio battle it out and maybe take a bit of time off each other. Jess Kirby is just banging in some really fast laps and just running along in the 19s.
Yeah, there's 2.5 minutes left, Reeve. If Amanze can get close to Senna here,
yeah,
he's going to have a go. And if he has a go, they're going to fight. And if they're going to fight, Jess Kirby could still well be involved in the conversation for race win in this Pre-A final. Still probably 3 laps, including this one, at least to go, and Jess can see them in the distance there and knows that if she keeps putting in the consistent lap times, there could be a podium in this. It's still raging behind with Nathan Gretsch and Shailen Srikatan, Jack Thompson, our pole sitter, Freya Lally's involved there, Mohamed Issa Subadar, and Sam Fleming. Sorry, Sam Fleming was our pole sitter. Jack Thompson was a front row occupier in second place. Bit of a gap now between these front three. It seems like Senna has settled into the race lead. We will get this lap and one more after it, I believe, if I'm judging the timing correctly. Amanze Nwosu won't have given up on this race win just yet. Gillen Townsend will fancy a crack at taking it back as well. But yeah, a little bit spaced out now as we go up on into Brooklands and through Maggots and Beckett's for what I think will be the penultimate time.
It should indeed be. As you say, these drivers now start to settle in to their respective positions, which is probably the sensible option at this point. You don't want to go for anything brash, anything bold or brave late on into the race because you've done so much work. Everyone in the top 3, everyone in the top 5 is going to be in for some really good points here in this Pre-A final, so why try and chuck it away for the sake of a position here or there? Now, that's me looking at things as police reporter, no longer active racing driver. No, never really considered himself a racing driver anyway at all in any shape or form, but I'm sure an actual racer is probably thinking about taking those positions anyway. Either way, as we say, penultimate time around, Senna Kozrapana leads us running through turn 16, turn 17 and turn 18 in a moment. Through the museum we go and onto the farm curve, and the last lap commences with Senna Kozrapana leading, Amanze Nwosu, Gillen Townsend just behind.
Yeah, this is going to be great results for most of these drivers. Senna was in the South Championships last year, I believe, and I haven't quite got a measure on what the results were like in that. But Gillen Townsend did 1 round of North last year, best result of a 5th, so we'll surely be happy with the podium here. Amanze Nwosu did the first 3 rounds of North and only managed a 4th, so both of those appearing on the north podium for the first time. Jess Kirby as well will be super happy with a 4th, I'm sure. Just checking, and I think that'll be her best result. It will. In fact, last time out in the actual A-Final was 5th, so a 4th is a step in the right direction for Jess. Coming round then, Island and Tower for the final time, and into Seagrave. Senna Kosrapana rounds Seaman for the last time. Just one major braking zone to go. That'll be Museum. This left-hander brings him out onto Farm Curve, and the start-finish straight. Senna Kosrapana then wins the pre-A final, looks very pleased with himself. Amanzi Nwozo follows home in 2nd, looks equally chuffed, and 3rd goes to Gillen Townshend. Jess Kirby will finish 4th in this one, and then the battle for 5th, I think is going to be won indeed by Shaylin Srikatan. Nathan Gretsch will come home in 6th, Freya Lally 7th, Jack Thompson 8th, Mohamed Issa Subadar 9th, and Sam Fleming, your top 10 for this pre-A final. These guys will all be back later on for the A final. But what a fantastic start to super lightweight cadet racing we've had.
Absolutely, and hopefully that the good excitement that we've had in the racing continues on, as up next it's going to be our junior lightweight pre-A final. Here we go then, it's our junior lightweight pre-A final, or pre-A finalists rather, making their way out on track in just a moment. So we should have another fairly large grid here for our juniors. So we'll see what that is looking like in just a moment. But it's going to contain the likes of Callum Boot, Nikolai Eisgaard, Jonathan Fuchsel, Jonas Klimas and Dan Griffin. Let's take a look at what the proper order will be looking like though. So on row 1 of our grid, it is going to be Jacob Markles, Callum Boot, followed by Nikolai Eisgaard and Jonathan Fuchsel, followed by Jonas Klimas and Dan Griffin. That's row 1, 2 and 3. Row 4 will be made up of John Wall, Max Miller, Thomas Welsford, Seth Dode, Samuel Chilton and Zach Hassan. That's row 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to the next row of the grid then, it will be Frederick Burden, Jensen Davis, James Wall, Milo Stewart, Jack Yates and Caden Graham completing row 7, 8 and 9. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid, Jake Dibble Parrott, Isaac Lyon, Zach McKieran, Oscar Littlechild, James McLaughlin and Milo Smith complete row 10, 11 and 12. And that's your 12 row grid for this junior lightweight pre-A final. 24 karts making their way round through the wing curve, museum and farm curve to get ready to go racing.
Really looking forward to this one as Jacob Marples and Callum Boot lead us around. We've got Marples on the right hand side, Boot to the left. It seemed to be in that last race that starting on the front row didn't really serve you too well. Heading down to turn 1, let's see if Marples and Boot can correct that. Marples certainly has. Boots found himself right on the outside and lost a significant number of positions there. Not ideal for Callum Boot, but Jacob Marples leads us down towards Brooklands for the first time. There's lots of jostling going on towards the back of this pack, and someone out wide there, I can't see who that is from this camera angle, unfortunately. Marples though with a decent few kart length advantage going in to bridge for the first time. Round they come then. All karts still facing in the right directions, even if there was a slight off just on the exit there of Brooklands as we came around for the first time. Let's see if we can figure out who this is then leading the charge after Marples. Come now through Club, Island and Tower. That right-hander there is Club. And then you have Island, then Tower. This is Seagrave and Seaman. Marples there in the 77 right out in front. That's the 38, is it, Reeve, of Jonathan Fuchsel in behind. And I want to say the 83 of Jonas Klimas in third. Great shot of that young man by there, stood right next to the camera. For as much face on apologies. Jonas Klimas is in second and John Wall is up in third there. I'm not quite sure what happened to Jonathan Fuchsel. Nowhere near, unless we've got a faulty transponder. I'm trying to look through the order and see exactly where he is. He started in 4th position. And correct me if I'm wrong, Reeve, but I can't see him on the timing board at all.
Not that I can make out at the moment. Just have to see what's going on there. Looks like, yeah, there's a couple of...
Right at the back, it might have been him that went off the track. There's a few, though, yes, who look like the transponders aren't picking up properly. We'll keep an eye on that as it upgrades.
They're just coming through now by the looks of it. We'll start to see Caden Graham gets picked up on our transponder there. Jack Yates as well. Should see Max Miller in just a moment as they cross the line. Potentially 8.5 minutes to go in this one then.
There's a cone warning for our race leader, Jacob Marples, as well as James McLaughlin, who won the Pre-B final earlier. McLaughlin has made his way up to 17th already. Decent start there. And however, even better start from Milo Smith. Made up 11 positions, second in the B final, currently running in 14th, was 13th in the A.
Fastest lap then goes to Zach McKieran, 1:15.3. That's a rookie driver, leading rookie driver in our session for the time being. In 7th at the moment. Really nice effort from Zach there, but we look a little bit further up the order here. Apologies, folks, if you do occasionally struggle to see the nameplate or number plates on the car. That's just because the sun is beaming down with such loveliness that it's...
Yeah, we had 3 patches of blue sky earlier. It's pretty much all blue sky now. It's like 3 clouds. So really great weather here. I'm surprised there's still patches of damp on the track. If I'm honest with you.
Yeah, like I imagine it might be quite brisk out there, but luckily we're in a nice
that's
warm
forceful from Callum Boot. Yeah. Through Ireland and Tower they go. Contact warning coming in for Nikolai Eisgard. Round Seagrave they go. This is a massive battle. Oh, and that's not what we want to see. 3 karts off, 4 karts off there, going through Seaman. And that battle calms down one way or the other. A 13.4 for Jonas Klimas. That's a lap record, Reeve. Jonas Klimas is the lap record holder at Silverstone right now and is in 2nd place, half a second off the lead.
Yeah, he's done a really good job of closing up on Jacob Marples. We'll try and catch that in a moment, but we can see just behind Frederick Burden and John Wall as well, also having their own scrap over P3. Got a couple of penalties coming in. One of them is Jonathan Fuchsel. Track limits. Race not quite going his way, I suspect. But here we go, we're looking at a set of drivers now heading around towards the end of the lap.
It's Caden Graham diving up the inside of Sam Chilton, I believe we saw there. This is Freddie Burton in 3rd place, 26th behind him, John Wall. This is your battle for the lead. Jacob Marples under significant pressure now from Jonas Klimas. They are coming round to start a new lap. This will be Museum Corner. Marples has led this one from pole position from the start, but Klimas, your lap record holder, has a contact warning, goes to the outside of Wellington, and Marples has gone defensive and holds the lead so far. There's still half this race to go, Reeve. It's going to be a lot of defending if he's already trying it. Here, the 83 of Klimas tries to get a better drive out of Brooklands into Maggots and Beckett's. We'll have to go single file for now. It's a flat out chicane. Is there an opportunity coming down into Bridge?
He certainly has a look at it. Goes for that outside run, which we know can offer great pace, but well, Jacob was just able to just cling on down the inside and put that kart in a really good position to defend. The beauty of the race so far, as we see Jacob also putting that kart in a really good defensive position there, might be running out too wide into turn 10, might have cost himself some time, and does so indeed, running down through turn 11. Through goes Jonas Klimas to take the lead of this race. Already had the momentum, but might be able to lose out once again as we run through turn 14 in just a moment. He has the outside as Klimas. Down through the inside goes Jacob, takes back the race lead in this one. This is going to be a ding-dong battle, I suspect, because they've got so much free space of the karts behind. They can afford to lose a little bit of time in this scrap. Now, we do have 4.5 minutes left to go, so it won't be until the very end, given the pace of Frederick Burden. But for now, Marples is back in the lead of this race. I don't think it's quite settled just yet, though. We run through turns 2, turn 3, which is a very slight turn to the left before you approach Brooklands. And there we go. Marples looks like just that little bit more comfortable running through Brooklands this time out. Klimas not able to run alongside and put pressure on as they run through Maggots and Beckett's. We'll have to see what happens as we run down towards the bridge in just a moment. Will any opportunities arise then? All looks to be pretty settled for the time being. They stay in single file.
That was a great move down into Seagrave from Marples. Lost the lead a couple of corners before, but just really late on the brakes. Chucked it up the inside and owned the corner from there. This is where he lost out last time. Climbers can't get a look this time around. Might try the same thing actually into Seagrave. In fact, yeah, there's a big look over the shoulder from Marples and a defensive line. Sees it coming, shows him to the outside of Seaman and holds on to the lead for another lap. You're right, Frederick Burden was very, very briefly the lap record holder at Silverstone. Callum Boot is now the lap record holder as Climus tries to get a run round Farm Curve down the start-finish straight. These two look very evenly matched on pace. But yeah, Marples, I think, gave us a really good example there of what racing around here in the dry is going to be like. There are opportunities to overtake. It's not necessarily going to help your lap time doing something like that, but in a ding-dong battle at the front of an A-final, there are opportunities to chop and change positions. Might not be through here, through Maggots and Beckett's, they're flat out. And certainly Bridge corner here that we're looking at seems to be quite a favourite in the wet and drying conditions. But these next opportunities, Priory and Club, they're absolutely overtaking opportunities, as are Seagrave and indeed Seaman just after it.
They are indeed, and what I really like about this battle is they seem to be giving each other plenty of racing room. They seem to be very wary of what each other are doing and having a great time. I think they're having an immense amount of fun in this battling, which is, you know, certainly good compensation if you're losing time while doing it. We run through turn 14 once again. Marples on the defence. We saw Climbers having a look around about the outside, maybe seeing if a gap presents itself on corner exit, going for a bit of an inside run there, and they do make a slight bit of contact there as Marples boxes off Climbers to head down the start-finish straight once again. Over the shoulder looks the race leader. Climbers tries to go the long way round into turn 1. Nothing to stick from that far back just yet, but turn 2 and turn 3 come up next. We are side by side. Marples on the defence here might present an opportunity for Climbers down the inside. They go single file once again down towards Maggots Beckett. It will be a wide entry from Climbers if he can try and make a move done from that far back. He can't quite yet. It's going to be Bridge up next as we are nearly side by side here, and Marples is on the defence once again. You say Bridge maybe not the opportunity it once was earlier on. Priory is going to be the next available. Already on the defence is Jacob. Jonas has to try and hang it around the outside if he can do so. This all comes down to who gets the better run and exit out of turn 10 effectively, which sets you up for the next couple of corners. So far, Jacob Marples still in control.
Yeah, there's got to be somewhere. I know Marples seems to be taking the very defensive routes. There's got to be somewhere where Climbers can find a way around the outside. He's looking around the outside at Seaman, maybe trying to get a better run out of the corner. Let's see if anything happens at Museum. Not on the outside line there. Maybe turn 1. Maybe there's a way around the outside if you can get a nice slipstream coming down here. We are on the last lap, Reeve. And to the outside he goes of Wellington. Doesn't look like there's a move to be made by there. They come through stage, head on up to Brooklands for the final time. Yeah, there's a gap on the inside there. I'm not sure. You'd have to drive it to know if you can just throw it up the inside.
Well, weather's good. We'll see if there's a rental session later on.
Absolutely, yeah. Through Maggots and Beckett's we go for the final time then. Very much to the inside there of Bridge. Next opportunity will be Priory. I think Marples is going to stay right over to that right-hand side of the track. Yes, indeed he does. The outside line here is not looking too handy, but can he get the switch back? Yes, he can, Reeve. Here we go. This is the move up the inside. Climbus makes it work. The next corner doesn't favour him. Oh, over the cone. He's going to have to stay out in the lead, is Climbus, but I think he's going to lose that race win. And oh, that's a great switch back from Marples. Fair play to him. Really, really good driving. And there'll be questions as to whether or not he left Climbus racing room to hit that cone. Frederick Burden is right on the back of these now.
Another lap and it would be a very different story, I suspect.
Marples takes the win. Second is Climbus. Third is Burden. 3 tenths between them. It's really, really close. Callum Boot comes home in 4th. John Wall 5th. Dan Griffin 6th. JD Parrott in 7th. That's Jake Dilworth Parrott. Milo Smith, repechage from the pre-B final, a fantastic 8th and the lap record, Reeve. What a great day that is for Milo. Might not be a race win, but I will refer to what I said earlier. I'd prefer that to a race win in the A-final. You get your money's worth and you get the lap record title. Excellent stuff. James Wall 9th, 10th is Milo Stewart. It'll be interesting to see what comes about penalty-wise from that last one, but as of now, Jacob Marples will be on the front row with Jonas Klimas for the A-Final.
They will indeed. So this brings an end to our junior lightweight pre-A final. Up next, it'll be our cadet lightweight pre-A final.
As our juniors filter into the pits, then we await our cadet super lightweight, cadet lightweight pre-A final. Ignore the text at the bottom of your screen and now pay attention to it as it is correct. Okay, let's see then who we've got lining up on the grid for our lightweight pre-A final. Starting on pole position will be Ronnie Deacon, Zach Smith alongside him in second. Tyler Shanks will be third with Jacob Underhill in fourth place. Adam Asghar is fifth and Luke Collins is sixth. James Vout starts in seventh with Jackson Burge in eighth. George Glossop will be ninth with David Kadar company there on row 5. Row 6, Omar Ula and William Moore are 11th and 12th. 13th will be Clark Brownlee. Josh Milburn starts 14th, Cole Blockley in 15th. 16th is Felix Rigby. Row 9 is George Marriott and Lewis Forrester. Row 10 is Harry Berry Whiting and Ethan Coote. The two repêchages from your pre-B final. Be interesting to see how they get on. Two rookies in this one, Ethan Coote, who we've just mentioned, and Cole Blockley starting in 15th. And some drivers at the top of this field who featured heavily in cadet racing in Club 100 over the last couple of years. Ronnie Deacon, Zach Smith, Tyler Shanks, Jacob Underhill, Adam Asghar, Luke Collins, James Vout and Jackson Burge. Away we go then. Deacon leads them into turn 1. He's on the right hand side of the 14, the 13 of Zach Smith to the outside. Excellent start from them both. Smith's a bit sideways, gets a little bump there in behind from Underhill, sets him off the right way. It's been a good start for Deacon, and the 49 of James Vout up into second place already? It is indeed. Excellent start from James Vout. He'll be very happy with that from 7th on the grid. And reasonably spaced out already are these top few drivers, some very different lines there. The number 8 of Luke Collins taking a bit of a wider line into the top. There's a cone that's gone flying and it's lost its sleeve, I think, on the exit there of Bridge. They come on down now for the first time into Priory and now into Club. There's going to be a challenge for the race lead. That's 3 wide. Deacon's held onto it though, Reeve. Intense pressure from Collins and Vout, but Deacon's still in the lead. Vout now second up the inside of Seagrave and possibly even getting a good run out of the corner. Great driving from James Vout. He's taken the lead amazingly there from 7th on the grid. At the end of the lap 1, it's going to be him, followed by 6th place man Luke Collins.
That's what we like to see, isn't it? 3 corners and 3 different race leaders at various points. Collins saw an opportunity early on, went for it, lost out. Then, as you say, Deacon, followed by Vout, who now leads our charge down into that first corner. Collins, though, sees an opportunity down the inside and takes your race lead from James Vout. Waved yellows at various parts of the lap. That doesn't concern us too much by the looks of things, though, heading into turn 4 here. Meanwhile, number 4 of, who is that there? The number 4 driver. Apologies, have I just made up a driver? I think I have. Either way, it's going to be Collins versus Vout, heading through Maggots and Beckett's down towards Bridge in just a moment. There is Deacon just in the background. Collins controlling things quite nicely for the time being. I am very much aware of in the background every now and again you hear a glorious straight 6. I think of an E-Type just bombing it around the main course every now and again under filming, but Collins is looking like he's very much happy leading this one now. Vout settling in just behind. There is going to be the number 13 of Zach Smith currently in P4 as Deacon drops back to 5th.
Yeah, great stuff from our cadets and the first couple of laps of this one. Let's see if there's a move on in Seagraves here for the 26th. There is indeed. That's Will Moore going ahead of Jackson Burge, I believe. Here are your leaders then. Luke Collins ahead of James Vout with a bit of a gap now, I would say. Back to 3rd with Zachary Smith. Ronnie Deacon holds 4th for now. but has lost 2 positions from then start finish straight. Tries to gain 1 back into turn 1, and I think does. So Deacon there will be 7th, I want to say. Jackson Burge, yeah, hasn't got ahead. Well held in some regards there. Omar Ullah is the driver making moves, and we can see now Ullah followed by Deacon into bridge. Deacon with a slightly pointier car by the looks of things, able to get a little less understeer on the entry to that corner. There's your front 3. Then Ullah and Deacon 4th and 5th. Adam Ashgar's lost out there in that battle.
Yeah, for a moment Ullah looked vulnerable to Deacon, though. Took, as you say, a tighter line, seemed to carry more speed and a bit of sliding almost on the corner exit, but somehow has held onto it as we go side by side. Just behind them, that's going to be between Jackson Bird and
Jacob Underhill. Yeah,
Jacob Underhill, yeah.
Spoke to in the Paddock show. Jacob's looking to get up the inside of Museum and does so, provided he can get the drive down the start finish straight. Jacob will be 7th at the end of this one. Indeed, takes a very tight line there. Is up 6th actually, correction. Still under heavy pressure from Jackson Burge, and that must be David Kadar in behind there. Adam Ashgar has not had a great lap. He's down in 9th. Harry Berry Whiting from 19th on the grid. Reeve up into 10th.
Yeah, one of our Repcharge drivers impressing there, then up into the top 10. Let's see what else he can do in the second half of this race. Currently in the 119, so we should be on for making a couple of places, providing the overtaking goes well. But it's quite clear now, just looking at the timing screen, which you can follow along as well at results.alphatiming.co.uk, that our top 3 have separated out of it. Now, I do have a query for those who are much more knowledgeable than myself. Penalty coming in for Adam Ashgar. HOSW.
HOSW. Hands off steering wheel.
It's been a while since I've seen one of them.
You wouldn't have seen one before. It's a new rule this year, Reeve. CLUB100. You are not allowed to make hand gestures at the officials, at your other drivers, in general, really. So yes, hands off steering wheel is a new penalty.
Yep, see a bit of an off running into turn 15 there. Didn't quite catch who it was, but we head down the start finish straight once more. We can see a pretty big gap to those leading and those who are occupying the upper midfield now. Number 13 of Zach Smith heads on through up towards turn 4. Doesn't look under any major pressure at the moment, so might be in a really good place to score some decent points or maybe close up if the top 2 begin to have a bit of a tighter battle once more.
There's a change of position here. Jacob Underhill has taken 5th off Ronnie Deacon. Now Paul Zitzer leads into bridge there. A lot tighter a line than Omar Ullah in front of them. So Jacob will be looking to close down on Omar for 4th place. Yeah, this is very much where the battles are ongoing in this field. The front 3 so spread out, but Jacob Underhill eyeing up another overtake. Omar Ullah is just ahead of him. Jacob Underhill won the Cadet. Oh, that's me breaking up a little bit. Apologies for that if you lost me mid-sentence. Jacob Underhill, the winner of the Cadets Super Lightweight North Championship last year, moving up a weight category now and under pressure from Ronnie Deacon. Ronnie tries to go up the inside of Museum, but Jacob Underhill holds on around the outside, hoping for a bump draft down the start finish straight as Jacob defends going into Wellington. Around the left hand as they come. They've still got 4 minutes left of this, but it might get to the point where either Underhill or Deacon thinks, do you know what, 5th is as good as we can hope for in this race. Omar's got a little bit too much pace. I think there's still a conversation to be had though, and Jacob's certainly got a little bit of a gap now on Ronnie Deacon, who's going to come under pressure from David Kadar as well, who's pulled right up to the back of this field. Omar Ullah's not pulling away either. Underhill's going to challenge coming down into the next corner at Priory. And there we have it. Round the outside goes Underhill. And onto the grass. The outside line doesn't quite work there. Ronnie Deacon's up the inside. David Kadar as well. So Deacon has actually made his way from 6th to 4th in the space of 2 corners. Up the inside goes David Cadet as well. He's made his way up from 7th to 5th now. Omar Ulla still under pressure from Jacob Underhill, despite that little foray off the track. They come through Seaman now down into Museum. Jacob Underhill's going to have another go at Omar Ulla. This time it's not going to be for 4th place. It's going to be for 6th, I think. As through goes Deacon in 4th, Cadet in 5th, and indeed Omar Ulla is in 6th place. Trying to get involved as well is Jackson Burge at the inside of Jacob Underhill there into Wellington, and makes the move stick. Great move that from Jackson Burge. They come now down towards Brooklands. Ronnie Deacon leading the way of these guys. There's quite close between 2nd and 3rd at the front. Keep an eye on that one, Reeve. James Vout and Zach Smith. Luke Collins, though, 2.5 seconds out in front, and the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, a few opportunistic moves. See Luke Collins just been able to control things quite nicely, but James Vout now potentially under threat from Zach Smith. We'll have to see if we can catch those two in their battle for 2nd, as we've got plenty going on elsewhere in the pack. The number 55 looking over the shoulder. There's David Cadet looking over at Ronnie Deacon, and meanwhile Jackson Burge heads on through, has a look down the inside, can't do anything from there just yet, but seems to be on a bit of a charge at the moment, does Jackson.
I think he was fighting back there.
Yeah.
I think Jacob Underhill took him in Priory, and Jackson Burge tried to fight back. Underhill, as we saw a lap ago, challenged him for 4th in that corner. Now some way off the back of that pack of 3 that are challenging for 4th. Track limit warning for Jacob Underhill. That might have been for his little foray onto the grass a lap ago. And here's the challenge then. David Cadet is now 4th, fighting over it with Ronnie Deacon into turns 1 and 2.
They are indeed, and Cadet actually has... Nope, that's just a curb warning. Apologies, I thought for a second had a penalty creeping in, which would have changed things up in this battle for 4th, but seems to be so far holding on to things quite nicely, just allowing the top 3 to just walk away with it at the moment. As we can see around the outside, can Ronnie Deacon make it work? He can't just yet, but he hangs on in there. Hasn't lost too much time in attempting that. You see Cadet going as wide as he realistically could on exit to make sure that he holds on to P4 there. Next opportunity then arrives at turn 10 through Priory we go. It's a wide run there for David Cadet, similar to what we saw with Underhill being coaxed by that wide exit, and Deacon flies on through. A nice clean run sees him carry a bit more pace, as there we go, Cadet's off and into the grass. He loses a substantial amount of time, drops back in this fight for 4th. Deacon meanwhile also runs wide, and through goes Omar Ulla.
Yeah, Underhill's back in the mix here as well. As we come down, they are 2 by 2 going into Museum. Deacon and Underhill on the inside. Around the outside goes Cadet. I think Cadet's going to lose out to Underhill. Jackson Burge is in there as well. That's Harry Berry Whiting, our repechagee from the pre-B final, coming through as well. Underhill's on the inside. Deacon has 4th as it stands. They're still close 2nd and 3rd, but this is the battle for 4th, and it's absolutely raging at the minute, Reeve. Down through Brooklands they go. They're going to go through Maggots and Beckett single file, I hope. Yes, indeed they do. Ronnie Deacon ahead of Omar Ulla. Jacob Underhill and Jackson Burge next, side by side, the front 2, different lines. Underhill dives up the inside. Great opportunistic move that from Jacob Underhill. Omar Ulla drops down into 6th place. Ronnie Deacon has a little bit of breathing space now. Jacob Underhill's just in behind him. Omar Ulla holds on there. I think that's David Cadet now back in behind him. It's the final lap, Reeve. We haven't even noticed. And here's your race leader. He's done an absolutely fantastic job. It's Luke Collins. He's coming around the final bend now. We'll pick him up on the camera. There he is on Farm Curve. The number 8 has won this race by a good 3 seconds. Absolutely amazing drive from 6th on the grid. Zach Smith will come home 2nd. James Vout 3rd. The battle rages on for 4th. And I think Jacob Underhill has just snatched it from Deacon. He has indeed. There's Ulla going wide there and dragging water onto the track. Jacob Underhill battles to 4th place. Ronnie Deacon 5th. David Cadet 5th. Jackson Burge 7th. Harry Berry Whiting from the back of the grid from 19th. Really good drive up to 8th. Clark Brownlee is 9th. Omar Ulla has to settle for 10th. Really good battle from 4th to 10th in that one, Reeve, and some superlative drives at the front.
Absolutely, yeah. What a fight for the upper midfield, and as well in the end, Zach Smith did win out over James Vout, but what a battle throughout the pack. Well done to all of those cadet drivers. They're going to get ready for the true finals now. Up next, though, it's our pre-final of the day. It's the Junior Super Lightweight Pre-A Final. Here we go then. Last of our cadets make their way into the pit lane, and our juniors begin to jump out on track. So we'll get those grids for you in just a moment as we get ready for our last pre-final. Time flies when you are having fun, and we certainly have been having fun today at Silverstone. Let's take a look at the way that those grids are going to be forming up though. So on the front row of the grid, it will be Sam Morse and Ellis McKenzie, followed by William Harvey and Max Poole on row 2. Then it will be row 3 with Riley Busby and George DeGuide. Moving on to row 4, it's going to be Sam Bennell and Jack Bromham, Aloysius Millard and Zachary Belch on row 5. Row 6 is Joshua Robinson and James Winterbottom. Moving on to the 7th row, Rafa Malcolm, Kian Kareem, Benjamin Kent and Alex Rassing complete row 8, and then we have Finley Strang and Jaden Papari on row 9. Row 10 then will be Isaac Tomlinson, Paige Martin, followed by Jaden Stephan and Freddie Donald on row 11. It's Kai Jackson and Josh Whittaker on row 12. That completes your 24 kart grid for this, the Junior Super Lightweight Pre-A Final.
Lap record you're looking out for is a 1 minute 12.6. That's 10 seconds faster than this lot were going in qualifying, but this being the lightest weight category and the fastest karts today, we do expect to see quicker than a 1 minute 12, and it is slightly drier. I'd say this is probably peak time as well, Reeve, in terms of how light
still
and
some sun,
hot it's going to be. In terms of conditions that these karts enjoy, this could well be the race that determines the Silverstone lap record, at least until tomorrow.
Could well indeed.
Maybe even beyond tomorrow. It's going to be quite heavy tomorrow, drivers. Let's get going then. Sam Morse on the inside gets a good start, as does the number 2, Ellis McKenzie. They go to the inside of Wellington to defend. It's 6 and 2 as they were on the grid. Sam Morse leads Ellis McKenzie around stage and down in towards Brooklands. Great start there for the 46 as well of William Harvey. He holds 3rd. There's a couple of karts off in the background there. I think Riley Busby's made his way up into 4th. That's the 94 who's had a little trip to the grass. That's George Duguid from 6th on the grid. Not ideal for George as they all come around and catch the other one. There's a cone down there as well. The cone on the exit's got his sleeves back, but the cone mid-corner has been knocked over.
Sam Morse, Ellis McKenzie lead this one, but Ellis looks to be under threat from P3 backwards as we see number 75 there, Zachary Belch, heading down the inside on the run down towards the mid-sector of the lap. Great battles beginning to brew up already in the midfield, just like we saw in the previous running. 10 minutes to go as we have a spin on the entry into turn 15.
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple of drivers struggling for grip down there. I want to say that was someone quite high in the order as well. I can't quite make out who it was. We'll see on the live timing who's going to tumble down the times. It might have been Max Poole. In fact, it was, I think, Max Poole from 4th on the grid. Spins out, going through Seagraves. There's a battle there going through Wellington. Track limits warning coming in for our race leader as well, Sam Morse. Not quite sure where he picked that one up. But half a second advantage Sam has over Ellis McKenzie.
Here we go then, side by side as we run through the bridge there. And in fact, we're seeing 3 drivers heading through the bridge battles at plenty then. 1 minute 14.7 is your best time so far. Number 41 of Kai Jackson having a look down the inside as we run through the Priory. Number 79 there of Riley Busby, sorry, runs a little bit wide, and the number 7 it's number 4, sorry, of Jack Bromham.
So just a reminder, the numbers under 10 that you see, those are the positions that they finished in last year's championship. We've had a couple of graduates from this championship into seniors, I believe, or might have moved up into lightweights. Logan McAllister, our championship winner last year, not present here, but Ellis McKenzie, 2nd place, is 4th place. Jack Bromham is, and 6th place at the top of your timings. 1:13.7, still 2nd off that record is Sam Morse.
Again, at number 79 leading this pack at the moment. Just behind, though, is going to be Jack Bromham in the mix there in that upper midfield battle. This our last pre-A final of the day before we get the real point scorers coming. Obviously, drivers will score points for these races as well. But drivers wanting to put their best foot forward in this, the inaugural race of the season. Looking over the shoulder then is Riley Busby Bromham just behind, slightly further back as well. We can see with the number 19 there in the mix. I really need to get my eyes checked. There's not on number 19.
You've got to get glasses like
yeah.
Reeve. They're a godsend. As soon as you get out your early 20s, your eyes need the help. Here we go though. Coming around New Zealand for the last time. That's the 60 of Finlay Strang. Just ahead of Isaac Tomlinson. We can also see Kai Jackson there. Kai Jackson in the mix for 6th place, Reeve. Jaden Streatham and Kai Jackson are up 17 places each from 21st and 23rd on the grid, and neither of them have so much as a contact warning. That is very impressive.
Mega stuff, yeah.
I said earlier that you always get someone who comes through from the B final right to the front of the A. I say right to the front, you know, relatively speaking, but every single class category we've had, someone go from repechaging the B into the top 10 of the A.
Absolutely, yeah. Really impressive stuff as well. Jaden, rookie to this division as well. So impressive stuff to make up 17 places and do it cleanly as well. We can see the number 49, Joshua Robertson, under a little bit of pressure here as they run on through towards turn 14.
Yeah, Finlay Strang putting the pressure on there through Seagrave and into Seaman now. These guys are just behind the ones we were talking about just now, as there's a new lap record holder, Reeve. We're into the 111s, 111.5 for Ellis McKenzie at the front, and it's super close between the top two. Sam Morse and Ellis McKenzie are battling it out for the race lead in this one, as are pretty much everyone for every position further back. 3rd, 5th, 6th. We pick up here. Is this our front two? It's not. It is, sorry, yes. It's the back market that's confusing me there. Sam Morse still leads, but Ellis McKenzie right on his tail. With 5 minutes left and a 7-second gap, these two might start fighting right away, Reeve. They don't need to work together anymore. In fact, the back marker offers an opportunity for Ellis McKenzie to think, if Sam Morse even gets slightly held up, I can pounce and make my move.
Yeah, this is a really interesting dynamic.
And indeed, there he is, sorry.
Yeah, back marker, potentially not the most, I mean, it's a difficult part of the track to try and find a way on through. As we see Ellis McKenzie has a look around the outside now. We're going to head down towards the farm curve, but with a brief glance at an opportunity, Sam Moore says, thank you very much, I'm taking back my race lead. Really impressive stuff from these two. They were so close over that lap, I didn't realise that they were actually together on track on the timing system, because they were just occupying the exact same part of the circuit. But Sam Morse takes back the lead of this one. These two drivers, one of the very few in the 1:11 region. I want to give a quick apology to Jaden Stetham there, pronouncing the name wrong. So do let us know if we're pronouncing anyone's name wrong. I know, at least on my part, not doing it intentionally. Either way, have a look around the outside, though. It's Ellis McKenzie. Tries to go around the long way bridge. It's worked in the past. Doesn't quite offer the same opportunity at this point of the day, but we run up towards Priory in just a moment. Sam Morse in control of things. Once again, looks over the shoulder to see where Ellis McKenzie might be waiting to pounce. We'll run down towards turn 12 in just a moment. And they're in single file once again. This is all going to be a question of who makes a mistake, who's going to be first to crack as we run through turn 15. Takes a tighter run, does Ellis McKenzie, nearly wins out there, but hot on the defence is Sam Morse. That means we run past the museum and down through the farm curve once again, in a very similar position to where we were a lap ago. Looking over the shoulder is Sam Morse. Nothing to be done as we head into turn 1 just yet. These two, real class of the field on this last lap, low minute, 1:12, so they're matching the pace of other drivers in the midst of battle.
Yeah, picking up where they left off last season, these two, the 6 and the 2. Jack Bromham in 3rd as well. Those guys would probably be the championship favourites if you looked at the entry list first thing this morning. Round the outside, Ellis McKenzie tries to get the switch back. He's going to be side by side now, I think, coming down into Priory. Let's see if we can pick those two up. There's doesn't seem to have been much on the outside for the cadets, but it's a switch back to the inside for Ellis McKenzie here, and up the inside of Club, leads through Island and Tower. Switch for the lead then, Ellis McKenzie to the front. What has Sam Morse got in reply to that?
I'm sure he'll have something that they can think of as we head into the later stages of this race. We navigate the final part of the lap once again. Has a look around the outside, does Sam Morse, expecting a bit of a pace delta quite clearly as we run through turn 17. I think he has got that pace delta, has a decent run as we start the next lap. They're going to be side by side. Outside at turn 1 would be a tall order as we see that Ellis McKenzie holds on to it as we approach the next couple of corners, run up towards Brooklands in just a moment, and still has a look around the outside. Seems to be a favourite opportunity of Sam Morse to try and cling it around the outside with a bit of extra speed. I imagine it's also just a bit of a mind game to try and get your opponent to crack by making them fully aware of your presence. Hangs it around the outside of Bridge. Is it going to work this time around? Has to wait for the opportunity once again, I think.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if anyone can pull off one of those moves around the outside of Bridge, especially just getting fully alongside and demanding the racing room. Hopefully we'll get a chance to experience that over the course of the weekend at some point. Coming down now through Club, Island and Tower. A little bit of a gap for Mackenzie out in front. This is Seagrave, and the next one is Seaman. And Morse has to think about his next move, because are we going to be on the last lap? It's going to be certainly very tight in the timing, but I think now that we're doing quicker lap times, we'll get 2 more out of this. We will, and look at that pace around the outside into turn 1. Ellis McKenzie holds the lead, but on your timing screens, it's actually Sam Morse who's in the lead, because he did briefly get ahead there down the start-finish straight. Jack Bromham is trying everything he can. He's got the fastest lap. He's got the lap record down in 3rd place, but I think he's not going to be able to catch the 6 seconds that these guys have to an advantage. Sam Morse having a look at an alternative line through Bridge there. They come back down now towards Priory. Oh, very raggedy there for Sam Morse, trying to eke out a gap any which way he can. Coming into a club then. Nothing on there. Island and Tower navigated without drama. It will be the last lap next time round for sure. Seagrave and Siemens easily done. What do you reckon is going to happen, Reeve?
Well, I think Sam Morse is probably going to have another look at navigating the outside here. Maybe this time around it will work. We have 8 seconds left on the clock. We are going to get 1 more lap in, and it will be the last lap this time around. Let's see, has Sam Morse got anything else up his sleeve to try and make innings on this, the final opportunity? As we see Jack Bromham, meanwhile, sets a new fastest lap of the race. Finley Strang takes that away immediately, though. But here's where all the action is, folks, in this battle for the race lead. Looks like these yellow flags being waved through this sector potentially. This is going to slightly reduce the pace for the time being. They can't do any overtaking. They can't go racing until they're in the green sector once again, which it looks like they could be already. So the fight is back on. Ellis McKenzie leads Sam Morse as we navigate turn 9 into the Priory in just a moment. Nice defence there from Ellis McKenzie, very aware of exactly where Sam Morse was putting that kart. He goes for the switch around immediately, though. We run through down towards turn 13 in just a moment as we have a bit of an off there for Sam Morse. Could that be the time it's cost him there? He goes down the inside as we run through turn 14. Turn 15, Sam Morse is your leader.
Interesting to see. I'm not sure if Ellis McKenzie let him by there. He's certainly coming back at him now into Museum. He's going to have the inside line here. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Morse has got the inside and slightly faster car, I feel, down the straight, so Morse takes it. Has Ellis McKenzie given him the place back there because he feels he forced him wide? Interesting interpretation of it, and it's hard to see from this one camera angle that we've got. Certainly Morse went across the grass. We saw it in the cadets earlier. But looked to be super fair racing between them regardless, and certainly no friendships lost there. They've given each other a lot of respect. Jack Bromham comes in 3rd, Will Harvey 4th, Finley Strang, lap record holder here at Silverstone, is in 5th, Josh Robinson 6th, Kai Jackson a very impressive 7th. Really, really pleased to see that happening for the 4th time today. 4th time? Yeah, 4th time. Alex Wrighton 8th, 9th Sam Burnell, and Isaac Tomlinson rounds out your top 10.
That does indeed. So a bit of a blockbuster end to that one there. I imagine, well, who knows what actually truly went on. We're just here to watch along with yourselves, folks. That brings an end, though, to our pre-finals. Our junior super lightweight pre-A final brings an end to the pre-finals. In a few minutes, we're going to get ready for our Cadet Super Lightweight B Final. Here we go then, welcome back folks. Immediately into our proper finals for this afternoon's racing. The light is beginning to dim away from the track. The lights, in fact, on the circuit are already on. I imagine that's not a time thing because it's still definitely light enough without them. But the evening is approaching us now. So Cadet Super Lightweight B finalists are heading out now. Let's see what their grids are looking like. They're already behind the pace car, so that might have to be a quick one here. As Isaac Layton and Harrison Freeman complete row 1, Elijah William and Freddie Thompson, followed by Ethan Hall and Mason McKenzie complete row 2 and 3. Moving on to row 4, then it will be Archie Beswick, Oscar Watson, Elliot Bates, Archie Flynn, Nico Lyon, Logan Salton complete 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to the 7th row, it's Jin Yin, Noah Howe, Elfie Elson, Joshua Adams, Will Sword and Ellis Harrison complete row 7, 8 and 9. Moving on to the final row of the grid, it's going to be Rafe Tamraz and Oscar Tiley. That's your 20 cars navigating this Cadet Super Lightweight B Final. Isaac Layton versus Harrison Freeman on the front row of the grid. They are getting behind that pace cart. And now we can see they look pretty much formed up and ready to go racing. Let's see what happens. We'll have the confirmation from the pace cart in just a moment. The pace cart looking ready to potentially dip away. No, we're going to go around again. We have a confirmation from the marshals there. We're getting ready to do one last formation to get us all ready to go racing. This is likely to be a car potentially out of position or just a little bit too far back. Yeah, it looks to be the case. So we'll have one more navigation to get that ready to go. And we're going to go ready racing for our first final of the event. Slightly shorter run here. Obviously, they don't need to do the full navigation to get everyone formed up. They just need to make sure everyone's ready to head down those tram lines in order.
I'm sure they'll be ready to go
Yeah,
this time round. Like looks like they're going at some pace to try and get them round. And no hands in the air, no one noticeably out of position. I think we'll be good to go.
We should well be then. So next couple of corners before we go racing. Pace cart already poised to dip away from the track. Everyone forms up in their tram lines. Isaac Layton versus Harrison Freeman as they navigate their way down to turn 1 here. Looks to be a potential issue for a kart, unfortunately for a drive, but we are going to go racing. No, we're not actually. Oh no, we are. We are good to go racing. Here we go then. Layton versus Freeman into the first corner. Everyone else looks like a very clean start, all things considered. And they make their way down through. Clear lead for Isaac Layton, and there we go. I was waiting for that one, to be honest. We have a false start flag indicated. That means that this race start, null and void, never happened. I imagine this will be the cause. So what
yeah, it's Elijah William. He's
yeah, from P3.
Lost drive by the looks of things. I think he'll be helped back round to the pits and given a different kart because yeah, that's the last thing you want when you're pulling off the line, isn't it? And
yeah.
Seeing that your accelerator doesn't work. Of the two pedals, you'd prefer that one to be the working one if you had to pick between them. So yeah, they'll roll up again. He'll be given, I think he's gone into the pits already, being pushed in by the pace car, and will recover. Someone was out of grid as well. Yeah. They looked fine up until they came around the last corner, and then all of a sudden there was someone in the middle of the tram lines. So let's hope that they can find their grid positions. I think they'll go around once more now, just to recover in the time it'll take to put the number plate and transponder on a different kart. As we can see in the background, more filming on the main circuit, Reeve.
There is indeed. I can't quite identify the car from this distance. It looks to be something even older perhaps than an E-Type this time out, so I'm sure it sounds good either way. But yeah, effectively this race start, well, the previous race start was null and void, never happened. We're going to get ready to go for 11 minutes once again in the qualifying order on the grid. That's why we have spare karts lying around. That's why there's a bit of spare time allocated during the day for when we need to take a couple minutes to do this sort of thing. So we're back under formation conditions now at this point. False start flags no longer being waved. We're just getting everyone lined up. I'm ready to go racing once again.
Can't quite tell if Elijah's been able to rejoin. I haven't seen anyone pulling up out the window, so it might be that we go for one more lap and still in the pit lane.
So I can hear something barreling down the pit lane now. I think you might have a better view than myself, Jacob, of what's going on in that pit lane. We're looking for a number 46 plated kart to be ready to go racing once again.
Yeah, nothing I can see coming out. I might have missed it.
Just looking. There we go. No, Elijah's
He's in
actually
there.
back on the track. Yeah, there
All
we go.
good.
He's on third and ready to go racing by the looks of things.
So let's see if we can have a repeat then.
There we go.
Off goes the pace car. Isaac Layton hoping for a repeat of that. Really, he did really well, didn't he? Reduced race time of 11 minutes is underway then, and looks to me like Layton's not had as good a start. Round the outside comes Harrison Freeman. He's had a much better go at it than he had on the first race start, and away he comes then in the lead of this one. The 22 is down in 4th or 5th, I think. Isaac Layton's dropped a couple of positions. The timing on the left-hand side would imply that that is a jump start, and indeed, here comes your penalty. Harrison Freeman, jump start. If they're ahead on timing at this stage, that means that they cross the timing loop before them. It should, in theory, be in race order, or at least in order of the rows. And yeah, there's a penalty there for Freddie Thompson as well. And Elijah William has a black flag.
Breaking formation.
Oh, breaking formation.
Breaking
Sorry,
formation,
I always make that mistake. Yes, breaking formation for Elijah William. Unfortunately, he did get going, but he got going in the wrong place.
Yeah, what a shame. I mean, it is so tricky to get these false starts because, you know, you get yourself amped up, you get yourself ready to go racing, and then all of a sudden that adrenaline you've built up, what are you going to do with it? Because you're not racing all of a sudden. So you need to make sure that you're ready to go for that second timeout. But here we go then. It's number 42 of Harrison Freeman still leads us on the road. We know that after the race is completed, things are going to change based on penalties, but we're just going to call it as we see it out on screen at the moment.
Yeah, so Harrison Freeman leads, Freddie Thompson second, and Ethan Hall is now in third, although a little clump of the curb on the way through that final corner there of Museum means he's lost out on the straight. Elijah William is in fourth and Isaac Layton in fifth. We've got a contact warning as well for Ethan Hall in third place. Let's see what these two have got for us then. Harrison Freeman, Freddie Thompson goes to the inside and makes the move, I think. Has he got as good a drive out of the corner? He doesn't. So I think it might be Harrison Freeman still in the lead as we come on down to Priory. The 21's still on the inside though, so Freddie Thompson does duck at the inside. There could be another switch in the next corner though. Not quite. The 42 can't get alongside Ethan Hall though. Certainly in the mix now. I want to say Ethan Hall is the only one without a penalty in the top 4. And trying to make his way up into the top 2 there. They're side by side as they go through Seaman. Counting the cut back. Bit too much curb again for Ethan Hall. He's trying everything he can, but in getting up on the curb seems to be compromising a little bit of speed. Certainly a little bit of grass won't help either, Ethan. But he manages to hold on to third place for now. Let's have a look down into the first corner, see if he can keep that. Looks like he's managed to just about get back up to speed. There he is, yep.
I mean, it's all well and good. We can say, you know, the front two have penalties to serve, but, you know, the younger drivers only have one digiflag to go off for that. Yes. So to have the knowledge and insights to know that the people you're racing have those penalties and won't finish where they finish on the road is very difficult, very tall order indeed. So Ethan very well could not be aware that he doesn't need to fight. He's got the race lead in effect.
Absolutely. In Club 100, towards the end of the season, the last couple of rounds, you might have in your head, you know who you're challenging, you know who you're racing, you know who the number 1 is and the number 2 is and things like that. First round of the year, whether it's club, it's juniors, cadets, seniors, BKC, no one knows what number everyone else is.
Yeah.
No one knows. So yeah, you could see 21 come up on the penalty board, and I'd imagine Ethan Hall has absolutely no idea who that is. Or unless, of course, you get the magic wave of the hand to let you know. Someone waves at the board and says, me? So you can safely assume if you're sat in the cart behind that that person's got a penalty. But yeah, Ethan Hall in a good position at the moment. we come and have a look here at who's this? This is the 22 and the 37. So Isaac Layton, sorry, and Mason McKenzie battling there down into the first corner, side by side around stage. Great stuff from these two into Brooklands for the first time. For the third time is what I meant to say, but I think it's actually the fourth lap. It is indeed. Apologies, I've got that doubly wrong. But here they come then down to the bridge for the fourth time. Got that one right.
They do indeed. Archie Beswick just setting the fastest time of the race so far. I think you mentioned before, Jacob, the sun's beginning to go away now. A little bit of temperature will have dropped out of the track. We've probably eclipsed that peak fast point of the circuit. But looking on elsewhere, Mason McKenzie currently leading Isaac Layton at the moment. He's currently running in P6. Started obviously in P1 on the grid. No, apologies, I'm reading that completely wrong. Started 6th on the grid, so hasn't moved. So that's a good enough race. That's a good haul of points potentially on the cards here for this B final.
Yeah, got support coming in for Harrison F, Archie and Ellis in the chat. Liv asks, do we know how long's left? On the top left of your shot, you'll see, well, it currently says 5.5 minutes. That'll always be how long's left of the race. And once that timer reaches 0, there'll be one last lap. We've also got a question, why are the curbs designed to suck the kart into the grass? It's just to show off modern technology. Kart sucking
Dyson
technology
curbs,
is, you know, at the cutting edge of technology, really, in general. And this being a brand new facility, we really want to show the levels of innovation available to motorsport circuit design in the UK.
Now, it is possible, just want to counter that, might be because the curbs are to show the edge of the track limit, and if you're on the curbs, you're pushing too hard, and you should not be on the curbs. That might also be a possibility.
Could be, yeah. You could be thinking, oh my God, I'm going wide already, I can't possibly risk lifting off the throttle, and therefore slide yourself even further out. But
I like your theory better.
We'll have to test that.
Yeah.
I do think it's the innovation angle that they're going for here at Silverstone. So this is the battle for the lead then. Up the inside is Harrison Freeman defending against Archie Beswick now. He's got the fastest lap. He's made his way past Ethan Hall on that last lap and round the outside. He's looking into Wellington. Not going to happen this time. Archie Beswick also doesn't have a penalty, but he'll have no clue that the two in front of him have theirs. So Freddie Thompson holds on to the lead. There's only 4 minutes of this one left. There's not many laps to go in this one. And Archie Beswick looks racy to me. Reeve fancies himself a go in the A-Final.
Yeah, absolutely. Has been making some nice progression. Has been a frequent occupier of the fastest lap accolade throughout various points of this race. So I am sure is going to be gunning for that repecharge position, because they do still apply into the main finals as well as they do in the A-Finals. Sorry, in the pre-finals. So we'll just have to see. He runs through turn 10 now, being led by Freddie Thompson, Harrison Freeman in P2, and there we see Archie trying to find a way on through. There, Ethan Hall also in the mix. Looked pretty poised at one point, did Ethan. I believe hasn't picked up a penalty, still has got a couple of warnings. Worth noting that a few of these front-running drivers do have penalties. Again, we'll have to wait to see how everything shapes up when the race is called, after the officials have given the final result, and you can see that on the results.alphatiming.co.uk page. But for the time being, we're going to enjoy this battle out on track, and we can see the number 51 of Archie Beswick is now going to be side by side with Harrison Freeman as we run into turn 1. Has the inside, should be able to take the position, and does so. That is going to be Beswick up into second now. As we say, he's already on a great run, and he's hoping to make that even better still. So already on the road, he's repecharging up on through, but it might just be that a little bit sweeter given the impending stewards action that might be taking place.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation now, because I believe the penalty for jump start is 2 positions. It's applied in the order they were received. So Harrison Freeman will receive his first and drop down to 4th. No, so yeah, Ethan Hall would still benefit. I was thinking I think it's the other way around, and Freddie Hall drops down to 3rd, then that would mean that Ethan Hall doesn't get the repecharge position. As it stands, though, repecharging will be Archie Beswick and Ethan Hall. I'd fancy both of them to have a go at the two karts in front of them before the end of the race, though. Archie Beswick has made significant progress in this one from 7th on the grid. Ethan Hall was just one place ahead of him in 6th, and all over the back of Freeman now. They come round to start what I think will be the penultimate lap. It will indeed. Fastest lap though for Freddie Thompson. He wants to win this one on the road, and he's going about it the right way at the minute.
Absolutely is. Has found a small advantage over Archie Beswick. Imagine those two kind of pushing each other along quite nicely now. We're probably very aware, is Freddie, of the threat from behind, so responding to that charge as they run down towards Maggott and Beckett in just a moment. Ethan Hall fancying a move up to P3 on the road as well. Again, he technically doesn't need to do this just based on what the penalty situation is looking like, but you're a driver, you're going to want to try and get that track position, aren't you? Because that's what you've been tuned and focused on doing for so long at this point. Less than a minute left to go then. We run up towards Priory and see that Thompson seems to have control of things quite nicely at the moment. If anything, you'd start to say that that duo in P3 and P4 are beginning to close up on the leading duo at this point.
Yeah, just one lap to go after this. I think Archie Beswick will know if there's an opportunity, he has to take it. The risk being, obviously, oh, here we go. They're very slow, Archie Thompson, out of Seaman there. And that gap's just closed right up. He just didn't get the drive out of the corner. And Beswick's going to go for it into turn 1. Final lap, first corner. And up the inside goes Archie Beswick, takes the race lead. But hanging on around the outside is Thompson. Great defence that. The grip is there to do it. And now Thompson knows that Beswick's there as well. Might be a little more cautious coming around this final lap of the circuit through Maggots and Beckett's. We go. Any defending needed into bridge. He's having a little look to the left-hand side of the track, but he's got a kart length between the two of them. That change does happen for third as we were looking at the battle for first, Reeve. So yeah. Ethan Hall is now up into third. Beswick and Hall will go through to the A-final. Can Beswick win this one on the road, though? Coming down now towards Club. There's only really a couple more opportunities after this. Island and Tower aren't really opportunities for overtaking unless you're already side by side. Seagrave's the next big braking zone. That's that one. There's 2 more to go. This one's Seaman. And then there's Museum to finish. It looks to me like Freddie Thompson has got this one wrapped up.
Does indeed. Eventually holding back the challenge of Archie Beswick, although it was a very good fight indeed. Hall making a good progression, but Freddie Thompson brings us across the line to take race victory. Beswick finishes in the second, completing the podium with Ethan Hall, Harrison Freeman, of course. This is all penalties notwithstanding so far. Mason McKenzie, Elijah William, Nico Lai, Isaac Layton, followed by Oscar Tiley and Archie Flynn coming across the line in just a moment. But that is an end to your first final of the day. What a great battle between that top 4. Archie Beswick, rookie driver as well. Congratulations to him. So your top 10 bringing it home. Oscar Watson and Will Sword following along as well. That brings an end to the Cadet Super Lightweight B final action. In just a few moments, we're going to get ready for our Junior Lightweight B final action here at Silverstone.
It's time for our Junior Lightweight A-Final then. Ignore the word qualifying down the bottom. In fact, is it even Junior Lightweight? I'm going to have to double check. It's a B-Final for starters, but it is the Junior Lightweight. It only happens when I announce the title of the race.
Yeah.
Whenever you announce the title of the race, it's written correctly in the bottom left of your screen. But here we go, Junior Lightweight B-Final is what we're expecting.
Sabotaging the comments box.
Come up next.
I've done it intentionally.
Yeah, I knew there was something going on to my disadvantage at that point. Let's have a look at the grid though for this Junior Lightweight B-Final. Front row will be Max Hayes. I'm looking at the wrong grids. This is Cadets.
Yeah, this is the Cadets
B-Final. I was right in saying Max Hayes though. Max Hayes will indeed be starting this one on pole position. Ollie Ward will be second. You've got Alex Hope and Maxim Muskis in fourth. Here you go. Max Hayes, Ollie Ward, Alex Hope, Maxim Muskis Harvey Brown and Will Taylor on row 3. Felix Flynn is 7th, 8th is Noah Hadwin. Noah Morris is in 9th, 10th Mason Watson. Row 6 is Leo Judge and Jolon Wilcoxon. Row 7 will be Marcus Ashcroft and Adam Mabrook. Logan Gemmell is in 15th place, Tancha Banda 16th, Danny Larkin starts 17th with Anna Gungana in 18th. Lewis Walton will be 19th, 20th, Gabrielle Lowe. Harvey Sales in 21st, 22nd, Dana Tillotson. Charlie Mullaney and Sebastian Ken start on row 12, 23rd and 24th respectively, with Jordan Bennett Dowd and Ayrton Revel in 26th. There is a brief pause in track action, not quite sure what we're waiting for. We are putting back together a tyre wall at the top end of the track just after Maggots and Beckett. Looks like someone's gone smashing into that on the exit of that really fast chicane section, Reeve, because yeah, you wouldn't really come at it from the other side, would you? They're pulling it back towards Maggots and Beckett's, so unseen by us on the live stream, someone has found themselves where they don't want to be on the exit of that, probably the fastest section, the fastest winding section. There you go, there's a team effort going on there.
Yeah,
Get in there, lads. Dimlo, far side, doing most of the pulling, probably. Freddie Gallagher's in there in the middle. Who's that on the far left? Is that Rory jumped out of the pace car? It's a couple of marshals, actually, that have got involved between the marshals and the observers. Excellent teamwork.
And indeed it is. I imagine the driver just so eager to be here at this new venue that they want to explore all of it. Perhaps that was a bit too much. Again, we've got more filming going on in the background and seeing things like a GT40 head on past, and then I realised, actually, it's being filmed by a pickup truck and they're going at a rate of knots. I would like the job of driving that pickup truck because that must be some driver.
I feel like it's like the safety car in F1 where it's going really fast for
yes.
that car, but for the car behind it, it's like this.
Can we go quicker, please?
Yeah, so the filming car is going full tilt and the one behind it's just like, yeah, I can keep up. Anyway, the karts are now coming back on track. That tyre wall has been massively repaired by our team of observers and marshals, and out on track Rory O'Regan sits in the pace car ready and waiting for these guys to come out of the pits, as they now all have done, and will make their way around to start this junior lightweight B final. Max Hayes and Ollie Ward will be the first of the two, and that you can see at the back there is Dante Dillon, the kart tester. Those of you who've been watching Club 100 streams the last couple of years will recognise Dante and his nice sody suit. But yes, here we go then. On the right hand side of your shot, Max Hayes in the white and black. On the left hand side with the lime green and black white helmet is Ollie Ward. They round museum now, and the pace car remains in place, so we won't be going. We've got two stragglers there at the back. We'll roll up just one more time and then we'll get going.
Well, indeed. Who would have thought that on this grid readout we didn't need to do the practicing the BUKC skill of very long names that you need to read incredibly quickly. It's a skill to hone if you're ever doing some BUKC comms, I find.
There's 36 kart grids in BUKC. I think that's the main problem, isn't it?
Yeah, 36 karts and
another 11 to add to the list that we've got here, and those days are packed as well. We need to run through them as quickly as possible, so the minimum amount of running up laps, if possible.
You won't be seeing much of Uni Liverpool this year because they've not had a good time out in qualifiers after the win at BUKC 24.
Yeah, that was the peak, and swiftly followed by a drop.
I'm no longer involved, and look at it now.
Yep, we're rolling up once more, actually. That little hand thing from Rory O'Regan implies that someone somewhere is not quite happy. It doesn't look to be any of the drivers. Maybe the observers and marshals who helped fix that tyre wall are just getting back into post and making sure they are in place to ensure the safety and security of all of our drivers. So yes, round we go one more time. A reminder then, white and black get up. In 60 is Max Hayes, 37 of Ollie Ward with a lime green on his suit. The red helmet in behind is the 101 of Alex Hope. Maxim Muskis is in fourth in the 23 car. That's the silvery suit that you can see there. The blue helmet is Harvey Brown, and William Taylor is alongside him. Those are the ones we'll have to watch out for in the early phases of this. Around Seagrave they come then. It's around the left-hander of Seaman next. Roy Regan's having a look over his shoulder to see where they are. I think they're already setting their own pace. There's Sam Dimolo after helping put that tyre wall back together. He's back where he should be observing. And so the pace car will pull off to the right-hand side now. This is Museum Corner. They come out onto Farm Curve, and we'll be getting this one underway.
We will indeed. Max Hayes versus Ollie Ward. Then we had a great battle with those two drivers earlier on. Hopefully we get a continuation of that. Alex Hope has that inside though as we start the race. Could be a bit of a chance here for him as we run down towards turn one. It is going to be a chance. It's going to be a great start for Alex Hope, who does briefly hold the lead, but from the outside it's Ollie Ward. Oh dear, we have a few karts exploring the Silverstone scenery here. I think they're all going to be able to get back out on track without stopping by the looks of it. They are, but it's a bit of an eclectic mix at the lower end of the grid, shall we say.
It is a great start from row 2. Alex Hope, as you said, diving at the inside, but Maxim Muskis, look at that gap. He just swept around the outside, which didn't seem to have a lot much grip based on the crowd that followed him. But yeah, Muskis right the way around the outside into the lead. Excellent start from row 2. Not quite sure how there was such an advantage for row 2 in general. There's a braking formation for Mason Watson. I'm going to say they look like someone who broke a little bit too early there. Mason Watson starting in 10th, looks to be around about the kind of place I'd expect that driver to have been. That's the 71 diving up the inside there. At least I think it was Leo Judge. Yeah, making a move in Seagrave Corner. And there's our second place man, Ollie Ward, who I think now is still in second place. Yeah, what happened to Alex Hope on the first lap? Not quite what he was hoping for as he charged down to turn 1 in the lead. Leo Judge, that move was the 3rd from 11th on the grid. Great start from Leo.
It is indeed. Maxim, as we mentioned earlier on, just walking away with things at the moment. I think Alex Hope just got caught up in a bit of side-by-side action and ends up dropping down 2 positions, but isn't too far back in relative to P2 or P3. So hopefully a fight will continue on there. As we look down towards Bridge, we see the number 37 of Ollie Ward there navigating pretty cleanly. Yellow flags being waved on exit, so we should be seeing, actually on towards entry towards the corner, in fact. We shouldn't be seeing any overtaking taking place there. Through turn 10 we go then. Number 37 leads Leo George, again another protagonist in the great junior battling that we saw a few races ago. They run through turn 12 now, all staying pretty single file, all staying pretty comfortable for the time being. A little bit wide on exit there for Leo George, but all things considered, no harm, no foul. 5 karts, all in relatively quick succession, navigating their way towards the end of the lap.
I think these guys are closing in on Maxim Muskis out front. It was 2 seconds the advantage last time. It's less than a second now. In fact, there's less than a second between, less than a second deficit between each of the top 5. They're covered in general by 2.5. There's penalty for Ollie Ward, braking formation. Now that must have been a tricky one for them to have judged. Ollie Ward, though, was second place. Didn't look to me like he broke formation, but I'm not a race official. And so Ollie Ward will be penalised at the end of this one.
They will indeed.
As will Logan Gemmell, who's in 6th for an RUI, that's racing under yellows.
That is indeed, and that one is, as most of the time, in fact, they always seem to be that is a cut and dry, that one. You can usually tell immediately there. But number 40 of Noah Morris keeping Alex Hope company out on track at the moment. They are just at the end of this leading group of karts here. Alex Hope has the inside for turn 15 coming up in just a moment, but maybe an opportunity will present itself for Noah Morris as we head down towards the end of the lap. I think there is a gesticulation there from Alex Hope to say, let's work together at this point. In fact, we're thinking, let's think about our chances at fighting for a podium here potentially in this one. 7 minutes, so plenty to play for still, as Hope saying, I'm going to lead us through and we're going to close up towards Leo Judge. Leo Judge flying along at the moment at 1 minute 13.2 on that last lap for the 71 plated kart.
Yeah, a bit of agreement from our drivers in 4th and 5th as they come through Maggots and Beckett's now. They can see the 3 in front of them challenging. They can see two of the repechage places. I say a bit of agreement. Noah Morris has decided that the inside line is a lot quicker there, and will be going for it. He taps his helmet again. But they want to work together, but they both want to be working together from the leaders. Down the inside goes Leo Judge.
Wow.
2 positions in 1, and he's into the leader. This one, Maxim Muskis, has lost out 2 positions. Ollie Ward maintains second, despite the fact he's made an overtake. They've lost out significantly to Leo Judge, who now is exactly where he wants to be. He's in the lead of this race.
Yeah, that was a really nice opportunistic move there. 3 wide for the battle for the leader, and in the end, Judge wins out. Coming towards the end of the lap then, is going to be leading the train down the start-finish straight. Maybe some slipstream to play for here as we run down towards that first corner. Well, Ollie Ward certainly thinks to stays right within single file there, but actually Leo Judge goes a little bit deep into turn 1 by the looks of things, potentially maybe caught out by the switchback running through the second corner. Looks over the shoulder, and as through goes Ollie Ward. Ollie Ward back into the lead of this race, and waved yellow flags approaching, and the driver with the neon green race suit ends up back in control of this one.
And it looks to be a driver that's recovering just the front of them. Penalty is the FDW. That's forcing the driver wide for Sebastian Ken. Sebastian down in 23rd place at the moment. This back marker is going to come into play. That's actually Sebastian Ken himself. Up the inside go our 2 race leaders. There might be a bit of a compromise for Maxim Muskis back in 3rd, following through there. Not too much bother by the looks of things, but Maxim Muskis is under pressure from Noah Morris now. You can see all 4 of them coming through here. This is shaping up to be a great battle for the lead. Ollie Ward obviously has a penalty. There's a racing and a yellows penalty as well for Jolon Wilcoxon. That's at the top of your screens now. Through then comes Ollie Ward. Still 4.5 minutes left of this one. A good couple of laps to go just yet. Leo Judge patiently waiting and judging, you'd hope, as to where's best to pull off that overtake. Maxim Muskis fancies a go into the A-final as well. I'm sure Noah Morris and Alex Hope have got half a mind on that as well. As I think Morris dives to the inside. Yes, he does, but Muskis is going to hang on around the outside. He's going to have the inside line for the next corner. He's going to have to defend, though, because Morris fancies tapping his head at Muskis as well. He might get into a little bit of trouble for that, Reeve, as we've seen already today.
Yeah, could well do, but either way, we continue on with 4 minutes left on the clock now. This race disappeared, seemingly, from from the underruns, absolutely flying by there. As we look down the inside, potentially a little bit of contact as we run down through turn 14. That is the number 40 of Noah Morris against Maxim Muskis, who fancies a chance at taking back that podium, not able to do so just at the moment. And if they're not careful, these 2 drivers are going to make themselves vulnerable to Logan Gemmell and Alex Hope. We start the next lap then, and we can see Noah Morris breaks a little bit of a gap now. There we go, Ollie Ward and Leo Judge leading us through turn 1, just behind Noah Morris, and then Maxim Muskis. Alex Hope following very quickly behind as well. We got 3 duos leading us into the final 3 minutes of this race. This could all change and should develop as we head on to the final few laps.
Yeah, the pace has dropped a bit from earlier on. The junior lightweight pre-B final. Dropped a bit from the junior lightweight pre-A finals. This is still faster than the pre-B, where it was just about still drying up at that point. But the lap record of 1:11.4 is safe for the time being. We were seeing race by race that lap record being eroded, but I think we've reached the point where it can't dry up that much anymore. That all the wet patches are far off the racing line and not making a significant impact on the speed that these guys are going. Speaking of speed, though, Leo Judge have got plenty of it. Think we'll get 2 more laps after this one. A little look over the shoulder from Ollie Ward. He'll know that he's got that penalty. He won't necessarily know what it's for at this point in time, but all penalties, I believe, are a minimum of 2 positions, so I think he needs to finish exactly where he is to maximise his points total. The best he can do today is finish exactly where he is, and that'll get him the most points he can possibly get today. Leo Judge obviously fancies A, a race win, and B, a definite spot in that A final. Probably won't know that he's safe in one already, but even if he did get overtaken. But you don't take those chances when they're racing.
No, you don't, and there's plenty of permutations and way that you can, score points here or there. But at the end of the day, it's a simple aim, isn't it? It's go out on track and go fast.
Yeah,
win a
faster
race.
than anything else.
Yeah, nice and simple at the end.
Here we go, Reeve.
Yeah, down the inside goes Leo Judge then as we run through turn 14. There could be a good switchback here, though, as Ollie Ward has to work the long way around, but it was nicely done by Leo Judge in the end. Set that move up on the entry into turn 14, sealed it off as they ran through the final couple of corners. Heads through the farm curve then in the lead of this race, and easy to see why. Has some great momentum on that last lap. Hasn't matched his best, but was importantly 0.8 of a second quicker overall in comparison to Ollie Ward in the end there. We now start the last lap of this race, and it's Leo Judge who leads the charge ahead of Ollie Ward, Noah Morris and Alex Hope, your top four in this one. Alex Hope, I should add, your top scoring rookie as it stands in this race. And Leo Judge very much under pressure still not over just yet. Around about 2 kart lengths there or thereabouts separating these two drivers as they run on through the bridge. Left-hander now staying in single file. Ollie Ward not doing anything too brash, doesn't want to throw anything away because this is still a spot, don't forget, in that A-final later on.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable for it as well. Here's Noah Morris. No significant challenges expected on this last lap, and indeed 3 more real corners to go. Seagraves here. Leo Judge takes us through. Siemens now the penultimate left-hander, and then just Museum to go, barring the curves, and around they come onto farm curve and the start-finish straight. Really good race from Leo Judge, 11th on the grid, first at the end of it. Big celebrations from him. Ollie Ward second and hangs his head back. He's frustrated because that is a repechage position if he doesn't have that penalty. Noah Morris, however, takes that honour. Alex Hope finishes in 4th, Maxim Muskis in 5th. Felix Flynn is 6th. Charlie Mullaney makes up a couple of places on the last lap for 7th. Mason Watson is 8th, 9th, Marcus Ashcroft, and 10th is Logan Gemmell. We'll move on now back to our cadets, and it's going to be our cadet lightweight B-final.
We await the return of our junior drivers back into the pit lane, and we can see our cadets ready to head out on track. So another cadet final coming up then. The race sessions are disappearing before our eyes. We're only going to have 5 more races after this one, so let's see what the grid is shaping up to be for this Cadet B final. Row 1, it will be Sebastian Hill and Eddie Roy Chowdhury, followed by Sarah Telford and Sebastian Harris on row 2. Hayden Macy and Robert Shiman complete the 3rd row of the grid. Moving on to Rian Roy Chowdhury and Jasper Newell on row 4, Leo Rooney and Zach Illingworth on row 5. It's Adam Azim and Adam Telford on the Adam row there, row 6. Moving on to the 7th row, it's Drew Taylor and Jacob Cox, followed by Oliver Connor and Thomas Payne on row 8. And then we have Michael Gardner and Henry Dote on row 8 and row 9. 10th row of the grid then, and the final one, it's Maya Stewart and Freddie Flewitt, completing the 20 kart grid for this B final.
Yeah, this then the penultimate B final of the day. We've got 1 more B final after this, and then 4 A finals, so 6 races for your viewing pleasure, starting with this very one here. We've got a couple, and that is, I think, back row of Maya Stewart and Freddie Flewitt, just pulling up to the end. So we'll go around one more time so these guys can get formed up properly, and then we'll get racing. 2 positions left in the Cadet Lightweight A final. Guys at the front of this one will be most interested in those. 2 more races of repechaging to go, this being the first and the last cadet repechage of the day.
Just just want to give another quick shout out to everyone watching along with the broadcast, whether you're being here at the track, somewhere else in the world, or at home, showing support for our drivers, or maybe even just the broadcast itself. Big thank you for tuning in. Some really strong numbers today, consistent as well, it must be said. So thank you for staying on board to maybe watch us, listen to us, maybe in spite of listening to us. Either way, thank you for tuning in as we get formed up for our cadets heading out on track for the last bit of B final action today.
Number 19, Ardit Roy Chowdhury there on the left in the distinctive blue suit. Sebastian Hill, the white and red trim. They come round then across the start finish line to get going. Looks like most have stayed within the tram lines, although Freddie Flewitt at the back was pushing his luck. 15 of Sebastian Hill leads us in. Sarah Telford is indeed following through from third into second. Good start from Sarah, and looks to the inside as well. Don't think that move is quite on. Let's see then as they come down into Maggots and Beckett. Sebastian Hill followed by Sarah Telford. That's the 42 of Hayden Macy in third now, as Ardit Roy Chowdhury tries to defend fourth from just about the rest of the entire field and does a very good job of it, to be fair, as well. Excellent defensive work there from the slower starting Roy Chowdhury. A bit of some sort of mishap there on the exit of Bridge. Not quite sure what happened as Sarah Telford's going for the lead up the inside of Club. Doesn't quite make the move stick, unfortunately. Good effort though through there. That's Island and Tower there, and now makes the move happen. Yellow. There is a yellow flag though. It'd be interesting to see if that's a give the place back job. I'm not sure. Yeah, full course yellow. Presumably something happened with that big off that we had on the exit of Bridge, and something needs to be repaired, or maybe it's just a calm down sign. Trying to see where, if anywhere, we've got marshals and observers heading around. Can't see anything. We have started, Reeve, to get quite a few spectators over the far side.
We have indeed. I think they were looking at some of the car action that's going on and sounding great in the background, but they're clearly drawn in by the actual racing stuff that's going on here, which is fantastic to see. Just trying to see what might be causing this full course yellow. I just want to take this moment then to give a quick thank you to Stephen Gorton, who tuning in, supporting Elijah there. Stephen looks to be one of our Slipstream Pass holders. So big thank you for showing that extra support. Obviously, everything from Club 100 is free to view, but a big thank you if you do want to choose to show that extra support there. Full course yellow still here as we get later into the day. 20 past 4. I think we've done very well to see very minimal interruptions to the racing so far today. In fact, I don't think we've had a single proper stoppage of any type of racing action other than that false start earlier on. It has been a very clean day so far.
No, this is our first full course yellow. One false start. It's been very well behaved. I think, based on what we've seen so far, this track seems to lend itself quite well to race starts. We've seen very little in the way of early accidents or first lap collisions.
Yeah,
I'm struggling to figure out what's cause of the full course yellow. It could, of course, just be that there was way too much contact at the start of that. We did see a massive coming together on the exit of Bridge that lap, so perhaps it's just a calm down situation. I think there is a driver that's had to pull up on the side somewhere and might just be receiving a little bit of medical attention. Whether or not that's a check over or otherwise, we'll let you know as and when we know. But yes, the grid should form up now in this single file train that we're seeing. The front two are still quite far ahead, Sarah Telford and Sebastian Hill. But the rest of the grid, you should see the gap there. And I think they'll be directed by observers to back up and form a single kart train.
They should indeed. Obviously worth noting, full course yellow, the race time still does tick down, as you can see in your top left hand corner of the screens, folks, which means that drivers are going to have to pick and choose their moments if they want to try and get any overtakes done towards the end of this one, because it's going to be a super sprint in effect. It's going to be even less running to go at the end of this one. It does look like we are going to be able to go racing a relatively short term, because it seems to be that that driver is getting towards the end of the checkovers. We always err on the side of caution with this type of thing. They do look to be all
so it's Adam Azim was being checked over, but he's back in the car and driving.
Brilliant.
Now. He might even carry on with the race. I'm not too sure. He's just coming around the final sector now. I'll see if I can see if he ducks into the pits or not.
Fantastic news if so.
But
well
yeah,
done,
I am expecting them to close the field up a little bit, which is usually the done thing. The front two seem to be maintaining a gap to third, which isn't normally the way these things are run. Adam Azim is still going round. He's not coming to the pits, so I think he'll just carry on. He's just giving a thumbs up to the pit wall as well. So glad to see Adam's going to get a little bit more karting for his Saturday afternoon. Yeah, still no sign of any observers trying to close the field up, and we are racing again. We are green.
Yeah, full course.
So away we go then.
Full course came to an end, and we're back under action. 5.5 minutes then for these Cadet Lightweight B finalists to settle their score. Sarah Telford and Sebastian Hill leading away. They didn't quite get closed up to the rest of the pack, which means that they will be able to continue on their battle as it stood before that yellow flag situation. Hayden Macy leads the rest of the pack. They're currently running along in P3. Very good position to be in. One of our rookie drivers is Hayden Macy, so doing very well indeed. Started 5th on the grid, made the way up into 3rd. Likewise, Sarah started making up 2 positions as well, 3rd to 1st, with that fantastic look down the inside on lap 1. Don't forget, as we see the number 44 and number 15 making their way past, looks to be some back market traffic there.
That's Adam Azim, yeah.
And continuing on with their battle. This is obviously Adam having an issue earlier on, which involved that yellow flag, but great to see him still the spirit of the driver there to head back out on track, knowing that they've lost a lot of time, still wanted to carry on anyway. Really nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that never give up attitude, regardless of your situation, that holds a lot of respect in motorsport especially. Okay, front two then. Sarah Telford goes defensive from Sebastian Hill into turn 1. Only 4 minutes left of this one, so about 3 laps, including the one we're watching now. And they've got a gap of about 3.5 seconds back to Jasper Newell. Sarah seems to think that that's enough to start defending, but goes way too deep into Brooklands and concedes the lead to Sebastian Hill. Sarah now has to go on the offense and see if she can get back into the race lead. Both of them will repechage up into the A as it stands though. Here they come out of bridge and down towards Priory we come.
We do indeed. They still maintain that nice gap between themselves and the rest of the pack. Sebastian Hill leading us through Priory then. But as long as they work together and don't cost each other too much time, they should be bringing it home, as you say, in those nice, comfortable repechage positions. Jasper Newell is now the driver leading the rest of the pack in that P3 position. Still some really good points on offer for that. And of course, I don't think we're going to see the pack really split out at all in this one. We're only going to have 5 minutes worth of full pace running after that yellow flag, which brought everyone back into a similar position. So we should have an opportunity for some great racing here now. The rest of the pack joined up once again. We can see Telford has a look at the outside this time around. Got closer down the start-finish straight. Is going to be near enough side by side as we run through the second corner. Dives in behind as we run through turn 3 and up towards Brooklands, and just stays behind Hill for the meanwhile. Meanwhile, just behind, Jasper Newell, fastest lap of the race so far, trying to close up on those top 2 scoring drivers as it stands, because probably knows what's at stake here, knows that that repechage position is on offer. We do also have a penalty coming for Adit Roy Chowdhury as well, which is a shame. The driver's currently running in 4th and will not quite finish there, which is good news if you're Sebastian Harris or Robin Schimmer.
Here comes Telford then, up the inside of Priory. Good move, well executed. They're going to be side by side coming down into Club, but Telford has the inside line and manages to carry the lead through Island and Tower. Now, for me, Reeve, Telford should take encouragement from the fact that Sebastian Hill was not able to pull away whatsoever, and rather than go defensive as she did earlier on in the race, just use that pace
Yeah.
to drive your own race and pull away, especially with Jasper Newell closing in behind. There's going to be 2 more laps. The next lap will be the penultimate lap, then we'll see the final lap. If Sarah just drives her own race from now on, I think she's got this one in the bag. And if anything, Sebastian Hill might get caught up with the fast chasing Jasper Newell. Again, another fastest lap on the last time, took 1.3 seconds out of these two. It's going to be very close towards the end. Like I said, 2 laps to go, including this one.
Yeah, as you say, Jacob, just to be safe in taking the positions that they're currently in, they do really need to work together at this point, because Jasper very much is a threat. You can see, though, I don't think we're going to be working together completely in this one, because Hill closes up on Telford as we run through Bridge, unless they just decide to stay in single file. I think we know that a fight is going to be on. Now we should, as you say, have a bit more racing to go in this one. Telford defends from the inside, then does a gap open up? No, she does a very nice job of making sure that the kart stays away from that tempting white curb on corner exit there, and leads us on through. I'll be interested, very interested, in fact, to see what the times look like for the top 3 drivers at the end of this lap. We'll go to show, are they working together a little bit nicer this time around? I'm not sure if they are, though, because here's Jasper Newell. He's very much on the scene now. The leading duo becomes a leading trio as we navigate our way back onto the start-finish straight. Over the shoulder looks Telford, as does Hill, actually, because Jasper Newell, as I say, now in that slipstream as we start the last lap.
Yeah, Telford goes a little bit defensive. The last lap board's out. She knows it's the last lap. This is the corner where she lost it last time. Goes middle of the track, less defensive. Can she get a good drive out of the corner? It's better than the last time. She hasn't lost the position, but needs to hold through Maggots and Beckett's now. Does so. Bridge is a big test coming up. Stays to the inside of the track. And up the inside comes Jasper Newell. Up the inside of both of them. What a move from Jasper Newell. And makes it stick as well. Telford's going to come back, coming up towards Priory. Telford might have the inside line. Let's see if we can cut to that camera now. Indeed, Telford's covered off on the inside, and there's a good run from Sebastian Hill, coming down now into Club and takes second place. Telford's lost out 2 positions on this final lap. There could be more coming, though, as defensive goes Newell in the lead. Hill's going round the outside. Telford's going to go to the inside. It's going to be very, very close. Here, there's going to be another left-hander of the final corner. Nothing doing for Hill. Defensive for Jasper Newell after that mega lunge. We are going to have a drag race between all 3 of them.
Oh my God, it could be anyone's game here as we cross the line. Jasper Newell takes victory. Sarah Telford makes it up into second. Sebastian Hill down into third.
What a finish, Reeve. That's incredible. Jasper Newell, that's probably the overtake of the day so far, to be on the last lap.
Clearly.
We've seen a 2-for-1 before today, but that is excellent from Jasper, chasing them down for the past 5 minutes. Sarah Telford just hangs on to a repechage position by, that's the skin of her teeth if ever I saw it, what is it, 9 thousandths of a second, just managing to get that drag race to Sebastian Hill. I feel sorry for Sebastian Hill because he's driven excellently there and just misses out on that repechage place. But between the 3 of them, absolutely fantastic. Those 3 cadets can hold their heads up high. Jasper Newell and Sarah Telford going to the A-Final. Sebastian Hill, his day finishes there, but a great result nonetheless. Adit Roy Chowdhury's 4th, but with a penalty. Sebastian Harris 5th. 6th is Robert Shimon. Freddie Flewitt made his way up to 7th from last. Leah Rooney is an 8th. Rian Roy Chowdhury is 9th, and 10th Adam Telford. We move on now to the last of our B finals, back with the juniors. So then the junior super lightweight B final, and our grid for this one will be coming up very shortly. You can see them making their way out onto track already. Joshie Wood starts this one in pole position with Alfie Cowles alongside. Jensen Barnard will be third. Ella Rowe in 4th. Jonah Young starts on row 3 with Leo Anderson company. Row 4 will be Lewis Tracy and Charlie Ledieu. Noah Johnson starts in 9th with Chris Clark in 10th. Clara Boyce is 11th and Alfie Hyde 12th. 13th overall, Harry Kennedy, Connor Nathan alongside him on row 7. Athena Cooper starts 15th, and Harvey Brandbrick is 16th. Oscar Mallet 17th, Theo Wright is 18th. And then on row 10, we've got Jensen Varden and Ewan Platt. Chayton Kirk starts 21st and Jacob Wood starts 22nd. Louis Tomlinson will be 23rd and Riley Chadwick 24th. Then coming up to the back of the grid, we've got Caitlin Steffenbeck in 25th, Frida Wong 26th, Josh Weaver 27th, Craig Borland, the number 100, in 28th, and Tilda Blue Williams 29th for this one. So we've got a big grid of 29 karts, only 2 spaces in the A final for them, but hopefully the junior super lightweights will put on just as much as a show as we saw last time from our cadets, because that was the finish of the day. Not necessarily a race of the day. I appreciate the fact that a lot of it was spent under full course yellows, but certainly the finale made up for the lack of action earlier on, didn't it, Reeve?
Absolutely, that was brilliant stuff from our younger drivers. As well, just goes to show that you can get action no matter where you look in Club 100. Sometimes our cadets put on just some brilliant races. I think we're having a brief pause in on-track action as we see the pace car just going around and doing a bit of testing, I suspect. But we will be underway with our juniors, I'm sure, very soon. I am just you mentioned the spectators earlier on, Jacob, and they appear to be migrating. We're seeing more and more of them. You can see in the background a shot here behind our ambulance and our medical crew. There's one of the Club 100 crew vans. This is at the end of the pit lane, as you can see. And more spectators. I know they're probably here to look at something that's going on the main course, but they've got something else to look at in the gaps of the action there, and it's some proper racing going on, as we've just had from our cadets there.
Yeah, it's a nice sunny day to be sat on that little mound as well. Can't blame them. Perhaps a bit of suntan lotion for the more fair-haired among us.
I reckon if I ask really nicely, maybe they'll let me have a go on those e-taps. Maybe. I'll just take my own car on them. Fine. They won't notice.
Your car's broken. You asked me for a lift this morning.
I did ask you for it. This half of the time it decided there's more coolant in it. But that's fine. You don't need that much coolant for one lap source.
All right, then. We'll see. We'll see what they say tomorrow. Looks
It'll
like
be a fun drive back to Liverpool.
Yeah. Fun's not necessarily the word I'd use. We've got a marshal out on track sweeping the exit of Maggots and Beckett's. We've seen a couple of instances of a little bit of water or mud being dragged onto the track. Of course, in these conditions, when it was so wet earlier, that's what you're going to have to expect. Realistically, if someone goes offline, they can cause a bit of trepidation in terms of changing grip levels. And we've seen a couple of races where certainly the outside of turn 1 and indeed the outside of various other corners are catching people out in terms of the lack of grip out there, and maybe a substance on the track that wasn't there or they weren't expecting to be there always adds a little element of jeopardy to these kind of race days. But we should be getting these juniors underway for our final B final of the day. There's 5 races including this one to go. 4 A finals after this. Just a reminder of those going out in this one: Joshy Wood, Alfie Kells, Jensen Barnard, Ella Rowe, Jonah Young, Leo Anderson, Lewis Tracy, Charlie Ledier, Noah Johnson, Chris Clark, Cara Boyce, Alfie High, Harry Kennedy, Connor Nathan, Athena Cooper, Harvey Brandrick, Oscar Mallet, Theo Wright, Jensen Varden, Ewan Platt, Chayton Kirk, Jacob Wood, Louis Tomlinson, or Lewis Tomlinson, however you want to pronounce that, Riley Chadwick, Caitlin Steffenbeck, Frida Wong, Josh Weaver, Craig Borland and Tilda Blue Williams. If you're a fan of any of those drivers, they will be on track momentarily. We've got Go Charlie L in the chat from Mr. Wiggy Wawa.
That's a good name.
That's a real name.
I know, but it's a great username.
No. We've got What Happened, Why They Take So Long from Terry. I'll be honest with you, Terry, I don't know. Do not know the answer to that question, but we'll try and find out for you.
And to be fair, in general, this might feel like a long interval only because the rest of the day usually runs so efficiently with the Club 100 lot. Everything usually happens very quickly indeed. You know, we've got 2 whole sets of drivers, 2 whole sets of karts to negotiate on and off the track at various moments, as it looks like I've seen a couple more cars out on track now, so we should be getting underway very soon.
Everything crossed for you, Oscar Mallet. That's from Joy Mallet. Oscar starting this one in 17th place. Keep your support coming in on the chat. We've had a consistent 300 odd watching all day today. We're currently at 321 according to YouTube. And the best is yet to come with the A-finals. Anyone who tuned in for the end of that last B-final will know that there's plenty more action to come here from Silverstone. The sun's getting quite low now, but still out. The track, I would say, is mostly dry. You can see patches of it, which I'm wondering if they'll ever dry out, if they haven't by this point already. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, we're lovely and sheltered away from it, but I suspect, based off how it was before, I wonder if the temperature is still really quite low out there despite the sun. So it might just be a case of the track really can't dry up unless a bit more heat were to be present. So drivers hopefully be quite used to it. I mean, it'll certainly feel better than what it did in the morning for their practice sessions, so at least they have that to be comfortable in. And I've just looked at the forecast before. It certainly looks better than it will do for SP40 in the morning. So that is they can take solace in that at least. It looks like it's going to be a consistent rain shower tomorrow morning.
Looking forward to commentating on another day's racing with Reeve. Sprint 40 and sprints in general. First time we've broadcast Sprint 40, so exciting to see how that one pans out. Similar to our BUKC formats, is Sprint 40, and that you get a qualifying and then two 20-minute races.
Yep.
And then the sprints format always throws up some excellent racing, so we'll have that in the afternoon for you tomorrow. But to come in first, action from our younger drivers. Once again, a reminder, these guys are, the guys on your screen at the minute, the juniors, are between 12 and 16 years old. The guys you've just watched and will be watching up next are 8 to 12. Fabulous shots of you on the grid. I agree. This looks, primed and ready, doesn't it? A beautiful array of helmets as well. Look at the colour in that one shot. It's really is a good mix that we've got in shot. William Brooks Racing says Connor is going to make a sensational comeback. Shout out to Connor, and he's going to do brilliant. And we'll keep an eye on Connor for you, Mr. Brooks. I believe you as well. I believe that. Shout out for Charlie Legier from Rod Legier, presumably a relative. It's not that common a surname. Gogo Connor, again from William Brooks Racing, big Connor fan, evidently. We got Gogo Charlie. Charlie's got a lot of fans. Who's that with the Lando Norris helmet? I've got that.
Is that Lando Norris?
I think it might be Lando himself.
Must be,
yeah, he is 15 years old after all, so would be eligible to enter this. There's two of them. There's more than two of them, Rafe. There is more than two Lando Norris helmets knocking about these days. I can tell you that for sure. Pink helmet is nice if you're in that way inclined. Yeah, I'm not a pink man myself, but don't let Piers Pryor hear you say that. Jensen Barnard, absolutely. Come on, Joshy Wood. I've got that helmet, says Rafe. One of many, Rafe, I'm afraid. Good luck, Oscar. Good luck, Ronnie Deacon. Plenty of support coming in. How are you? Someone's just asked how we're doing.
Oh,
good. Thank you.
Well, yeah. Very happy to be back in the world of real life Club 100 commentary. Over winter break, we had some fantastic iRacing action involving some of these drivers here. Club 100 iRacing is great because it's kind of like it's an amalgamation of all corners of Club 100. We've got Club 100 staff, we've got cadets and juniors drivers, we've got maybe not cadets drivers, we've got juniors drivers, we've got plenty of other championship contenders in there as well, and yeah, plenty of fun. We visited. It was a mix of MX-5 and GT3 running. So if you're familiar with one, you maybe won't be familiar with the 600 horsepower machinery immediately after little MX-5. That was concluded last week with myself and Andrew Mather, and yeah, great events to keep the Club 100 juices flowing over the winter. It's
the only Ellie says, love these commentators, make my day. We love you too, Ellie. We really do. Lewis Taylor Racing says, Jensen Banana Barnard. I might have to call him that for the rest of the day. Our man that's going to start this one in third place. I'm assuming, Lewis, that you are in charge of his name in general. So I'll take that as absolute law to call him that from now on. You'll do a great job. Thank you, Rod. Really appreciate the comments coming in. Very nice commentary. Comment section today. Ron got wrecked.
The payoff
says hi
must have
with 3 money face emojis.
As I said, the payoff must have worked.
Yeah. Do let me know your bank details, guys, if you haven't already, for those payments. Let's have a quick look out the window. Here
nice
we are.
Patriotic view that we get to see. This is obviously the BRDC flag immediately.
Needs a replacement flag, doesn't it? It's,
yeah,
a bit worse for wear.
Look at a bit. Is that treason? I'm not sure.
I was going to say it might be illegal to fly.
No, we've got a solid one there, the BRDC logo on as well, so I'm sure it's fine. But
okay.
Well, obviously, the BRDC has a very strong link with Silverstone over many a year, and the BRDC does a number of great things for motorsport in the UK in general, helping everyone through the ranks, and obviously headed up by some very well-known people.
Personally prefer my flags with a dragon on them, Reeve, but that's a conversation for another time. I'm just looking out on track. I can't quite see any activity ongoing. It might just be that someone's being checked over by the medics. I do see a couple of people just over by the ambulance. Sometimes we have to pause racing because the medics are unavailable. We need attending medics at any given point if there's an emergency on track. And even if they're doing anything as light as applying a plaster, they can't be attending to the racetrack. So unfortunately, that looks to be the hold-up.
Might not even be a driver. It's just if the medics aren't available, they can't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alfie G. Carton says, can someone sponsor me so I can join later, please? I will sponsor you, Alfie, but not to the degree at which I will pay for your entire entry fee. We will work out a deal separately. But keep plowing away. I'm sure you'll find someone who's richer than I am that will contribute a lot more than I can spare.
It won't be me, let me tell you that.
Are you not richer than me, Reeve?
I can't afford to race in this. Well, there's other reasons why I don't race. Well, primary reason for me not racing in cadets and juniors.
Age.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. You can't pass for under 16 anymore.
No, and the second reason I can't pass in general. I just can't.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at the whole racing karts around.
Can't pass for under 16. Can't pass your license test. Stay in the comms box.
I did do 2 races in Inters.
BKC Inters.
So, and I survived to tell the tale. So.
Okay. I don't think I ever did any good in BKC. I won a heat in Club 100 once.
You've never done any BUKC?
Never done any, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I raced back. Yeah. Too long ago to even mention on the stream. Some people watching probably weren't even born when I did BUKC, unfortunately. But certainly worked, and back in the early days when I didn't work as hard, I'd have the odd go on BUKC Inters day. But yeah, my racing days are behind me now. I'm too heavy is my excuse at the moment, although I am trying to lose some weight. We'll see how that pans out.
Stay tuned.
Fancy another mixed grill for dinner tonight, so I'm not too hopeful of
shout out the Green Man Inn pub
near
Silverstone. It's a fantastic place to eat some very lovely food.
Yep, as circuit food goes, it's better than your standard beef eater that you usually get knocking around with Club 100. Very nice twilight kind of
isn't
time.
It?
Sun's quite low, and yeah. Lovely day this has turned out to be after the rather miserable morning. Certainly weather-wise. Lots of excitement around the paddock, despite the drizzle and damp conditions this morning. We have the view here of the bridge that brings you into the middle of the track. Just to the right-hand side there, you can see one of our cameramen up on that scaffolding as well.
One thing I do want to check is just to see, just in case you haven't had enough of your Silverstone fix so far today, what else will CLUB100 be involved in here at this track.
I can tell you when we are next here, Reeve.
Yes.
I can tell you that I can pretty much reel off most of the Silverstone stuff
do
for
better than
you.
me on that front, so
Next Club 100 event
prefer a
here
list.
will be BUKC finals,
It
I
will,
believe,
yeah.
in April. I want to say the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd.
You are spot on.
We've got the standard 3-day program of our mains final race day, our intermediates final race day, and then the big one, the drivers' champs. It's back. John hates it. We love it. And when I say we, I mean literally everyone other than JV. It's fantastic. And this in here, it's going to be absolutely amazing, Reeve. You do not want to miss that on the 23rd of April. It's a Thursday. If I was you, book the day off work to watch that on YouTube. It really is some of, and I'm slightly biased in saying this, as most people will know, I'm very fond of the BUKC and have been over the last couple of years. The BUKC makes me the opposite of what's on screen right now, but there are some of the best drivers in the UK racing in the BUKC, and the Drivers' Champs is just the absolute peak of racing for, I would say the peak of racing for 18 to 22 year olds, because I don't see any other series that has that distinct cohort of drivers of a specific age, and you can get different ages in the BKC, but 18 to 22 is the vast majority. But yeah, that age group, unless you're looking single-seaters, in which case you will get a few outside that age group, BKC Driver Champs is absolutely the best day. And if you've enjoyed any of the racing today, if you enjoy any of the following 5 races, absolutely tune in on Thursday the 23rd of April for BKC. Club 100 will be back here in May. We are talking the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th of May for Rotax World Finals. Originally scheduled to be in Genk, has been moved here to Silverstone. And what an event we have planned. There's some of that filming that we mentioned. In fact, that's all the cars that we've seen being filmed so far.
Is that an old Alpha?
In one.
There we go. Warm my heart.
Do not let that distract you from the fact that the World Finals are going to be right here in May, 1 week after my wedding, funnily enough, Reeve. Club 100 will be back here. I want to say Mr. Mathers taking the reins for that one with a special guest who's yet to be announced, I want to say. Should we be live streaming? I'm not 100% it's been announced for live streaming either. I'm probably talking a little bit too much here, but you'd probably expect it to be live streamed if you had heard about it in news, so I don't think I'm giving too much away in that regard. But yes, that's the next 2 Club 100 events here, as far as I know. The South Championship will be visiting later in the year as well. I want to say that is towards the end of the season. So we've got quite a lot planned at Silverstone for now, and plenty to tune in for over the next few weeks as well. In terms of your next Club 100 broadcast, again, BUKC, Dunkswell, not quite sure how to pronounce it, never been there myself. Looking forward to going there for the first time. Everyone on Club 100 staff is really excited about that one. They were really excited about this, but between this and Dunkswell, or Dunkaswell, I will figure out how to pronounce it by the time we get there. Really, really good times to be involved with Club 100 and BKC right now. So I think that's the next live stream that we've got. There's a Club 100 Seniors at the end of this month at Clay Pigeon. That's Sunday the 29th. That'll be the South Championships, so sprints. I'll be back in the comms box for that one myself. Any Clay Pigeon fans tuning in, make sure you're there at the end of this month. I say the end of this month, it's still February. I'm already got my head in tomorrow, but 4 weeks tomorrow will be the next Club 100 stream after tomorrow, with a sprinkle of BUKC in between, which will be Dunkaswell is, just in case you're thinking of tuning in, the
18th of March.
Oh, the 18th, yes, I've got my weeks on. We got Warden Law next week, which isn't streamed, and then the 18th and 19th, the 18th being the live streamed day. In fact, no, we're streaming both those days, 18th and 19th.
Yes.
Mains and intermediates race day. So yeah, plenty of Club 100 action to get your teeth into over the next 3 months, March, April and May. make sure you tune in for all of those. It's going to be some fantastic racing, as there will be for the rest of the day once we get going again. There's still 5 races to go. Please do not adjust your sets or try and fast forward. We are live and waiting for the final B-final of the day that's currently on screen. I'll remind you again of the grid in a moment once we know that we're getting going. Does Club 100 Experience come here? I don't think it does. I think Club 100 Experience, if I remember correctly, is mostly Bayford and Buckmore. Yes, it is. It also goes to Wilton Mill, but 3 rounds of Buckmore, 2 rounds of Bayford and Wilton Mill. So no experience for FST Vettel, who's asking in the chat. Is Wilton going to be live for South, Terry? I don't think so. I think that's coming up in a couple of weeks' time.
I think
it was originally thought to be, but no, we've decided not to live stream that. That's, yeah, I want to say 2 weekends' time, 14th and 15th at Wilton Mill. Still plenty of opportunity to view at the track, though.
I'm just waiting for that Ferrari 288 GTO to come around again, and it looks like it might be. There we go. This is all just to please Reeve at this point. I think now we're going to see these cars heading around again.
Is Ronnie Deacon in this is the question. I don't think Ronnie Deacon is out in this race.
Oh, here we go.
No. There's yeah, a bit of action on the main circuit.
Oh, we've gained more. We've got a Cobra, we've got a GT, we've got, looks like an E-Type there, we've got an old California, we've got a 288 GTO and something else.
Whoever just coughed into the mic, that jump scare. Apologies, Rafe, that was me. I thought I was on mute. I'm sipping water as we speak. I'm trying my best.
And I'm just trying to not drool onto the comms desk whenever those cars come past. If you wonder why it goes quiet from my side at any point, I've ran off in that direction. I've stolen a GT40. Probably won't go very well because it's moving, but I'll try.
You can try your best, yes. Will it be the juniors out or cadets? It will be the juniors. What you see on screen is what we're expecting. They are stretching their leg because they were sat in their carts for an awful long time there. But yes, the junior super lightweight B final is what's coming up right now. I say right now. Why are we stopped? Manchester is red. The medics are busy, unfortunately. We need attending medics, and they are just tending to someone down there. Nothing too serious, I'm led to believe, but we need to wait for them. Millsy's wearing a Lando t-shirt right now. Lots of Lando fans talking about. FST Vettel's put that slightly worse than I just did. But yeah, I've noticed a lot today. Not only the helmets, but replica race suits, t-shirts, things like that. Really makes me feel my age because none of my friends are massive Lando Norris fans, but I can see why you'd like him, and I do appreciate his talents as well. Of course, he's the F1 world champion at the minute, isn't he?
He is, as it looks like. Drivers are jumping in carts now.
Can you say Banana Barnard if Jensen wins, please? I'm going to say Banana Barnard.
Anyway,
yeah, regardless of what happens. There's your whistle. We're going to refresh yourselves on the grids just so you can recall who's actually in this race. Joshy Wood starts on pole position. Alfie Tells is alongside him. Jensen Banana Barnard is in 3rd place. Ella Rowe is 4th. Jonah Young is 5th. Leo Anderson's in 6th. Lewis Tracy and Charlie Didieu are 7th and 8th. Noah Johnson starts on row 9 with Chris Clark. Row 6 and P11 Clara Boyce. Alfie High alongside in 12th. Row 7 is Harry Kennedy. Connor Nathan is there as well in 14th. 15th Athena Cooper. 16th Harvey Brandrick. Missing my arts there, like Jonathan Ross. Oscar Mallet is 17th. 18th is Theo Wright. Jensen Varden, Ewan Platt, Chayton Kirk and Jake Wood. 19th, 20th, 23rd, 22nd. 23, 24 is Louis Thompson and Riley Chadwick. And then we've got Caitlin Steffenbeck, Freda Wong, Josh Weaver, Craig Borland and Tilda Blue Williams. Okay, we are back racing finally here at Silverstone, and away they come then. Joshy Wood, the 96 on the inside, looking like he's made the most of that pole position. Great start from him. Alfie Kells tries to hang on to second place as well. Let's see how successful he's been in doing so. Jensen Banana Barnard, as some like to call him, has made his way up into second place. We might be saying Banana a lot more on this stream, should that continue. Great start from third place for him. That row, that side of the grid, seemingly having the advantage as we come around. Looks like everyone's still facing the right way. We did have one car go slightly wide. I think that was the number 12 or 17 in the pink helmet. Potentially Noah Johnson, but we will confirm that when we can. They are still running. In fact, yes, it is the 12. So it wasn't the 17 of Noah Johnson. It was the 1-2 of... who's the 12, Reeve?
The number 12, Carter, is the number 12 of not existing.
Yeah, I've got it wrong.
Yeah.
I had 2 stabs at it and still got it wrong. Excellent.
Oh, I've done that plenty so far today. Possibly number 15, a Lewis Tracy? Would it have been that? Or?
We will figure it out. It's Caitlin Steppenbeck. Excuse me, there is a 12.
Oh, is there? Oh, there is, sorry.
Both missed it. Excellent. And up the inside, great move, Alfie Kells there on Jensen Barnard. Up the inside of the first corner to reclaim that second place that Alfie Kells lost on the first corner last lap. So our front 2 is as you were from the grid, Joshie Wood, our pole sitter, Alfie Kells in second. In fact, our front 3 are as you were because Jensen Barnard, Banana Barnard, as some like to know him, down in third. Top 3 from the grid, and your top 3 in the race.
That's going to stick now, isn't it, Jacob?
I'm trying not to say it too much in case he really doesn't like it.
Yeah,
and
I'm
someone's just having us on in the
just
comments.
in case.
One more time maybe later on in the race. But for now, doing a solid job in third is Jensen. And looking for second and taking second back into that last complex there, Seagrave Corner. Siemens now navigated as well, then through Museum. 27's back ahead at 74. Let's see if the 74 of Alfie Kells fancies another go into turn 1. These two have swapped positions both times into turn 1 each way, and yeah, this time Alfie in the Landon Norris helmet that was commented on quite a fair bit in between those races holds position for now. I think there's a yellow flag actually up there. There is indeed. I can see out the window, and that would be why that driver there just recovering their kart on the exit of the corner. These two still very close together though. Lewis Tracy in fourth behind them. We'll be hoping to catch up in the near future. Lewis Tracy's then got a bit of a gap back to Harry Kennedy and Noah Johnson in fifth and sixth. There's your race leader then. Joshie Wood got the fast lap as well, looking reasonably comfortable for the time being. Through come these two, Jensen and Alfie, through that quick sequence of 3 corners, Club, Island and Tower. Seagrave now, and Seaman follows that. And then one last time into Museum, or one last corner rather, not last time just yet. Back out onto the start-finish straight. Yeah, Lewis Tracy is catching these, Reeve.
He is indeed. Decent pace on that last lap. It'll update in just a moment. It was a 1:12.8, so got a good little advantage compared to Alfie and Jensen Barnard just in front. We're going to see a bit of a battle for second and third here. Obviously, this is a B final, so repechage positions are available in this one. No penalties or anything like that to contend with so far. Hopefully not commentator's curse on that one. Yellow flags though through Maggott and Beckett, so drivers are happy to back off, and there we go. My penalty comes in. Commentator's curse in effect there. That is for at least slightly further down the order, so it doesn't affect the repechage positions in this one.
It might have been that kart that we saw on the exit of Brooklands. We'll have to try and figure that out later on in the race. Yeah, Lewis Tracy's right on the back of Alfie Kells now. Look at that as our leader puts a lap on someone there, I think. Is that right? Yes, because that's Jensen Barnard in behind. So we've got a back marker in the mix. Not too slow at back marker, mind. I wonder what's gone on there. And it might be Jonah Young who got that unsafe release penalty. But yes, here we go then. Lewis Tracy lines up Alfie Kells into turn 1. We saw Alfie make a move there earlier on, and he's had one made on him for third place. 2 repechage positions, as you correctly pointed out, Reeve. Currently Joshua Wood and Jensen Barnard are the ones looking most likely for them. A yellow flag through Maggots and Beckett's just to replace the cones on the inside of those corners. But Tracy then eyeing up Jensen Barnard. Now thinking in a couple of laps time what can be done about that. It is the 87 in there of Chayton Kirk, actually the back marker. So Jonah Young, I'm not quite sure where Jonah Young has ended up, but Chayton Kirk is currently in the mix here. So just bear in mind that the 87 isn't fighting for position currently. There they are on the outside of your shot, and at the inside goes Alfie Kells.
Does indeed Lewis Tracy then leading this trio as they start the next lap up into third position. I am sure, though, we can see the number 74 Alfie behind. He's going to try and claw some of that back, at least as we run through the next couple of corners. We've actually done a very good job here of keeping the likes of Barnard in check. Joshua Wood pretty much checked out at this point, but Barnard not too far up the road with just under half race distance to go. Anything could happen yet if these drivers pick to work together. That is going to be very important in this one. They navigate bridge then all in pretty much single file, but it looks to be particularly strong for Alfie and Harry Kennedy just behind there, closing up a little bit on Lewis Tracy as we run down through the Priory now.
We've got the 45 of Clara Boyce in the mix here. It's not gone too well for Clara. This started in 11th, down in 26th. She's the kart just between, there's your race leader on the left-hand of your shot, and then top of your screen you can see Clara there. This battle for second is about to kick off though, Reeve. Looks like Jensen Barnard's coming under significant pressure from Lewis Tracy now, and it's the business end of the race as well. 3.5 minutes to go. Is Tracy going to have a look down into the first corner? Is Alfie Kells going to have another go? Right on the outside goes Lewis Tracy. Great speed down the start-finish straight, but Jensen Barnard holds on expertly through that first corner. Tracy to the inside here of Brooklands. Don't think that's come off. No, it hasn't. No. Through Maggots and Beckett's, it's as you were for now. Clara Boyce keeping decent pace to stay ahead of these three as a back marker. Oh, that's very wide for Jensen Barnard, and he's going to need the extra grip and drive out of that corner to hold on to that place. Yeah, just a little too deep in there, and as this is a right-hander and the next corner is a right-hander, but just about hold on to second place, but can't afford many more slip-ups like that.
Yep, the pressure certainly mounting now. We saw that Jensen certainly seemed to have confidence in the front end of his car through that first corner, but just as Tracy, as Alfie begin to pile on that pressure a little bit more, maybe they're working together. As you say, cracks can appear. We'll just have to see as we navigate the final couple of corners now. On to the start-finish straight we go once more. Will it be a repeat of that last lap, or will we see something different from our drivers vying for that second spot, for that repechage position? It's going to be a double-pronged attack down the inside. Looks Lewis Tracy, nothing he can do from that far back. A couple of cars heading off,
full course yellows,
and it's
Reeve.
full course yellow there. Hardly surprising. It's a fairly high-speed part of the course, so this just brings the race back under control once more. We see that means Barnard, Tracy, Kells, no change in that order there. The time will still tick on by as we have just 2 minutes left to go in this race, which means that if we do get underway once again, it's going to be oh so close in that fight for repechage.
Yeah, I'm not sure we will.
Yeah,
given it'll probably be final lap next time around. They'd need to start a new lap in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah,
and they're not halfway around the track, so I think
this is it.
This might be it. Yeah, and they might even red flag it just for that cause, because if we can't go racing again, there's no point trying to run the karts round, especially given the massive delay that we had at the start of this one, which is unfortunate. There was a brilliant battle brewing there between Jensen Barnard, Lewis Tracy and Alfie Kells.
Shout out to Joshua Wood, by the way, leading this and leading it quite comfortably, as it looks to be that we might be beginning to fire them potentially. Fastest lap on that last go around towards the end of the race, 1 minute 11.9 that time out. So was flying along and actually building that lead and making it even more impressive. It stood at about 6 seconds on the last go around. And as I say, it does look like it will be the last go around. Our junior super lightweight B finalists are likely to dip into the pits.
I think they're going to go again.
Oh, right,
I don't think they're being directed into the pits, and it might go green. They've let the back markers go through, which is why I'm saying that. They wouldn't have done that if they were just going to file into the pits. So we're really hoping that they've been slowed down so much that they can go green.
We have one more lap.
The lights here. I'm going to keep an eye out the window, and it looks green to me on the digi flag.
Yeah.
Am I right, or can I just not see properly in the sun?
The digi flags elsewhere are still waving yellow. We still have full course yellow starting the last lap.
This is the final lap, and it's full course yellow. You do not get to leave full course yellow until you cross the start-finish line. So they will indeed do one more lap in formation and then file into the pits. Yeah, like I said, I would have thought they'd red flag it in this situation. Perhaps they were very much hoping to get this one going as we crossed the start-finish line then just a second ago, but weren't able to do so, and by that point it was too late to put everyone in the pits. Unfortunate way to finish our final B final of the day, especially with what looked to be a titanic battle about to be raged over the final repechage position. But we do get to see Jensen Barnard again and refer to his wonderful nickname from the chat of Jensen Banana Barnard. Perhaps in between this and the A final, Jensen will be able to get in touch with us to let us know if he's okay with that name or whether he wants us to stop. Perhaps he'll watch the race back and get in touch if you are, Jensen. We are open to feedback from you yourself rather than whoever's in the YouTube comment section. Answer to another one of the comments is yes, the actual corner names are the ones that we are using. They have shared some corner names with the track itself: Bridge, Clubs, Brooklands, Maggots, Beckett's, and etc. Etc. is not a corner name. That's just what I say when I run out of things to say, but not sure I've exhausted the list. So yes, this will be a win for Joshy Wood with the fastest lap, so he'll be very happy with that. As long as it took to get going, as much as you don't want to finish a race like this, this is a win for Joshy Wood, who will repechage up into the A final. Jensen Barnard will repechage up into the A final as well. Lewis Tracy will finish third, Alfie Kells fourth, fifth will be Noah Johnson, Harry Kennedy is sixth, Alfie High seventh, eighth Afina Cooper, ninth Theo Wright, 10th Chris Clark, Oscar Mallet 11th overall, Leo Anderson 12th, Ella Rowe 13th, Josh Weaver 14th, Charlie Ledieu 15th, and Jacob Ward 16th. Ewan Platt 17th, Harvey Brandrick in 18th, Louis Tomlinson 19th, 20th Ronnie Chadwick, 21st was Caitlin Steppenbeck. Colin Natton, the comeback didn't happen, he's 22nd. 23rd, Freda Wong, 24th, Charlie Chayton Kirk, 25th, Jonah Young, 26th, Clara Boyce, Jensen Varden, 27th, and Craig Borland, 28th. That's your order for the Junior Super Lightweight B Final. Next up, we move to the first of our A Finals, and it's the Cadet Super Lightweights.
Here we go then, our Cadet Super Lightweight A finalists will be making their way out on track in just a moment, all things going well. As we start to tick down the races, let's take a look at what the grids will be shaping up to be then in this one. Heading on to row one, then it will be Sena Kozrapana, followed by Amanzi Nwosu, and then we have Gillen Townshend, and then Sholem Skri Kantan. Then we have Nathan Gretsch and Freya Lally completing row 1, 2 and 3. Row 4 will be Mohammed Issa Subadar, followed by Jess Kirby. It will be Jack Thompson and Sam Fleming on row 5. Then we have Hugo McMillan and Ryan Hamlet on row 6. Row 7 of our grid then will be Leo Smith and Edward Ivory, followed by Jack Mills and Jensen Goodall on row 8. Alicia Waterhouse and Jack Dowding will complete the 9th row of the grid. And then last couple of drivers now. It's Chloe Van Beneden and Joe Fleming on row 10, and then it's Archie Bestwick and Mason McKenzie charging up on through from the B final earlier on to complete our 22 kart cadet super lightweight grid for our A final. Looks like we could be waiting potentially for just a moment for our drivers to head out on track as we, as I say, get ready for one of our last few races of the, what is now evening. Should be an exciting one. Super lightweight cadet drivers, some big names in here that we do recognise from previous running, of course. The likes of Manzino Osu, the likes of Freya Lalim, Hamidisa Subadar, protagonists throughout various points last season's running, of course. Senna Kosrapana as well, with some new drivers in the mix there as well. Both rookies from the B final actually charging on through, which is interesting. So clearly I think could be having a great time out this season, all things going well.
Excellent drive as well, and Jack Thompson was really quick in qualifying, and Sam Fleming as well actually was at the top of the pre-A final. Be interesting to see if those guys can rekindle their earlier pace.
It will indeed. Apologies if one of us dropped out there, but promise we are both here. None of us have escaped the building and decided to return back to the Green Man Inn for a cheeky cod and chips, or as you mentioned, a mixed grill. I must have to give that a try then tonight. Clearly, if it's it seemed to be a bit of a favourite at the table last night.
It was pretty good. Yeah, I'm wondering whether or not to diversify, but I always say with a mixed grill, you never have one at home, do you?
No.
You can have cod and chips at home. You can have pie and mash at home. No one's ever going to the supermarket and be like, right, I'll get a gammon steak, a normal steak, some chicken, a sausage. You can't buy a sausage, you have to buy 8. And, you know, you just that's why when I go out, that's where I tend towards. It's obviously a great meal as well in itself, but yeah, I do like to try when I go out for food to have something that I wouldn't have at home.
Yeah.
Whether that's something like a mixed grill or just a dish that I would have no idea how to cook or nowhere near the patience to cook.
You can always tell when commentators get hungry, because so often we, especially when there's moments that we might need to fill in on some action, that we always delve into food chat. Usually in the BK, it's about Jaffa cakes.
Oh, you can tell I'm hungry because my eyes are open. That's just the way I live. That's why I put on so much weight and why I'm having to lose some, as mentioned earlier. So, yeah, not ideal.
This is why I suspect we're having a little bit of a pause. We've got some officials, marshals out on track, just looking after the track. I think because so much of the rain that we've had at the start of this year, the ground hasn't really had a chance to dry out all that much so far this year. So the grass is really soggy, it's really damp, which means that as drivers head off the circuit for a little bit of a skirmish, it's quite easy to tear up and bring back onto the track with them because it isn't very solid.
I am wondering what's going on in the pit though, Reeve, because the junior drivers are still sat in their karts.
Oh.
Which is unusual, to say the least, because the cadets are the ones going out.
Yeah.
You can confirm that. They're the ones you can see on the left-hand side.
We have
and
to turn the whistle to hear engines starting, yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps they're waiting for the cadets to go out before releasing the juniors, so they're not kind of hanging around.
So there isn't just chaos.
Yeah, you can see there in the middle of the shot and the right-hand side of the pit lane, a load of junior drivers sat around just waiting. Yeah, here we go. Some of the cadet drivers are getting up and underway, and we'll be racing soon.
Just a quick reminder then for some of the protagonists in this race. Front row of the grid is going to be Senna Kosrapana, Amanzi Nwosu, Gillen Chowden, and then Shaylin Skri-Kantan, Nathan Gretsch, Freya Lalim, Hamidi Subadar, Kirby, Jack Thompson, Sam Fleming, Hugo McMillan, Ryan Hamlet, Leo Smith, Edward Sybrey, Jack Mills, Jensen Goodall, Alicia Waterhouse, Jack Dowding, Chloe Van Menaden, Joe Fleming, Archie Beswick and Mason McKenzie rep charging up on through. They're making their way out on track now, and hopefully shortly we'll be good to go racing.
Yeah, looking forward to these sets of A-Finals. 4 races left for you today. A-Finals are the peak of the day's racing. It's what every driver aspires to get into. We have got 4 classes: Cadet Super Lightweights, Cadets Lightweights, Junior Super Lightweights, and Junior Lightweights to come. This is Cadet Super Lightweights, the first of our 4. We'll be following this up with our Junior category Lightweights, then Cadet Lightweights, then Junior Super Lightweights to finish. And yes, I do believe that we will see some excellent racing across the 4 of them. Last race didn't necessarily deliver. There's a lot of promise before the full course yellow. The race before that was certainly an exciting one, and I think we've got a couple more in us today, Reeve. As the last of our drivers comes around, I think we'll be getting going once we're around the last couple of corners behind the pace car.
Well, indeed, this is going to be the final time that we see Cadet Super Lightweight running today in this A-Final. Last time that we see some big names, some pretty well-known names in the Cadet running at this point. As we can see, just making sure that the pace is controlled well before we get racing.
Round Museum we come then. Museum corner, because it's right next to the big old Silverstone Museum. And on to the start finish straight we come then. Number 12 of Senna Kozrapana leads us away. The number 39 of Gillen Townsend is behind him. There's just about enough room for everyone coming round the first corner, and indeed the second, as we head up towards Brooklands for the first time. Senna Kozrapana holds that lead with Gillen Townsend looking likely to be coming out in second, but he's side by side with who's that in the Senna helmet, Reeve, causing a little bit of confusion. Either way, they've both dropped back now, and that in second place, I can't quite make out the number, but I want to say it's Mohammadi Subadar. And someone's round, Reeve.
Oh.
Someone is round. Just the one cart. That's disappointment for them. But it is indeed the 25 Mohammadi Subadar. He's made his way up to second from 5th on the grid. Then we've got the 39 of Gillen Townsend.
Ooh,
and another cart round
going round.
On the exit. Yeah, not ideal, Leo, but good to see he's got himself going again anyway. So yeah, great start from Mohammadi Subadar, up in second place in this one. Senna Kozrapana still looks in control though.
Does indeed, but oh dear, we have a spin from the top end of the order.
Yeah, it looks like 3rd or 4th place. I can't quite tell who it was before they go. No, I think it was just behind the top 3. Let's have a look. Yeah, Gillen Townsend safely coming around at man.
Yeah, Nathan Gretsch. It was Nathan Gretsch tumbling down the order at the moment.
Yeah, so your top 5, Senna Kozrapana, Mohammadi Subadar, Gillen Townsend, Amanze Nwozu, and Jack Thompson has recovered his earlier pace. Jack Thompson up to 5th from 9th. Hugo McMillan with a decent start as well, up to 6th from 11th.
9 minutes left to go in this one then. A fantastic start for Issa Subadar. What a shame for Nathan Gretsch, who actually looked poised to go for a run for first early on in the race. Started 4th on the grid, which is a really good position to start from that second row because you have the inside. Fortunately, it didn't quite work out this time round. You can see it's going to be Senna Kozrapana versus Gillen Townsend now, leading us through into turn 10. A nice comfortable running through the turn 10, not being suckered in by the curb there.
Townsend looks like he's got the pace here, and he's challenging Senna at this early stage. Can the two of them maybe work together early doors? Because right behind them there's lots of battling going on. If the front two can work together, they can escape from this battling quartet here. Mohammadi Subadar's had a troublesome lap. He was second last time round. I think he's going to come over the line in 5th. Indeed he does. Jack Thompson's very much in the mix now, and that's Amanze Nwozu in the Senna-like helmet being taken up the inside by Jack Thompson. So Jack Thompson, who, remember Reeve, pretty sure he started on pole, or at least the front row of the pre-A-Final. Didn't have the best of starts, has now made his way up to third in the A-Final, and will be thinking, how do we chase after those front two, who are now 2 seconds up the road. He's got challenge from Amanzi Nwazu around the outside of bridge, holds on to third place for now. Good driving from these guys, but they need to start working together if they want one of those top 2 spots.
Absolutely, plenty of other big moves in the order actually. Edward Sybry moving up 7 positions so far in this race, and Leo Smith obviously moved the wrong way down the order, but is actually setting the fastest laps of the session so far. So a case of what could have been, I think, in this race.
Yeah, fair play to Leo to carrying on and setting absolutely great lap times as well. We've had a HOSW again for Jack Dowding. That's a hands-off steering wheel. It's not completely illegal to, you know, give yourself a little scratch or something like that, but you can't be remonstrating with officials and other drivers in ways which can be considered offensive. That's a new rule to Club 100 this year. As challenged down towards the first corner, Jack Thompson's not got as good a drive as Amanzi Nwazu. Nwazu's on the outside. Gillen Townsend gets the fastest lap in that one. He's keeping Senna Khosrowshahi very honest at the front of this one, as much as I'm sure Jack Thompson, Amanzi Nwazu and Mohamed Issa Subadar want to catch up. Unfortunately, the pace at the front is just really, really good at the minute, Reeve. They are setting lap times that are consistently quicker than the 4 behind them, as much as they work together or not.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 minutes left on our clock then, and Townsend, as you say, flying along for the moment. There might be, well, it looks like they are kind of working together at the moment. They're not going out and out side by side looking for vying for moves down the inside here or there, and it does mean that they're able to control things quite nicely at the top end of the pack. As we can see.
It's a slightly defensive line from
Yeah.
Senna, do we think?
Possibly, if it feels like maybe all of a sudden we could be on for a bit of a squabble here.
It's
Let's see,
definitely
then
looks
it's
over the shoulder.
Yeah. And Townsend immediately has a look around the outside there, decides to swap it around and do a bit of a trick move potentially as we run through the farm curve. Nose out in front for Townsend. It's going to be a drag race across the line. Senna Khosrowshahi still leads us, but has the outside for turn 1 coming up next. So it's Gillen Townsend who now takes the lead of this race, at least for the time being. There's also plenty of close running just behind them, but all of the action really is happening here at the front end of the pack, folks, as now Senna Khosrowshahi is going to try and fight for this one back. Has the look around the outside as we approach Maggott and Beckett. And we're going to go side by side through Maggott and Beckett. We are indeed looking over the shoulder. Is Gillen Townsend says, come on, let's work together. Bridge comes next. Nice bit of rotation from Senna Khosrowshahi, who gets the kart in the corner quickly, and it's Senna Khosrowshahi back in the lead of this race.
Really impressive driving from these two guys to go through Maggott and Beckett's side by side as they did. I think the frustration from Townsend's side was, like you said, not working together to build up a bit of a gap. But to be fair to Senna Khosrowshahi, if you see the opportunity to take the lead back, you're going to take it. The pace that they've both got is good enough, I think, to pull away from the 4 behind them, as we mentioned just a couple of moments ago. So you'd rather be in front and not have to make the pass in the last couple of minutes if you're Senna Khosrowshahi. And yeah, back in front. Let's see if you can hold it for the remaining 4.5 minutes of the race.
Should be an exciting one. Well done to all the drivers so far for putting on a show for us and becoming acclimatised to this new venue, seemingly having a great time out. Jess Kirby crosses the line in the meanwhile and sets the new record for our Cadet Super Lightweight runners of 1:17.386. So that's a really nice time there. But meanwhile, front ends of the pack, no change in the order so far as we look on to the run towards Brooklands. There is the number 28 of Amanzi Nwazu under a little bit of pressure now from Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson, obviously we mentioned, starting this race perhaps not where we would wanted to, but was very much making amends for it now and fighting against Amanzi Nwazu. But as we well know, that is some fierce competition. Yeah,
Nwazu's gained that place back in the last couple of laps, possibly on the last lap. We were following these two at the front. I think Jack and Amanzi will know that any race win is contingent on them not squabbling too heavily there, and they can probably just about see these two having a little bit of a scrap further ahead. Like I said, the pace is so good between these front two. And speaking of good, Gillen Townsend up the inside, but they're going to be side by side coming over the start-finish line. Senna Khosrowshahi is going to have the advantage once more. It's 3 minutes left. I think it'll be this lap plus 2 more at the very least. So it's getting to the business end of the race. Reeve Townsend.
Wow.
Wow. Good cut back. Can get up the inside here of Brooklands. Yes, he can.
We don't usually see that move being done through turn 2 there, hanging it around the outside. It was brave stuff, and it looks like it could well have worked here. We do know that Gillen's on a bit of a run at the moment. New fastest lap, personal best at least, for Gillen on that last lap. So clearly has the pace to try and do this. Gets a better run out of bridge as well, just by the looks of things there. Plenty of opportunities to fight back for it though. Just behind as well, we're going to see coming to shot in a moment, is Amanda Nwosu and Jack Thompson. They're continuing their own battle. We seem to have another battling duo just behind those as well. But over the shoulder looks Gillen Townsend as they run on through to turn 12 in just a moment, followed by the complex start with Seagrave to end the lap here.
Great driving from all these top.
Oh, wow.
That's
Saw
a lunge.
moment and went for it.
That's a lunge. And I mean, I wouldn't want to be the observer on there because it was quite forceful, a lunge. But for me, I think they were side by side at the point of contact. And that's usually deemed as fair. We'll keep an eye out for any contact warnings or penalties. And Gillen Townsend might think that was a bit aggressive. But the place belongs once again to Senna Khosrapana. This will be the penultimate lap, Reeve. We'll see the last lap board as we come round again. There's only going to be a couple of opportunities, and that gap is shortening between third and second. There was a second and a half taken out of it. If that happens again this lap, there it is.
Yeah.
ABC bump and pass. Senna Khosrapana receives the penalty. Gillen Townsend dives up the inside of bridge anyway. Excellent move that, really well executed. And yeah, Senna Khosrapana feels the wrath of the stewards for that dive up the inside. I can see it both ways.
Yeah.
I can understand why he's got the penalty. I think it was probably worthwhile going for. Maybe just didn't pan out the way he was hoping for. Either way, still been great driving, great racing from the both of them. And looks like they've managed to calm that. Maybe one of them has spotted over the shoulder Manzi Nwosu and Jack Thompson in the background, because we're coming on to the final lap here, and at any time they cost themselves now could cost them race positions to those two coming in behind.
Yeah, they will, and just past the digi-flag there, so perhaps first knowledge of that penalty appearing to those drivers too. Shaylan Cantan, meanwhile, sets a new fastest lap into the 16s now, but we're going to look at the front end of the action here, as I'm sure, despite the penalty, you still want to fight for first, because that just negates some of the effect of that penalty. So looks over the shoulder, does Gillen Townsend. Senna Khosrapana trying to find a way on through, doesn't want to do anything too bold just yet as we run through Maggott and Beckett's. Bridge comes up next. Has been an overtaking opportunity so far today. Runs a little bit wider through, but might cut back quite nicely. It becomes a drag race, and Gillen Townsend still has control of things.
Yeah, coming on down to Priory, it's a right hand. You can see them going. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there as Townsend breaks quite early for the corner, and he's backed him right up into Mwanze Nwosu now. This is dangerous for Townsend because Nwosu is going to fancy a race win here. They're coming down into Seagraves for the last time. Round the outside goes Senna Khosrapana.
Oh,
what's going to happen here?
Senna.
Oh, up the inside, and there's Nwosu. He's going to take the lead. He's in the inside for the very final corner. But look at Jack Thompson. Oh, my word.
Oh, with 3 wide still as we navigate the final corner.
Townsend's coming back. Townsend's back.
Yeah,
Senna Khosrapana's off. Townsend's going to take the win. Jack Thompson second. Nwosu holds his head in his hands because Jess Kirby has stolen third. Nwosu thought he'd won it 2 corners ago. What a finish to that race. Unfortunately, Senna Khosrapana's ended up on the grass, which is really unfortunate for him. Barring the penalty, it was a really great race from him, and he certainly doesn't deserve that from the race day he's had so far today. Great result, though, for Gillen Townsend. Take nothing away, he's been fantastic today, and that race really was great. Jack Thompson gets right back up in there, having qualified brilliantly earlier. Jess Kirby, I'm sure, will be delighted to pick up third, pretty much on the line there. Amanzi Nwosu, devastated for him. Like I said, he probably thought he had it won in the penultimate corner. So unlucky to see him down in fourth. Shaylan Srikatan ends the day with the fastest lap in the A-Final, so that's great for him. Hugo McMillan, 6th. Edward Siberi, 7th. Mohamed Issa Subadar, 8th. Freda Lally is 9th, and Sam Fleming, 10th. Great first A-Final, 3 more to come.
Here we go then. It's our junior lightweight A-Final coming up next. Junior drivers will be heading out on track in just a moment. Hopefully they can deliver the same action that we just saw then to end that race. That was rather unpredictable, wasn't it? Look at that beautiful sunset here. But the whistle goes as drivers head out on track. Let's take a look at how the grid is going to be shaping up then. So, our first row of the grid, Jacob Marples and Jonas Klimas. They had a great battle earlier on, followed by Frederick Burden and Callum Boot on row 2, likewise involved in that. And then we have John Wall and James McLaughlin completing the first 3 rows. Moving on to row 4 then, it is going to be Dan Griffin and Jake Dibbles Parrott, followed by Milo Smith and James Wall. Milo Stewart and Isaac Lyons complete row 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, it will be Oscar Littlechild and Seth Dodds, followed by Thomas Welsford and Jensen Davis on row 8. Jack Yates and Caden Graham complete row 8 and 9. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid, Jonathan Fuchsel, Samuel Chilton, Nikolai Eisgard, Max Miller complete row 10 and 11. Then we have Zach Hassan and Zach McKieran on row 12, followed by Leo Judge and Noah Morris completing the 13th row of the grid, a 26 kart grid. At that, what a beautiful background shot we've got there, folks. The sun has been very favourable for us today, as it turns out. I've just added my big shout out to our camera op John at turn 1, who's Johnny or Jonathan or whatever he prefers to go by, for looking across the track and getting that beautiful shot. Big thanks to our camera ops for all their work today. But our junior drivers are out on track now, and we're good to go for yet another A-Final. Let's hope our juniors can put on a show for us just like our cadets did a moment ago.
A couple of laps of practice as well is customary for the juniors in the A-Final. The karts themselves naturally see a little bit of differentiation between them, and the drivers themselves are seen as a little bit more experienced, and so we're able to tell the differences between them. As with an A-Final in Club 100 seniors, they are afforded the opportunity to try their kart out for a couple of laps and decide whether or not they agree that it's in parity with the rest of the fleet. Something we've always done in Club 100, and I'm sure we'll always continue to do. In any instance, any that are deemed unfit by a driver will be tested by one of our testers, and if it's not within a tolerance of a couple of tenths of a decent lap time, will be fixed and repaired. There used to be a penalty for if you binned the kart, as the club rhythm is, and it was within the tolerance, but I don't think we bother with that anymore. If you're unhappy with it, in your practice laps, you can get rid. The kind of penalty is negated by the fact that you're jumping into a cold kart and will have to pretty much go straight onto the grid.
I mean, sometimes it's a mental thing. The kart you're getting into could be no different, but if you feel
exactly,
like
you could get into a worse kart. You could find yourself suffering on the first couple of laps because you haven't warmed up the engine and brakes. It's a happiness thing, realistically, rather than is this kart good enough. I genuinely believe that only the top drivers who've been racing Club 100 for years and years are able to tell the difference between them. And so yeah, this is more of a courtesy to our junior drivers than it is an actual test. And I don't think we've seen anyone pull into the pit so far, which is also a measure of the competency and capabilities of the Club 100 staff, who do everything they can to ensure that these karts are as equal as they possibly can be. Yeah, awesome last lap. That comes from Niall in the comments. Can't say fairer than that. Vinny C said at the start that one, good luck to Jack Thompson. So Vinny C, seems as he got the golden touch, where he said good luck to Thomas Welsford in this one. So keep an eye out for Thomas Welsford finishing second or higher, potentially, if he really does have that magic spell. Thomas Welsford's starting pole, of course, so if you had to pick someone to do well in this race, you might be looking in his direction. He's the 31 there. I don't think that's quite how you'd want to form up on the grid, although Thomas Welsford looked to be pointing someone through there. Yeah, there's something not going to be going this time round, Reeve. That's a poor formation of the grid.
Yeah. Not quite race ready at this moment, but hopefully we'll get that all sorted. So we've got plenty of track to do it here, so should be all right.
Thomas Welsford doesn't look like he knows he's on pole position, Reeve. He's on the outside, and Oscar Littlechild is looking around. He's on the inside. He should be on the outside. There's lots of cars trying to get through there as well. Might take a minute or two to sort this out. But yeah, we should see on the right hand side of the screen Thomas Welsford and Isaac Lyons. That's the 31 and 73. 73 there's in the middle of the pack. Am I on the right race as well? Junior lightweight A-Final, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Am I viewing the live time or something like that? No. Okay. I'm not looking at the grid. Ignore me. It's Jacob Marples and Jonas Klimas. I don't know how I forgot that because they were so amazing in the race earlier. Yeah, we'll see the 77. There he is, of Jacob Marples. I really shouldn't have paid no attention when you read the grid out, should I?
I think it was really now white.
There's a thumbs up from yeah, there's a thumbs up from Rory Regan. We're going, despite me completely being confused, the drivers themselves know exactly what's going on, as do you, Reeve, and we will be racing momentarily.
Will we?
Yes.
You say I know exactly what's going on.
You know. You just pretend.
Here we go then. So it will be Marples versus Klimas as it was a few races ago. We get to enjoy that once again, folks, a continuation of that battle. Let's hope it goes well for everyone involved. They navigate their way down the tram lines once again, and we are good to go racing. The revs begin to rise, and we navigate our way to that first corner. Immediately on the defence is Marples. Watch out for John Wall, who had a look down the inside there, and there we go. I think that is Klimas involved in that one, potentially. Either way, a few drivers off at turn one. We are able to continue on with everyone else, but number 99 now, James McLaughlin, working their way up into second. That's a great start. And the number 14 of Milo Smith as well. Further drivers off. That looks to be potentially Callum Boots by the looks of things. I saw a single-digit number plate there off in the background. Slightly eclectic start then to this one, but we are under racing conditions.
Yeah, we've just about got away with not having a full start there.
Yeah.
John Wall has got a contact warning. It was him who got a little bit out of shape on the entry into turn one, and I think made contact with Jacob Marples. The contact didn't impact Marples, which is why it's only a contact, but from there I think Klimas got collected and ended up on the receiving end of something he didn't want to be on the receiving end of, to say that at the very least there. This is the 14 and the 61 Milo Smith and Dan Griffin battling for position. Griffin coming through there to take the position. Let's have a look what the order is as they come across the start-finish straight then. Jacob Marples leads. James McLaughlin is in second. Dan Griffin, that was third place he took off Milo Smith. Jake Dilworth-Parrott is in fifth. Milo Stewart in sixth. Oscar Littlechild seventh. Jack Yates eighth. John Wall down to ninth after that mishap on the first corner. And Zach McEachran is in 10th.
Just under 10 minutes to go in this one then. Marples leads us, followed by McLaughlin. 13.4 is the best time so far, but we need to wait to get a few more representative times in, as everyone currently occupying that long back straight, which is interrupted by Knight and Beckett. We can see though McLaughlin really putting that pressure on Marples now as we run through turn 10. We've seen in the past a move can just be to psych out the driver in front and force them to run just a little bit, not physically force them to run a little bit wide, but mentally just cause them to go a little bit too hot into the corner. And there we go, down the inside goes James McLaughlin. Nice move there. Can he defend the switchback as we run through turn 15? Not quite. We're going to be side by side on exit. McLaughlin might be losing out to Marples here, who heads down towards the museum curve, followed by the farm curve, and takes back the lead of this race. And there we go. Barely enough room for a car there. In fact, not enough room. McLaughlin catches a bit of grass on the inside there, kicks up some water, loses a huge amount of pace as a result. Looks to be a waved yellow flag there potentially, but still we continue on. McLaughlin might be under threat from Dan Griffin if he's not careful here, but seems to have recovered things quite nicely.
One thing I will point out, whilst we've got a little break in the action, James McLaughlin won the pre-B final, made his way through the pre-A final, and now he's challenging for the lead of the A final.
There we go.
Fantastic stuff from James McLaughlin. I can't believe I said at the start of the day that anecdotally cadets and juniors always have someone who does that. And I've been proved right almost every single class that we've got on today. And McLaughlin is still challenging for the lead on the outside of Priory. Coming down now into Club. He's on the inside. His contact there. Oh, through Island and Tower. It's going to be McLaughlin in the lead. Leave that one up to the observers as to what happened. Into Seagraves. Nothing called yet. There's contact for Jack Yates.
We've seen that in the past.
Yeah, we've seen what they were called, and it will just be a contact, I think, that, because the position has been given back. Marples has pulled out of that rather than sticking with it. And the 28 of Jack Yates, fastest lap last time round, still got the fastest lap, and he is right in the mixer now. Less than a second covers these top three.
Does indeed. Yates really capitalising on the battling going on out in front of him to make up a good few places there. And we can see he looks over the shoulder at clean air that time around, does James McLaughlin. Marples actually hanging around on the inside now. We head back to that phrase we've used a few times today. They need to work together if they want to try and abate the threat of Jack Yates from just behind. You can see McLaughlin diving down in the car to try to pick up any possible speed that he can. We know a driver's desperate at them, but Marples heads down the inside into turn 10. Fantastic move. Saw an opportunity, but went too deep into the corner, too late on the brakes. Just trusted a bit too much in the front end of his kart and lost not one but two positions. Yates is through as well and now fancies his chances at leading this race. McLaughlin's going to navigate us towards turn 14, turn 15 here, where Yates follows on very quickly behind. Marples has closed back in despite his small off at turn 10 and is going to be part of a battling trio for the race leaders. They drag race their way down the start-finish straight in just a moment. It could be a two-pronged attack into the first corner here. We have seen that in the past. Yates is flying along, as is McLaughlin. McLaughlin takes the inside line there to try and defend against Marples. Yates nearly finds a way around the outside, navigating towards turn 2.
This is great stuff. Marples up the inside there of Brooklands, and this time makes it stick. This is now a 5-car battle. There's one off in the background. Can't quite see who that is, but yeah, look at this, Reeve. Dan Griffin and Jake Dilworth Power are right in the mix. Not 3 corners ago, Dan Griffin was furiously pointing ahead to Jake to say, come on, they're fighting, let's go. And they are right there now. You can see them right on the back of this trio, ready to get involved as soon as it kicks off. And it's already kicking off, Reeve.
It is indeed. Now McLaughlin has to defend from 2 fronts as we run our way down through turn 12.
It's a 7-car battle now, Reeve.
Yep, it is. Fastest lap for Jake Dilworth Power, as we say. He's flying along.
Oh, off goes Marples. He's round.
Marples is round and out of contention for this race. A lead. Just one small glance over the grass has upset that kart, and he is out of contention pretty much from this race in its whole entirety, because so many karts were so close together in this one. Marples is out, Yates in second, Griffin promoted to third, Climbers back in the mix here in the top 4. McLaughlin then has one slight less threat here as we run through turn 1. Our midfield action also hotting up.
A slight observation reel. I think since the sun's gone down, the track's really cooled down, and the amount of grip is just gone. Jack Yates was sideways around the final corner last time round. You can see them slow. There you go. I didn't even get to finish my sentence, and they've all slid into the cones. See how wide they go in there now as well. There's, I can't see who that is in the green and white suit. Tries to recover a position or two, but yeah, there's a lot less grip out there now. Lap times are 2 or 3 seconds slower. I say that Jake Dilworth Parrott's the only one who's put in a really respectable lap time here, 12.4. That's still a second off the lap record that we've seen from these guys earlier on in the day. There's not as much grip out there, Reeve, as there has been previously.
Absolutely not.
And Max Griffin wide there as well, where we saw last time around. I've completely drawn a blank on the name. Jacob Marples spun around, so yeah, something to be wary of on the exit of Seagraves is the level of grip. Dan Griffin now having to defend that position and got out of shape by there. That position being third. McLaughlin has a little bit of a gap out the front, still being challenged by Yates. Griffin, Climus is back involved. He's there in fourth. It's been a mad 7 minutes because I didn't recognise the guy who started second on the grid. What a great recovery this is from Climus.
Yeah.
If you can get ahead of Griffin, he got a podium position. There's a couple of others in the mix as well. That's Thomas Welsford, who had the good luck in the chat, coming as well. There's your race leaders, the 2 of them. Griffin defends third from Climus. Then comes Welsford. Isgard, Fusel, Wall and McEachran are all looking to get involved here as well.
Some big moves in this field, as we say. Jack Yates, 15 places made up from 17th into 2nd. Isegard as well, 14 places made up from a repechard spot.
Great move that up the inside. Oh, there's a little bit of a contact on the exit. I'll be interested to see if that's forcing a driver wide. But Klimas is back up into 3rd. He's got Thomas Welsford looking up the inside of him, but I don't think he's going to make it. Dan Griffin holds on to what I think is now 5th. These two have got 2 minutes left to hold on. There's a track limit warning for Zach McEachran, who's in that pack behind. I think there's too much of a gap now. Yeah, you can see Klimas has been overtaken by Welsford now for 3rd. I think these guys are going to fight too much. The battle for the lead is going to be, Klimas off and the exit and round. So that's the end of Jonas Klimas. Yeah, that's fantastic recovery from that first lap. And Griffin's on the grass as well, trying to defend on the inside. Slamming up the inside is the 25 of James Wall. I think that looked fair to me. I'll let the officials be the judge of it, though. The 31 of Thomas Welsford now comfortable in 3rd. These guys are just going to battle over 4th. There's a 38. Jonathan Fuchsel dives up the inside. Griffin's still involved there as well. Fuchsel's got it at the moment. I think we might be going on to the final lap as well. McLaughlin's still out front, and Yates will keep an eye on that. If it is the final lap, we shall probably cut back to them.
It will be.
Yeah. Welsford looked quite comfortable now in 3rd and 4th even. Who is that in 4th? Is that Fuchsel in 4th? And then Griffin battling with someone else. Yeah, final lap. This is the last lap. Can Jack Yates do anything about James McLaughlin? He's got half a second's gap to make up. Thomas Welsford's comfortable in 3rd. That podium position is sorted, but there's still the matter of the top step to be decided here. That's Klimas recovering from almost a lap ago, I think. Always that him out of the car. There's another green suit, and there's a touch of the cone there. James McLaughlin. Reeve, did you see that as well as I did?
I'm not going to make any judgment. That probably leaves the officials there, but McLaughlin builds up about half a second on the previous crossover of the timing marker. Is very much under pressure once again, though. This is the last time around, of course, and still looking over the shoulders. Some really big moves in this one overall. Leo Judge making up 14 places as well. So very impressive stuff overall.
Last couple of corners then. James McLaughlin has a look over his shoulder, and Jack Yates knew that was his last chance. I think he knows he's made contact, and I don't think he's going to challenge it for the rest of the day. James McLaughlin, though, what a result this is. He won the pre-B final earlier. He looks like he doesn't believe it himself. Wins the pre-B final. Great celebrations. Jack Yates is equally happy, but I'd be that happy if I was James McLaughlin as well, because that is fantastic. To go from winning the pre-B final to winning the A final is an absolutely outstanding effort. Jack Yates deserves 2nd. Thomas Welsford does end up in 3rd. The good luck messages in the chat do work, guys. James Wall is 4th, but I think James Wall had a penalty. Jonathan Fuchsel 5th on the road. And then we've got Nikolai Isegard, Dan Griffin, Milo Stewart, Leo Judge, and Jake Dilworth-Parrott. Fastest lap of the race, only good enough for 10th overall.
Definitely a race where it was bad to start higher up the order on looks of things. Everyone from the top few rows is down, finishing in towards plumb last, and everyone who's coming home in the top few positions starting in double-digit grid slots. So what a mix in terms of a race, and hopefully our next race delivers the same. It's our penultimate race coming up next, the Cadet Lightweight A-Final.
Cadets Super Lightweight are next up for us.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cadet Lightweight is what we're looking for.
And as if by magic, you say it and it happens. Wow.
There you go. Who is lining up for this one then? We've got Luke Collins and Zach Smith leading the way around. Here's the grid. Collins starts on pole with Smith in 2nd. James Vout will be 3rd with Jacob Underhill 4th. Ronnie Deacon is 5th. I think those come to the last one after him in the chat. 6th will be Jackson Burge. 7th overall, Harry Berry Whiting. Can he make it 2 pre-B final winners? I think he won the pre-B final earlier. We'll have a double check on that. David Kadar as well is on row 4. Clark Bromley is 9th. Omar Ullah 10th. Josh Milburn 11th. And George Glossop 12th. Row 7 is George Marriott and Tyler Shanks. Will Moore is 15th, 16th is Lewis Forster. Adam Ascar is 17th and 18th is Cole Blockley. We then have Ethan Coote, Felix Rigby, Jasper Newell and Sarah Telford, row 10 and 11. Jasper and Sarah repechaging up from the B final. 2 great drives from them, and what a great finish to that race as well. Really looking forward to the resumption of the battle at the front of this one between Luke Collins and Zach Smith. I think James Vout and Jacob Underhill, Ronnie Deacon and Jackson Burge are more than capable of getting involved in that as well. Interesting to see how Jasper Newell and Sarah Telford get on after such great runs in the B final. And Harry Berry Whiting, I am just going to double check. I'm sure he repechaged up earlier from Cadets Lightweight Pre-B, I want to say. Yeah, Harry Berry Whiting. So similar day to McLaughlin. Starting this one in 7th. McLaughlin started 6th in the last race. Could we be on for a fairy tale day for the both of them? We shall see.
Let's see, I thought we were about to go racing then. We heard, we're so close to the action here in this comms box, the desk slightly vibrates as the karts fly on past, and I thought we might be going to, good to go racing, but the pace kart's still out there as we clean up some of the mess.
That's just my phone going off track. I'm really popular. Doesn't stop. Just people want to.
Is that why we've got really good broadcast numbers
Saturday
today?
night
It's
as well,
not actually supporters. Sorry, folks.
Saturday night, people want to know if I'm free, Reeve, you know?
Yeah.
It's not going to start vibrating for the next couple of hours. I'll pay attention to the racing, though, I do promise. Like I said, really looking forward to Luke Collins and Zach Smith reigniting their battle in this one. They had a great ding-dong earlier. I truly believe that Vout, Underhill, Deacon and Burge are capable of getting involved. I selfishly, not really. I've got no connection to him whatsoever, but Harry Berry Whiting would like to see if he can make it 2 pre-B to A final winners in a row in 2 different classes. That would be an excellent story. David Kadar as well in the mix as he was earlier. We're about to get going then. Collins in the black suit, white helmet, leads them away. It's a much better start for that side of the grid than the anti-pole. As into turn 1 comes Vout in 2nd as well, and that's 14 of Ronnie Deacon following through into 3rd. Underhill side by side there with Burge, I think, coming into Brooklands for the first time. Yeah, Underhill up the inside through to Maggots and Beckett's then. Luke Collins leads Vout from Deacon as they head down to Bridge for the first time. Deacon looking to the outside of Vout, and they're 2 behind. I think that's Smith and Burge. Is someone fast starting there? I think it's Burge, I want to say, is now behind Underhill. Ooh. It's the 97 of Harry Berry Whiting. Has had an excellent start and is up to 5th.
They are indeed. Look down the inside goes Ronnie Deacon. Fancies a chance at taking the race lead here. We nearly had a 2-pronged attack with James Vout as well. Collins, though, positions that kart perfectly, uses the track to his advantage to keep up a defence and maintain the race lead. Zach Smith's on the scene as well as down the inside. Is that Harry Berry Whiting flying on through there?
Jacob Underhill. He's taken Harry Berry Whiting and into Museum, takes 4th place. I did say that this top 7 was full of talent. Side by side then, Deacon and Vout coming into the first corner. Underhill leads the charge behind them. I think Deacon's going to have the line into the first corner and does take 2nd place. Great stuff from our cadets already, and we've got 9 more minutes to go of this one. Plenty to keep tuned in for.
Collins then leading the charge. Underhill seems to be flying along though, and might be starting to challenge for those, at least, well, certainly will be challenging for the podium spot, maybe hoping for a little bit more in this one too. It's the last time we're going to see our cadets out on track today, of course, as they navigate their way around Bridge, and Vout has a little bit of a cleaner run than Deacon that time around. Closes right in on corner exit, might be vying for a move down the inside potentially, but thinks better of it as we see it looks to be David Cutter getting an overtake done as we ran down towards Priory. There we go. That is Harry Berry Whiting under a little bit of pressure now from that was definitely the
David Kadar.
Yeah, David Kadar was in the mix there as we run through turn 15. Collins controlling things quite nicely, and the battling now seems to have phased towards the fight for second between Wout and Deacon. They run their way down towards the final couple of corners. It becomes a bit of a slipstream, a drag race once again as they stay within single file and get ready to start the next lap of the race to be the first somewhat representative times in terms of what everyone is able to do out on track. And we have plenty of battles building up here. Zach Smith is challenging Barry Whiting into that first corner in the background as Ronnie Deacon is looking over the shoulder now as Wout closes in.
Yeah, fastest lap last time round for Ronnie Deacon. These top 6 or 7 are pretty evenly matched on pace, and there's no big gaps forming. And a little out of shape there for Deacon, and Wout takes second place. So the smallest of mistakes can cost you here. Very different lines through there, and it looks to me like Wout had the right one because Luke Collins had lost a fair bit of time, as we'll see them now coming on down to Priory, and Wout is challenging for the lead here. The top 4 are almost bumper to bumper. Underhill's got a little gap between himself and Deacon, but these front 3 look like they're going to battle and bring the others back into play. Defensive driving from Collins already. There's 7 minutes to go, but I think it needed doing because round the outside comes Wout. I think Collins is going to hold on to it here. No, he isn't. Wout takes the lead, and indeed Deacon goes through as well. Collins had a nightmare of a lap, and he's barely put a foot wrong. Underhill now right with them as well. These 4, you can see in your shot, coming over the line to complete just 3 laps we've had, Reeve. Feels like it's been 30 already. It's an absolutely fantastic race shaping up.
Yeah, that's just how action-packed it is so far. And I think Collins needs to be careful here because he's grabbed it back from Deacon for the time being. The question is for how long. It's so easy to fall back into this type of pack battling. Hopefully, though, as you say, 6.5 minutes to go. We've certainly seen crazier things happen in the racing so far. Anything can happen on the last lap as Wout just dips into the grass a little bit, and that affords Collins a decent turn of pace here. Deacon follows on through down the inside, though, through Bridge. Fancies a chance at taking second back, and Wout hangs on because of that.
Yeah, great stuff from the 4 of them, and Harry Barry Whiting is no means out of touch as Underhill dives up the inside there of Deacon. Deacon gets him on the switchback. Barry Whiting is very much involved now. This is a 5-kart battle. The fairy tale is on for Barry Whiting. Underhill's looking all over the back of Deacon, goes to the inside, and I think this time will make that move stick. He'll have the inside for the next corner as well. So Underhill up to 3rd. Collins all over the back of Wout for the race lead. They're going to be side by side going into the last corner. Underhill fancies a look on the exit as well. Can he get a better drive than Collins into turn 1? I think he's going to be on the inside. He is for Wellington.
Watch out for Underhill here then, as we have a quintet of karts now pretty much fighting for the lead of this race. Wout runs us through that first corner, a little bit deeper into the corner for Collins, which could cost him a lot of time here against Deacon as they run up towards Brooklands. Collins caught out there, drops back down to P5. Wout looks over the shoulder. This time it's Underhill bringing that challenge now as we run through Maggots Beckett in just a second. We follow through in single file formation once again, but I know that's going to change as we dip down towards the bridge. Here we go. That is going to be Deacon trying to hang it round the outside. That could have cost him some time. Will it work out? There's contact between the 2 as Barry Whiting works his way up into 4th in this battle. Wout looking a little bit more comfortable this time around. Underhill working his way up to 2nd with an immense job, starting, of course, from 4th on the grid. And Wout controls things quite nicely, looking pretty settled for the time being. But I know that's going to change as we get towards the end of the lap once again. Collins fights back, goes down the inside on Barry Whiting, starting to make amends for how this lap started. And we head through turn 15, but a slightly wide run on exit that could give Barry Whiting the corner once again.
Yeah, one thing to note of this 5, Harry Barry Whiting is on a contact warning, so there's no penalties so far for these 5, but Harry's on thin ice and still has some places to make up. So Wout leads us into lap 6. We've still got 4 minutes remaining. There's still plenty on offer here. Underhill's behind him now, taking some alternative lines there through Brooklands, and they usually do around the next couple of corners, not Maggots and Beckett's necessarily, but certainly Bridge, as they get ever so close to those cones on the exit of Maggots and Beckett's as well. But around Bridge they come then. A wider line for Collins. Harry Barry Whiting there still in 5th as well. They've spaced out a little bit over the last lap or so, Reeve, and hopefully this is just the calm before the storm. We've also got in the background David Cadar is still in the mix for this, and if they bunch up again, it's going to be a bunch of 6.
Yeah, we have certainly seen a few instances now of drivers who are just playing the calm game. They're just waiting in the background for an opportunity to arise, and then they end up winning out big time as the battling begins to heat up towards the end of the race. Not that it's not already very fierce competition for the top end here. Wout is still under pressure from Underhill, as he has been for a couple of laps. If anything, these two are beginning to break away from the rest of this fleet of karts. Over the shoulder looks Wout. Underhill tries to have a look around the outside, covered off by Wout though, so no change there. We run through Wellington and down towards Brooklands in just a moment. All looking fairly spread out for the time being, but as we say, we've got a few laps to go in this one and they could well close in.
Yeah, we've definitely had a lap of calm so far. They are very closely matched, this top 5 in general, in terms of pace. As Underhill dives to the inside, it's
Where
a great
did that
move.
come from?
It's a fantastic move. Wout goes wide into bridge and Underhill snatches the lead. The opportunities are there and Jacob took it. He's on the inside for the next corner now. This is Priory. Coming on down towards Club. Wout tries to get alongside. Underhill defends successfully as well. This is bunching the pack up again as they come through the next couple of corners. Down into Seagrave they go. Underhill holds the lead and looks like he's staved off the initial fight back from Wout as it stands. But Wout's got
he's
very
not
close to
letting
being
this one
alongside.
go.
He's going to dive up the inside of the final corner. No, he's not. He's going to think better of it. Wise move there from Wout. Lives to fight another day. But now look at Underhill. He's got 2 or 3 kart lengths from the drive. Wout pulling out of that has cost him a little bit of speed down the back straight. This will be the penultimate lap. Here we go. Deacon up the inside of Wellington. That's the corner. The driver is Wout. Wout's back into 3rd. It's a nightmare 2 corners for him, but it's not over yet, not by any stretch of the imagination.
It certainly is not. Underhill then looking pretty comfortable here, but don't think for a second that it's settled, because Deacon is on a bit of a charge, it must be said. And what Deacon has done is he's dragged Wout, he's dragged Collins right back into the fight. Just when you thought it could have been settled, Underhill still has all that work to do. Collins is going to have a look at going side by side with Wout. In the meanwhile, we run down to Priory once again, and Underhill is on the inside there. He's got a nice defensive line, nothing that the likes of Deacon can do from that position for the time being, but now that kart length has pretty much evaporated. That was being built up, that gap, as they navigated the farm curve last lap. This time around, they're going to be side by side, run through turn 14, maybe a switch back on the cards for turn 15 in just a moment. Wout is hot to try and close up that gap and is getting close to Ronnie Deacon. There we go. Down towards the museum. Farm curve comes up after that, and it's going to become a drag race once again. Side by side, meanwhile, still Wout and Collins. Wout just sipping in behind now. Barry Whiting and David Cadar looking to join back in on the action, as it's going to be side by side Deacon and Underhill. Deacon vowing for the lead around the outside. Nothing to do from there, though. We've seen attempts there around the outside, but it doesn't work out so far. And there we go. It's going to be Underhill still controlling things, but only by the skin of his teeth.
Deacon had great pace down the start-finish line, but Underhill was very brave, keeping it pinned to the inside of Wellington and maintains the lead. Because of that, he's got a tough lap ahead of him, though, or half a lap now. This is it, guys. Grandstand finish. Do not look away. Underhill leads. Collins tries to make a move on Deacon for 2nd place. Wout's ready to pick up the pieces should it come his way. Underhill's going to go defensive again, as he did last lap. To the outside goes Barry Whiting. Here we go then, down towards Club for the last time. Underhill still leads. Wout is now up in 2nd. Barry Whiting's up into 3rd. Deacon's fallen away, as has
David Cadar's
in
involved there as well.
Barry Whiting's trying to go for the lead. Wout challenges Underhill. Underhill's got 1 or 2 corners to go. This is the first of them. The last one will be Museum, but Wout's on the inside. Can Underhill hang on around the outside? I don't think he can. Wout's going to take the race win. It's going to be a drag race to the line as Underhill tries to switch back. They're side by side. It's going to be a run to the line. It's going to be so close, but I think Wout's got it. Wout wins. Jacob Underhill 2nd. Wow. David Cadar really impressive 3rd. Luke Collins comes 4th. 5th is Harry Barry Whiting. Still an absolutely fantastic day from here, and the fastest lap in the A-Final as well. Ronnie Deacon shows his frustration there as he crosses the line. To be fair, any one of those top 6 could have won that race. They've all driven absolutely superbly there. Jackson Burge 7th, Zach Smith 8th, 9th Will Moore, 10th Joshua Milburn. That's probably race of the day for me so far. Really good stuff from the top 10 in that race, the top 6 especially. As I said, could have gone absolutely any way, and right to the line at the end between Bacon and Hill.
Absolutely. Cadet just laying in waiting there for his opportunity to arise, and just kept a level head and ended up with a podium. But what a battle towards the end there. In the end, Wout, just when it looked like it could have been over for him quite quickly, he ends up taking it back. That's our last bit of cadet running though. So thank you to the cadets for putting on such a great show. Coming up next, it's going to be our final race of the day, the Junior Super Lightweight A-Final.
Again, last race of the day coming right up. Let's have a look what we've got in the Junior Super Lightweight category. Here is your grid. Starting this one on pole position, we have Sam Morse with Ellis McKenzie alongside. Jack Robin will be third overall with Will Harvey in fourth. Finley Strang starts this one in fifth with Kai Jackson for company on row 3. Alex Rattan starts in 7th place with Sam Burnell 8th. Isaac Tomlinson will be 9th and Joshua Robinson 10th. Row 6 will be Riley Busby and Rafa Malcolm. Row 7 is the 75 of Zachary Belch and the 94 of George Jugard. Paige Martin starts this one in 15th, joined by Benjamin Kent in row 8. Row 9 is 17th Josh Whittaker and 18th Freddie Donald. And then 19th and 20th are James Winterbottom and Lucius Millard. Ian Karim starts 21st. Jaden Steetham, I believe it's pronounced Statham based on one of the comments in the YouTube channel, starts 22nd. Max Poole will be 23rd and Jaden Papari is 24th. Joshie Wood and Jensen Barnard, Banana Barnard as some have called him in the comments, start 25th and 26th, having repechaged up from the B final. Comments coming in, do keep them coming in for this final race. Great race that. Jamie Moore couldn't agree more with you. And Paul Ronnie at the end says Millsy Karting. I agree. It was devastating to finish 6th in such a battle where any one of the 6 could have won it. But hopefully Ronnie will be encouraged by the fact he had absolutely brilliant pace all day and could easily have won it on another. So long season to go, lots of racing to come here in the North Championships, and I'm sure the luck will even out across the course of the season. Williams Palmer Racing says WPR's own Ellis McKenzie, come on. Yes, starting on the front row of the grid for this one is Ellis alongside Sam Morse. Those two had a decent battle earlier. Jack Robin in the mix as well. Those 3 guys who finished in the top 6 of last year's championship. As I said, I think during that pre-A final, certainly 3 people you would have had down on paper as the favourites to be contesting at the front of this race at the start of the day. And I'm sure we'll see more great action as we've seen in all our A finals and indeed all our finals today. It's been a really, really good day's racing. We've got support coming in for Ellis McKenzie. Again,
the support from Ali there, who just says simply to George Degreed, please stay on track.
Yeah, I agree. I want them all to stay on track, personally. But yeah, really great day's racing so far. If you're only just tuning in, please do rewind and watch the whole thing. You are not going to regret it. For those of you who've been with us all day, let's hope that this race can be on par with absolutely everything we've seen so far. The checkered flag is flashing. That's what's on the right hand side of your screen now. That signals the end of the practice laps. As we mentioned earlier, the juniors get some practice laps at the start of their A finals, as is afforded to the seniors at the start of their A finals. These karts can sometimes differ in parity, and we want to make sure that there is a level playing field for all our drivers out there today. So these practice laps are coming to an end. They will form up in the 2x2 rolling grids that we are used to in Club 100 that we have seen throughout the day so far, and we'll get going for our last race of the day, Reeve.
We will indeed. Last time we're going to see our juniors out on track as well. Not the last time we're going to see this fleet of karts out on track this weekend, because there's plenty of action coming up tomorrow as well.
Strictly speaking, different fleet.
Oh!
Seniors and juniors is a different fleet.
Ah. There we go.
But I forgive you for not knowing that. You'd only know that if you were one of the select few
Same
people
type
who unfortunately hangs around with the Club 100 lot. Same pace car, was you saying?
Yeah, same.
Absolutely. There is only one pace car. And Rory O'Regan at the wheel of it today. Former winner in... I'll need to double check with him whether it's super lightweight or just lightweight that he won, but not. I'm 99% sure he won at least one of those two categories in his younger days before moving on to lightweight seniors, where he's had moderate levels of success, to say the least. And now, as you can see, working for Club 100. He first worked at the UKC PFI a couple of years back, and one of the gang ever since. A few drivers there trying to find their positions. Once again, I'll run you quickly through the order. Sam Morse, Ellis McKenzie, Jack Brobham, Will Harvey, either front 2 rows. You've got Finley Strang 5th, Kai Jackson 6th, Alex Ratton 7th, Sam Burnell 8th, 9th, Isaac Tomlinson, the top rookie so far. Joshua Robinson 10th, Riley Busby 11th, Rafa Malcolm 12th, another rookie, and Zachary Belch 13th, George Duguid 14th, Paige Martin and Benjamin Kent 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th and 19th is Josh Whitaker, Freddie Donald, James Winterbottom, and we've got Lucius Mallard, Kieran Karim, Jaden Statham in 20th, 21st and 22nd. 23rd is Max Poole, Jaden Papari is 24th, Joshua Wood and Jensen Barnard are your repêchages from the B final, starting 25th and 26th. Right then, are we finally ready to get going?
Finally
Looks
ready for
good
our final.
to me. Oh, one driver's still trying to get in position, but hopefully, as they round the final corner. No, going around one more time, I think. That's not a pace car pulling off, it's a pace car picking up some speed, so we get them round for one last time. Getting late, Reeve, as well, isn't it? It's 6:15.
It is, yeah. It's
Blimey.
action-packed day, plenty.
Nearly bedtime for me.
Plenty of racing to be had. So looking forward to kicking off tomorrow as well, where we're going to have even more SB40 and senior sprints as well. So plenty to look forward to on that front, and as we discussed earlier on, loads more to come from Silverstone this year. But for now, we are going to be saying goodbye to the cadets and juniors action for today with the end of this race. Let's make it a good one.
Through Seagrave and Siemens for the final warm-up lap of the day. And once we're around Museum, we'll be underway. So yeah, there in the 2, that's Ellis McKenzie in the distinctive green and red helmet. Alongside him, Sam Morse in the number 6. Let's keep an eye on those two as they come down to the first corner. Controlling the pace then is Sam Morse as the pole sitter starts to pick up the pace. Now then and away they go. Good start from pole from Morse. Across comes McKenzie to cover off second place, but I think he's lost out to Jack Bromham for starters. Otherwise filed in, that's your top 3, Morse, Bromham and McKenzie. Down into Brooklands for the first time. There's someone going out wide and they are round. I can't quite pick out the
that's
number.
A spin we've seen a few times.
And
now,
there's a cone going flying as well as the front 3 charge down into bridge. There's, that's a sideways moment. That's a big collision, and there's 2 or 3 karts collected there as well. Yeah, definite yellow flag moment. I think that's just outside the false start section though. I think the false start section only covers up to and including Brooklands. So no false start for those drivers, unfortunately. And these 4 now will surely pull away right at the front because they've been... no, actually there's not too much of a gap. I thought that would have cost 5th place downwards a bit more than it actually has. We've got 2 pairs at the front, but there's still a gaggle of 3 or 4 karts in behind who are still in the mix.
completing our first lap. Then we've got a meatball flag being waved for a bit of mechanical flag, so I imagine the cars do a quick check over before it head back out again. 10 minutes left to go in this one, officially in night racing territory now. Doesn't this circuit look good under the lighting here? You see Sam Morse still very much under pressure from Ellis McKenzie, a position we've become familiar with over the racing as. There we go. We see Sam Morse has to take evading action, or unfortunately just runs a little bit wide there. That could cost him this race potentially, or at least a lot of time, as Ellis McKenzie is still behind, but I imagine is starting to know that his rival potentially is feeling the pressure, might be susceptible to the odd mistake here or there. They go side by side as they run through turn 10. Sam Morse still leads us.
Yeah, interesting that. Track limit warning is
Really?
mild to say the least. There is a penalty in Club 100 for advantage by track limits, but typically only used if you gain a position. And the switchback there from Ellis McKenzie is amazingly effective, and he takes the lead around the outside then of Siemens as we come into Museum for the second time. We've got a new race leader. Ellis McKenzie takes the lead. Sam Morse gets his head down. Fastest lap on that lap? Really? That's somewhat surprising, given he lost a position on the lap. So the driver behind him, by any logic, must have gone quicker. I don't quite know how that works.
Who knows? Maybe there was a time portal in that.
I'm genuinely going to watch this back later in the week and try and figure out how that's a physical possibility.
Let us know.
Anyway, here we go then, back with our race leaders, and Sam Morse has caught up to the back of Ellis McKenzie.
Well,
of course he has.
He's
a time traveller. Yeah, you would use those kind of skills in a situation like this. The 46 of Will Harvey is just up ahead. He's a back marker. There's two drivers, Kai Jackson and Rafa Malcolm, who are no longer participating in this race. So William Harvey is the last of the running drivers that we're about to come up to lap with our race leaders. Mackenzie then from Morse, from Bromham, and Alex Ratton's had a great race as well, I will just say, up from 7th on the grid. Really promising, and these four now have a big gap back to Finley Strang in 5th place. Through then, quite well done there from Will Harvey, recognises that the four leaders are coming by and gives them ample amount of room to pass through before filing in behind them to enjoy his last bit of karting of the day whilst he can. To the inside then, that's the 31, Alex Ratton, diving up the inside of Jack Brobham. He's got the move done and he hasn't lost out too much from it either. So good move there from Ratton. He's one to keep an eye on as this race progresses. 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go. So still plenty of time to run in this one. Down towards Priory we come. That's the first of these right-handers, and there'll be another right-hander now of Club to navigate, followed swiftly by a left-hand kink of Ireland and a right-hand kink of Tower. Hopefully by now everyone's familiar with the corner names on this. That's Seagraves and this is Siemens. And then lastly, you've got Museum. To take us into the final corner.
Ellis seems quite comfortably in control of things at the moment. We've seen Sam's had a couple of moments where maybe the car's just been pushed to the limit, and obviously that can impact kind of your headspace as a driver as well, and maybe it's become a bit of a feedback loop. Either way, Ellis just seems pretty comfortable out there at the moment. Half a second's gap, which is certainly not insurmountable with the amount of time we have left in this race, but positive outlook at the moment for Mackenzie. Alex Ratton as well improving nicely. 4 grid places made up. Other big movers we've got Paige Martin making up 11 in this race, as is Jaden Papari, as is Lucius Millard making up 10 places in this race as well. So just as we've seen in some of these later races, some really big movers in these final parts of the day.
Our repechage is making up decent places as well. Jensen Banana Barnard has the fastest lap in this one, up 11 places from 26th, and Joshy Woods up 9, just behind in 16th. So good progress from those guys as well. I fear we're in the part of the race, Reeve, that we called last time out the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
I think these three are poised, primed and ready to strike each other right. Busby gets a racing under yellows. That's driving at full tilt or close enough to it under a yellow flag to receive a penalty. Ellis Mackenzie's looking comfortable for now though. But yeah, you do get the impression that there's trouble coming. Should we say trouble, drama, excitement? Could use any one of those words, depending on your perspective. As to the insiders, Rattan, yeah, he's the one that's going to make it happen. One of those three words, again, depending on your perspective. But making very, very good progress. He's definitely going to fancy a go at Ellis McKenzie before the end of this race. Half a chance and he'll be straight in. That's interesting line there. It looks like he's got very sideways, doesn't he? But he's probably a better driver than I am, and I trust his judgment on that. He's got the fastest lap as well last time out, so he really is one to watch. I think Rattan could be fancying himself for a race win here. He's definitely there to shout at McKenzie in the next 4 minutes, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's decided. Thank you, Sam, for your efforts, but now it's my turn to try and go for this race lead. As you say, certainly getting style points with some of the oversteer going on, but run up towards turn 15 once again. Only a few kart lengths separating these two now. What Alex might be doing is dragging Sam Morse back into contention here, because obviously if the top two begin to slow themselves down in their battle, Sam Morse and Jack Bromman potentially also available to capitalise upon that. But here we go. We see Alex kneeling down in the kart or squatting down in the kart to try and close up if at all possible. The old trick, which doesn't have any effect. But we can see side by side action now heading down onto the next lap.
That's Banana Barnard, I believe.
It is.
I only remember it because it looks like he's got a little banana sticker on the back of his helmet. There's a yellow strip. It's not a banana sticker at all. It's a very nice looking painting, to be fair. But he's making great progress. He's up to 13th now. Really impressive drive from Jensen. And yeah, at the front, Reeve, you're in that difficult position now. If you're Alex Rattan, you know on the last two laps, or in theory on the last two laps, Ellis McKenzie can just white line it. So you want to make a move before then. But if you make a move before then, you get battling within the last 3 or 4 laps, and that's when Sam Morse and Jack Bromman come back into play.
Yeah.
So it really is a challenge to understand as and when. Because if you get half a chance now, you're going to have to take it. Simple as that. He's getting his head down, try and get a lot closer, get the fastest lap again, but Ellis McKenzie's pace is equally good. There's less than a tenth between them as they come around. They're lapping in the 11s as well, which I thought we'd seen the last of today, but this really is some great pace from those guys. Obviously the lap record's a bit out of touch at this point with the temperatures dropping. There's a cone penalty for Jack Bromman, who's been trying his best to get back in touch with these front three, but unfortunately that's his chances of a podium out. I think that's 2-place penalty, so actually he could win the race and finish third, but yeah, Bromman struggling to keep with these three on pure pace, and might have to settle for 4th on track with a cone penalty, as Rattan doesn't look to be as comfortable as he was before, and Sam Morse might think, do you know what, I'm the best challenger that Ellis will have after all, and can he work his way back in front? I think we're going to get 2 more laps after this one.
Yeah, I think we will. I think sometimes all you need is just that reset to get a new focus and think, right, here, it's now or never. Now's the chance to try and go for that race win again. Sometimes that can be the wrong attitude to take into a trickier corner, shall we say, but let's see if it works out. Sam Morse then right behind Alex Rattan. As McKenzie in the front, meanwhile, is just flying in with those fast laps of 1:11.7, breaking away from this battling duo now. This might not even end up being a battle for the race lead. It will just soon become thus the battle for the second spot on the podium, which is still a good place to be fighting for. Plenty of points on offer to start off the season on the best foot. But so far, Alex Rattan looks to be, if he's not breaking away from Sam Morse, he's at least defending well and doesn't seem to be too challenged, shall we say, by the prospect of potentially dropping to third.
Yeah, let's see how it progresses over the remaining lap and a half of the race. But as it stands, Ellis McKenzie's got just a little bit too much of a gap for Alex Rattan to be able to do anything here. Sam Morse, though, ready and waiting for even the slightest of mistake from Rattan. Be interesting to see if Ellis McKenzie thinks he needs to go defensive at this point. I don't think he does, but I'm not the one sat in the kart with 1 lap remaining of an A-final. And that's a little wide there from Rattan. He didn't need that. And it looks like, yeah, Sam Morse is pulling just in behind him. I thought he was going to get side by side, but this is the last lap now. Sam Morse knows he's got a limited number of corners left in this one. I think the wind's gone for him. Whether or not Morse just decides it's a long season, I'll take third, or whether he fancies a crack at Alex Rattan, who's just not had the pace this last 2 laps to make an indentation on that lead. To the outside goes Morse. He's probably going to try and get a run into the next corner. That's Priory. Rattan's going to go defensive over to the left-hand side of your shot now. Morse is going to go around the outside. They're side by side going into Priory, but around the outside doesn't work, as we've seen a couple of times today. He's going to look around the outside into Club as well. Nothing doing in Ireland and Tower. 3 overtaking opportunities to go. This is the first. It's Seagraves. The next one is Siemens. Dives up the inside. Well executed. I think that's a good overtake. Personally, we'll see what the stewards think of it. He's got the inside line for Museum. Rattan's not giving up without a fight. He might try and get the switch back. Ellis McKenzie has won this A-final and celebrates quite rightfully. Great drive from Ellis here today. Morse crosses the line in second. Rattan third. Jack Bromham comes home in fourth. Great driving from all 4 of those drivers. Truly deserve their positions on the track. Sam Burnell comes home in 5th. Finley Strang's had a good day. He's 6th. Jaden Statham is 7th. George Duguid 8th. Zachary Belch 9th. Lucius Millard is 10th overall. Jensen Barnard narrowly misses out on the top 10, having come through repechage for the B final. Solid final. Reeve top 4 though would just a class above, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Some great battling in the end. Alex McKenzie seemed so comfortable out in front, and it was a really interesting dynamic battle between Sam Morse and Alex Rattan, clearly changing in phases where one driver had the slight edge on the other. And if that's anything to go by, I think this season could be a real delight to hold and to take part of, if that's how close the running is going to be, if these are the fine margins that we are going to enjoy. You can take a look back after today's proceedings on results at alphatiming.co.uk to see what the championships are beginning to look like. But for just a general idea, in our Cadet Super Lightweight North Championships, for example, Gideon Townshend, who leads the charge there, but only by a couple of points. Likewise, in the Cadet Lightweight North Championship, James Vout currently leads that, but literally by 1 point. We've got to wait for a moment for the junior results to come flying in, but so far, after a fantastic day's worth of racing, Jacob, it looks like it's going to be a great season.
Yeah, so this was a 5-round championship last year. It's now a 7-round championship this year, and I believe there'll be 2 dropped scores, so 5 rounds will count. It's a long year. There's plenty of racing still to come, and as we've seen today, these races are wide open. It's not the same 1 or 2 winning everything. It's not your McLarens or Max, as you would have seen in Formula 1 last year, and what looks to be Mercedes or no one else coming up this year in F1. These are absolutely winnable by anyone in that top echelon of drivers, and the top echelon of drivers is packed full of cadets and juniors of either class, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one pans out over the course of the year.
Me too, Jacob, but this brings an end to the action here from Silverstone today. Don't go anywhere there, folks. Tomorrow morning we'll be kicking off with some SP40 action, and followed by our senior sprint. So plenty more to come from Silverstone this weekend. We hope you've enjoyed watching the cadets and juniors action today. Thank you very much for all watching. Thank you all for taking part in the comments section. We're going to leave you for now, but as I say, jump in the action here at Silverstone tomorrow. So from myself and Jacob, thank you very much, and have a very pleasant evening.
See you tomorrow.